space exploration. As part of its response, the nation needs a relatively inexpensive, quickly produced rocket to launch small research experiments. The engineers at PARD are asked to design the new rocket.
Solid-fueled rockets have always had the advantage over liquid fuels as far as simplicity is concerned, and cost, and possibly even reliability. So it was decided that Scout would use all-solid propulsion and would, as a matter of fact, to the extent possible, use existing solid fuel rockets as the various stages of the launch vehicle. So it was a natural extension of the work that was going on in PARD on solid rockets.
In 1958, President Eisenhower signs the National Aeronautics and Space Act into law. This act dissolves the NACA. Taking its place is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the agency that is charged with running the space race for the United States. The need to save time and money means that the rocket must be built with off-the-shelf hardware. Designers select from an inventory of solid-fuel rocket motors produced for the military. The first stage, Algol motor, is a combination of the Jupiter Senior and propellant from the Navy Polaris. The second stage, Castor, comes from the Army Sergeant. And the third and fourth stage motors are designed by Langley engineers who adapt a version of the Navy Vanguard.
Well, it was hectic. It was a frenzy because we were thrown into, especially you got to remember I was a young fellow, we were thrown into something that had never been done before. And we were approached a lot of dead ends, if you will.
In a way, it was a kind of a race to match the Russians, but more importantly, it was to prove something to ourselves. People did work hard, and they were selfless about helping each other. And there was no distinction drawn between government and contractor people on the job. Everybody was on this team, and they did what they had to do without regard to the color of their badge.
In 1959, NASA Langley awards contracts for control and guidance systems. Chance Vought Aircraft, now LTV Missile and Electronics Group of Dallas, wins the bid on the contract to develop the airframe and launcher. This begins a partnership between NASA Langley and LTV that will last for over 30 years.
We all underestimated the magnitude of the job at that time, but we all had a real positive, aggressive attitude that we would get it done.
In a race against the calendar, this is the vehicle that NASA and its contractors are working overtime to build. In its original configuration, Scout is designed to place 130-pound payloads into a 300-mile orbit above the Earth. It will later be able to carry a 450-pound payload. It consists of 4 solid propulsion rockets joined by transition sections containing guidance, ignition, spin-up motors, and separation sections needed for flight. The heat shield covering the 4th stage and payload section is made of cork and fiberglass laminate. The Scout will fly several missions with an optional 5th stage. Scout stands some 75 feet tall and weighs over 48,000 pounds, a comparatively small vehicle that will accomplish much. The first test flight of Scout takes place on July 1st, 1960. This mission is designed as a probe and carries a 193-pound Langley Research Center payload. The Scout also carries another new feature on board, a destruct capability, to be used in the event the rocket goes off course and endangers populated areas. The launch starts well, yet trouble arises when the radar tracking indicates that the rocket is off course. The range safety officer orders a radio command to destroy the rocket. After reaching an altitude of 860 miles, the first Scout falls into the Atlantic. Only later will the Scout team learn that the failure is with the ground tracking system rather than the rocket.
That was a crushing blow to have destroyed a vehicle that was doing exactly what it had programmed to do, but just indicated They kicked ash cans and cussed the range safety officer and cried and just went away to be alone and were acted like they'd lost a child.
We wouldn't learn anything if we didn't have problems, and I think that's basic. That's basic in engineering training, is that you try something, and if it works, it's fine. If it doesn't work, you find out what the problem was. This is how we learn. This is the process.
The first fully successful launch of Scout takes place 3 years after Sputnik 1. Carrying a 78-pound probe, Scout Test 2 reaches an altitude of 3,500 miles before returning to Earth. At this point, Scout designers and engineers believe the testing is complete and that the missile is ready to start service. Scout is designed to launch 3 types of missions: to place satellites in Earth orbit, to test heat-resistant materials, and to launch space probes. Scouts are launched from Wallops Island and from the Western Test Range at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The infancy of the space age is a time of exhilarating success and heart-rending failure. Scout Test 3, the first orbital attempt, fails. 3 of the first 6 flights are failures. In one 5-month period in 1962, there are 3 failures in 4 launches. A NASA investigation finds fault with electrical systems, the heat shield design, and ignition systems.
The Scout program was done in a rush, unquestionably. Everything was running behind schedule, and there was pressure on NASA to perform. The Space Act had been passed, and NASA was supposed to be gearing up to do a job, and Scout was part of that job. And so there was very definitely pressure to do it in a hurry, too much of a hurry, and not enough emphasis on properly qualifying and really getting ready for an operational program.
The flight of Scout 110 in June of 1963 symbolizes those problems. At 2.5 seconds after liftoff, a flame appears above the first stage fins. 2 seconds later, the Algol stage is engulfed by fire.
It's obvious that something terrible had happened. You could tell it from the communications over the range safety net. There had been a burn through in the first stage nozzle, I believe about 15 seconds after takeoff. And the vehicle went through some wild gyrations. It got about 300 feet high, I believe. It broke into 3 parts. The first stage went one direction, the second stage another, the third and fourth fell more or less back on the launch pad and burned. It was a disaster.
I headed up a recovery team the next morning that was out slogging through the salt marsh, gathering up pieces and bits and parts to see if we could put the story back together as to what had gone wrong. And someone had parked a small car inside of one of the assembly buildings. And it just so happened that a flaming piece of green, I guess, had come down and gone through the roof of that building. And it was a small sports car with a canvas top, I guess. And that grain had landed right in the front seat of that car, I guess, and just kind of burnt it to a crisp.
NASA launches another investigation. A 7-man review committee finds flaws in a rocket nozzle, flaws that had gone undetected during production and testing. NASA imposes a 3-month moratorium on the launch schedule to study the launch data. Repeated investigations of the rocket's subsystems reveal that failure is always caused by a different problem. That, in itself, is the big problem.
We never had the same failure twice, but it was clear from the early record of Scout that there were enough miscellaneous failures that we had to sit down and relook at this thing seriously.
And they did things differently at Wallops Island than they did at the Western Test Range. The Air Force had their own way of doing things. The contractor had different ways. And there was a problem of coordinating that.
Back in those days, in the early days of the program, if you needed a part, you would do a little what they call midnight requisition. You would go get the part from the spare vehicle in inventory. Well, that was obviously one of the shortcomings of the system. People were robbing Peter to pay Paul, and in the end result was they had an unsuccessful vehicle.
There simply was not a good standardized vehicle configuration and checkout procedures which were needed to have a successful vehicle.
I remember that I sat down and did some deep thinking about how we ought to take and restructure a look at this rocket, this launch vehicle. And I wrote a specification which ultimately became the spec for the recertification program that was a Tiger Team approach to completely revising the way we handled the vehicle and standardizing the process to the ultimate degree.
The Scout team mounts an attack on these problems with a 14-month reliability improvement program, a recertification of the rocket. All 27 of the Scouts in the inventory are returned to Dallas to be taken apart and inspected. Weld seams are x-rayed and solder joints are checked under microscopes. Everything is standardized. Test equipment, procedures, even the cable lengths in Vaught's labs will be matched at the launch sites. The launch countdown now covers more than 800 checklist items. Special Tiger teams are formed and assigned to monitor each vehicle processed to enforce compliance with the new standards. No Scout will leave Dallas until inspectors make a complete flightworthiness review of the vehicle and give it a clean bill of health. No Scout will ever fly again without being certified by this rigorous process of quality control. The passion for reliability, for zero defects, is put to a test on December 19, 1963. The launch of Scout 122R is a success. The relief among the Scout crew is evident.
It's kind of a relief that the pressure isn't on you anymore to go into failure reviews and go into, overtime, weekends, away from your family, things like that. And I think it is very exhilarating.
I think the results speak for themselves. We went on a upward motion of successes.
In a period between 1964 and 1966, Scout establishes a record of 22 consecutive successful launches, and Scout becomes a fully operational launch vehicle. 15 of the 16 recertified rockets are successful.
Now we really had the kind of vehicle that we'd set out to develop, reliable. It was still simple and inexpensive. We could launch them quickly. It took about 6 weeks, I think, to process in the field. And we were launching up to 10 a year with no problem. We were doing the job we set out to do.
Scout's reliability also stems from a sense of teamwork and cooperation between NASA and its prime contractor.
On the program, the Langley staff, which were excellent engineers and were the kind of guys that get consumed by a project, they work hard to accomplish it, they have high ideals and high aspirations. They know how to work with each other to get a job done, and that enthusiasm and that honesty found itself reflected in the contractor's attitude.
We're just a very close-knit, dedicated group, and we had a lot of pride in what we're doing, and we were like brothers.
We were very, very much more liable to work together than we were to work apart. Your counterpart in the government would have a problem or a question. He would contact you on the telephone, and he would be able to say a mutual agreement or solution to that problem. And the end result would be that the program would be much better off for having experienced this degree of cooperation between the two individuals who had the task.
Improvements in rocket motors enable the Scout to carry larger payloads. The Scout's weight-carrying capability increases by several times, while costs remain low.
Now the performance is 4 or 5 times what it was at the beginning. But controlled costs, if you crank in inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index, a Scout costs less today than it did in 1958.
Taking note of the success and economy of Scout, other countries seek out the Scout to assist them in their fledgling space efforts. The Scout's honor roll includes 23 satellites launched for international space organizations. Payloads are launched for the European Space Research Organization, for Germany, for the Netherlands, for France, and for the United Kingdom. After establishing a record for reliability that includes 37 successful launches in a row, the Scout team celebrates its 100th launch.
The UK-6 spacecraft launch was the 100th Scout launch. And of course it was successful. It was in June 2nd, 1979, I believe.
There was a lot of PR made over it because of the 100th launch. Locally, there were a lot of people that went to see the launch. It was at Wallops. It was a night launch. So there was a lot of fanfare, a lot of notoriety.
Throughout its 30-year history, Scout is involved with many NASA firsts. One of the most internationally recognized projects for Scout is the San Marco project. In May of 1961, Italy and the United States enter an agreement by which NASA agrees to supply launch vehicles, tracking, and training to Italian launch teams. The Italians are to provide the launch complex, personnel, and satellites. The Italians propose an unusual launch site, 2 platforms in Iguana Bay, anchored 3 miles off the coast of Kenya in international waters. This third launch site provides an equatorial orbit to the Scout program.
The reason for choosing to establish this type of launch range was that the Italian government didn't want to go through the political whatever of reaching agreements with a foreign government to establish a launch base in their territory. But they wanted equatorial orbit. And to achieve equatorial orbit, you have to launch from very near the equator. Eventually, they extended the territorial limit. It was in Kenya anyway, but by then there was no problem.
These people, sitting right there on the Indian Ocean, at least in the early days, 1967, for example, I just wonder how many people in the world had ever seen a liftoff from their front porch, if you will.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This mission, launched on March 25, 1988, is a success, as are all 7 other launches from San Marco aboard Scout.
When we had that string of 37, 38 in a row, it was like being on a winning ball team with no competition. I mean, everybody was just tickled to death, and to add to the success ratio, because we had a few bad ones to overcome, but since research, we had a real good success ratio, and you could actually see the product of your effort in improving Scout.
The Scout became so reliable that mission planners could take it for granted. They focused on the science of the satellite payload rather than its transportation. The pride that Scout people feel about the program comes not only from their successful launch record, but also from the role that Scout payloads have played in the advancement of science. Scout missions study the Van Allen radiation belt that encircles the Earth, and Scout payloads confirmed the existence of the first black hole in space. Early Scout missions involved research into the problems of manned flight in space. To determine which materials could best withstand the heat of re-entry, Scout launched experiments as high as 135 miles, then tilted downward and fired its 3rd and 4th stages toward Earth, so they would reach speeds of 18,000 miles per hour through the upper atmosphere. The output of these missions contributed directly to the later success of Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs. The only satellite launched by Scout to ever carry a living thing was placed into orbit on November 9, 1970. The orbiting frog otolith, carrying 2 male bullfrogs, was placed into orbit to investigate the effects of space on the inner ear to try to understand the causes of space sickness.
Scout is the unsung hero of space. It happens to be NASA's smallest launch vehicle, and it does not receive the same level of notoriety that you would with with larger systems. But over the years, it has proven to be a very reliable, consistent performing workhorse for the agency.
Other Scout missions dealt with pure research of outer space phenomena. One mission carried an atomic clock 500 times more accurate than any ground-based time measuring instrument. This clock was compared to ground clocks to see if it would run faster when further from the Earth's gravity. This mission confirmed Einstein's gravitational and relativity theories of 70 years earlier. Scout also launched the Navy's transit satellites, which provide accurate navigation to the fleet and to over 6,000 commercial enterprises and foreign countries. In the late 1970s, NASA's policymakers decided to launch all future NASA satellites on the Space Shuttle and abolish all expendable launch vehicles. But the failure of Challenger in 1986 reversed that policy. While the shuttle was grounded, it was obvious that the space program needed more launch capability. In response, NASA established the mixed fleet concept. Under the new plan, NASA will obtain launch services from commercial firms to launch government payloads. These directives mean changes for Scout.
The program as we know it is ended, essentially is what it means. The fact that there's so few vehicles left doesn't give the Vought people and the Goddard people the time to develop the same type of a working relationship as we did. And then once those 5 vehicles are gone, it's back to the launch services concept. So the launch vehicle business, as we knew it, is essentially ended.
On January 1st, 1991, Langley turned the Scout program over to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. LTV Corporation will continue to market Scout as a commercial launch vehicle. Goddard will launch the remaining government-owned rockets. This salute to Scout at Langley marks the end of an era, and it gives veterans of the program a chance to remember.
We all had one common goal. The teamwork also was a result of mutual respect for each other. It wasn't an adversary type situation where it was always knocking of heads. It was strictly a job that had to be done and done in the most reliable manner.
I don't think there's ever been another project where government and contractor people work together as closely as they did on Scout. Partly, I guess it was the nature of the program, the goal, the job that we were charged to do. I mean by that it was to be an inexpensive rocket used by a lot of people. It was a goal that you could put your heart into.
There's something about the program. You work it for a little while and you get involved in it. And then when that happens, you lose the lines of, whether you're agency or whether you're LTV or whether you're Air Force, you become a Scout person.
Scout's success rate of 96% has earned this workhorse a spot in the National Air and Space Museum, where it stands beside other veterans of America's space program, such as Jupiter, Aerobee, and Vanguard. Over 700 people have worked on the Scout program during the past 32 years. These Scout people created a launch vehicle that set a standard for productivity and reliability. They established uncompromising standards of exactness. They set records for success. They were unwavering in the pursuit of excellence. And in accomplishing these things, they created an atmosphere of teamwork and mutual respect that all of those who worked on Scout will never forget. The NASA space program has given us images that have become imprinted on the national consciousness as icons of success. Here is one more to consider: the unsung hero of space.
NASA celebrates LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
Welcome to the Quest airlock on the International Space Station. I'm Ricky Arnold, Expedition 56 flight engineer from NASA. Today we're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, extravehicular activity, or EVA. Going out on an EVA or a spacewalk has been one of the most amazing experiences of my life. But it's also one of the most complicated and dangerous things we do during human spaceflight. There's a lot of equipment to prepare and maintain, and we do months of training to make each EVA a success. If you think it sounds complicated, you should see all of it in action. Let's start with training and how we get ready for a spacewalk.
Space is an extreme environment that presents many hazards. If we're going to go outside the safety of the ISS, we have to be prepared. That's why EVAs are designed with safety as the utmost priority. We astronauts spend a lot of time in the classroom, just like you are now, learning about the hardware we'll be using and the specific parts of the space station we'll be working on. Then we get to go spend a lot of time training in NASA's giant pool, called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, or NBL. Since it's impossible to simulate microgravity on Earth, the next best option is water, 6.2 million gallons of it. The NBL is 40 feet deep, 202 feet in length, and 102 feet in width. A lot of room to have a full-scale working model of the ISS, which we need for practicing our EVA maneuvers and assigned tasks. We get suited up and weighted so that we're neutrally buoyant in the water, so we don't sink to the bottom and we don't float to the surface. It's a great way to simulate the microgravity we'll be experiencing. We do several dress rehearsals of the EVA before we launch. This gives us the opportunity to prepare for any anomalies that may occur. We spend at least 5 hours practicing the NBL for every 1 hour planned for the spacewalk, so we are very well prepared to execute the EVAs once we are in orbit. Once we are up in orbit, the EVA preparation continues. First, we must perform a pre-breathe protocol to displace the nitrogen in our tissues and help prevent a condition called decompression sickness. During pre-breathe, we breathe 100% pure oxygen and do some light exercise to help purge the nitrogen from our bodies. During pre-breathe, we will also don our extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU. This is a fancy name for a spacesuit. The spacesuit is basically its own spacecraft, shaped like a human. There is usually a red stripe on the leg of one astronaut, but not the other, so the ground can tell who is who. To ensure our safety at all times, we are always aware of our safety tethers and where we are in relation to our spacewalking buddy.
Hey, buddy.
There's a fellow crew member called the IV, the intervehicular crew, on the inside of the airlock, watching and communicating with us as the EVA progresses. We are also prepared for several contingencies should they occur. First, we are trained on the use of a jetpack that can be used to maneuver in the event of an emergency rescue. It's called a SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
The view during an EVA is magnificent. It's beautiful out there. It's also extremely dangerous, but our months of preparation and all of those dedicated people working on the ground, working around the clock, ensure we are safe as possible when we work outside the ISS. EVAs have allowed us to build and maintain the ISS, repair mission-critical hardware, investigate malfunctions, install new hardware, and the view, unbelievable. See you next time. Hello, I'm astronaut Randy Bresnik. Want to know one of the best parts about being an astronaut up in space? Our view of the Earth from the International Space Station is absolutely spectacular. And viewing the Earth from space is a big part of our job. In addition to many other important functions, the International Space Station serves as a global monitoring and diagnosis station where we can conduct observations across the globe, aimed at understanding and resolving environmental issues we face on our home planet. Let's have a look. The space station offers a unique vantage point for observing the Earth's ecosystems with hands-on and automated cameras and image capture equipment. These tools enable astronauts to both observe and explain what they're witnessing in real time. The image capture equipment on the space station also provides input to personnel back on Earth, working to program the station's automated Earth sensing systems, providing flexibility and an advantage over sensors on unmanned spacecraft and satellites. Scientists and researchers find this especially useful when unexpected natural events such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, hurricanes, fires, and other natural disasters like floods occur. Through existing international and interagency partnerships fundamental to the International Space Station, data sharing that can benefit people around the world is facilitated, promoting international collaboration on a range of Earth observation activities. A wide variety of Earth observation equipment can be attached to the space station's exterior, like I did on one of my spacewalks. Several instruments have already been installed, and researchers from around the globe are proposing additional payloads to install. In continuing to use a combination of crew-operated and automated Earth observation payloads, the space station collects crucial data on the global climate, environmental change, and potential hazards to the health of humanity and our home planet. The Window Observational Research Facility, or as we call it, the WRF, provides a highly stable internal mounting platform to hold cameras and sensors. With the WRF, the high-quality optics of the nadir, or the bottom viewing window of the space station, allows us to look straight down onto Earth. Do you want to participate in some of our Earth observation missions? Come join us. Check out the Sally Ride EarthCam website. Go to earthcam.org and follow the instructions to sign up. And have a look at some of the spectacular Earth views from space and see what you can identify. You can also try the activity in the link we provided in the description of this video. Thanks for joining me. See you all next time.
Hi, I'm Sunny Williams, and I'm an astronaut who's lived and worked aboard the International Space Station, an amazing research laboratory that's orbiting the Earth about 250 miles above us. While we're at the space station, we astronauts live and work in a microgravity environment. Do you think the laws of physics will hold up in the space station while experiencing microgravity? Let's check with NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on the International Space Station to find out.
Newton's first law of motion says an object at rest tends to stay at rest unless acted on by an outside force. Also, an object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted on by an outside force, like my finger.
Let's look at this from another. It's like the force you feel from the air if you stick your hand out of a moving car. Because of this, the space station does what we call a reboost. A reboost uses rocket engines to put a force on the space station. This allows it to speed up just a little to remain in orbit around the Earth. Let's join NASA astronaut Jeff Williams to check out what happens to the objects inside the space station when it begins.
Now, the way I'm going to demonstrate the acceleration that comes during the reboost is by using this camera. 800 millimeter lens, so it's pretty massive actually. And you can see I can float it here, and there's no reboost going on right now, so the camera's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to slowly drift due to the ventilation, or if I put any velocity into it, it'll drift out of the scene. But I'm going to try to hold it here steady, and you can see that it stays very steady. There's my camera. I'm setting it up for ignition. There it goes. It actually came a little bit early. Now watch the camera accelerate toward you. There it goes. I'm going to reach out and grab it and bring it back in the view here. And I'm holding it. I'm actually feeling the acceleration. I'm going to let go again. And here it goes. It's going to take off. I'll try not to let it hit you. Just going to miss you. Yeah, I'm going to let go now. And here I go, drifting back toward you again. So the acceleration applies to me too. Reached our 2.7 meters per second that we desired, and now if I let go of the camera, it's not going anywhere, so the burn is over. Reboost complete. We'll stay in orbit for a little while longer.
Can you use Newton's first law to explain why the camera began moving without an astronaut putting a force directly on it? I'm going to send you back to class so you can start to investigate this with the Classroom Connection found at nasa.gov/demonstrations. Thanks for exploring a little physics on the space station with us today. See you again soon.
Hi there. My name is Anne McLean, and I'm an astronaut who has lived and worked 250 miles above the Earth's surface on the International Space Station. Today we're going to be turning our eyes toward the moon and learning more about what causes the moon phases. But before we check out the moon phases, let's take a look at where the space station is compared to where we are on Earth and where the moon and the sun are. On Earth, you're only about 250 miles below the station. The moon, however, is located 238,855 miles on average from Earth. You could fit 30 Earths in that distance. When you think about how far away we are from you on the station versus how far away the moon is, the station is only a tiny bit closer to the moon than we are here on Earth. And that's only when the station is in orbit on the same side of Earth as the moon. So, the station is 250 miles away, the moon is 238,855 miles away, and the sun is approximately 92,900,000 miles away. That is quite the distance. Now that you know where you are relative to the station, moon, and the sun, let's talk about the moon phases. Now, when you're looking up at the moon from the Earth, you'll notice that it looks different from day to day. We call these differences the phases of the moon, and they cycle through every 30 days. Let's check out a demonstration of the moon phases here on the ground. We're going to pretend his head is Earth, letting him view the moon as you would from your home. The ball in their hand is going to represent the moon, and the light source is going to be our sun. Keep in mind that while the moon is orbiting Earth, Earth is also rotating on its axis and slowly orbiting the sun. Now, looking from our outsider perspective, we can see the moon is still whole the entire time it is orbiting around Earth, with the side facing the sun always illuminated and reflecting sunlight. Let's take a look at what he is seeing. As you can see in the photographs from Earth's view, the reflection of sunlight looks quite different from this angle, since we are only able to see parts of the reflected sunlight as the moon moves around Earth. This is what causes our moon phases, as the moon orbits around Earth every 30 days. There are names for each of the phases of the moon's 30-day cycle. When the moon looks completely dark, we're experiencing a new moon. This is the beginning of the 30-day cycle. It will move through a waxing crescent phase until it is a first quarter moon. From here, we will see a waxing gibbous until the moon appears fully illuminated. You might have heard this phase before. This is what we call a full moon. After this phase, the moon will go from a waning gibbous phase into a third quarter moon. After the third quarter moon, it will become a waning crescent until it returns to a new moon. On the space station, we see the same moon phases as we do on the Earth's surface. Since the space station is only 250 miles closer to the moon than we are here on the ground, astronauts on the station have the same perspective you have, but don't have the Earth's atmosphere in their way for photographs. Astronauts currently on the space station actually use the moon's phases to collect research that will help NASA with the Artemis program as we work to go forward to the moon with our astronauts by 2024. So, the next time you're outside, take a glance up at the moon to check out what phase it's in. Are you interested in seeing the space station fly by as well? Ask an adult to help you sign up for Spot the Station at spotthestation.nasa.gov. Thanks for learning with me today. See you next time.
Hey there, I'm NASA astronaut Ricky Arnold. Welcome aboard the International Space Station. Today we're going to talk about the Space Station truss. The truss segment is just about 100 meters from side to side.
A truss is a segment or part of the whole integrated truss structure. The trusses are used to support the 16 solar array panels, which provide energy for us, and radiators which get rid of excess heat that builds up inside the space station. The design of the truss involves triangles and beams, which can be seen on Earth in structures like bridges. Why triangles? Well, this is because of their unique geometric properties, their methods of transferring loads, and their spatial openness. Triangles are more rigid than rectangular shapes because they have fewer joints. The larger number of joints in a shape, the more prone that shape is to being impacted by shear forces.
What I'd like to talk a little bit about today is some of the forces that can act upon the truss. Well, the first force I want to talk about is compression force. And compression force is just like it sounds, two things coming together. So if we apply a compression force to the truss, what do you think is going to happen? Well, let me go ahead and do it. And you can see right here where the truss would bend. What do you think the opposite force of compression is? Yeah, it's going to be right. It's going to be pulling apart. We call that a tension force. And a tension force is what's going to help maybe even rigidize the truss segment, but it also could potentially pull it apart. I'm not going to pull apart this tape measure because we probably need it later for some work we have to do.
Now, if you look carefully, this next force I want to talk about
is basically kind of like a twisting force, and we call it torsion. And even when I just let go of the tape measure, you can see it will actually start to happen a little bit. You can start to see, because the center of mass is actually right here, where most of the tape measure is located, and when I let it go, the tape measure itself starts to twist just a little bit. Finally, the fourth force
that can act along a truss segment
is that can occur at a single point where two opposing forces work on a single point along the truss, just like they can upon the Earth's surface. Think about some earthquakes. You can have a plate that is, or along a fault line, where one side of the fault line is moving upward or being forced upward, while the other side is moving downward. And that force in one point in opposite directions is called a shear force. And we can also have that happen on the truss segment. Something like this.
One thing to think about, where do these forces come from?
One force, even though we're up here largely out of the Earth's atmosphere, we do still have drag with the Earth's atmosphere, which can impart loads on or impart a force on the truss segment. Another, I already hinted at earlier, is crew working inside. We're up here, we're exercising, we're moving really heavy pieces of equipment around. So we have an amazing engineering team on the ground, and we have specific disciplines that their job is to monitor all the forces imparted upon the International Space Station. They keep track of all those various forces I talked about and where they could be coming from, the atmosphere, visiting vehicles, or even things that the crew are doing inside the space station, and to make sure that those forces aren't significant enough to cause any damage to this wonderful laboratory and living space we have up here in low Earth orbit. Thanks so much for joining me today. We'll see you next time. So long. So we are standing in the Quest airlock, which is divided into two parts. We have the equipment lock and we have the crew lock. This equipment lock has a hatch right here that closes, and the crew lock has another hatch. The EMU, or the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, is our spacesuit, and it's divided roughly into two parts. We have the hard upper torso, which is almost like a turtle shell. It's a hard fiberglass shell, and then we also have the lower torso assembly. These spacesuits are our own little spacecraft, and they have everything you need to keep you alive out in space for 7 to 8 hours, maybe even longer, depending on how hard you're working. The only thing that they do not have, and they have radios, it has oxygen, it has carbon dioxide scrubbing, it has temperature control, it has everything you need except for one thing, a restroom. And so when we get ready for our EVA, the first thing we put on in the morning is a diaper. And That's our first layer. Then over the diaper we put on a pair of long johns, and that's to keep our arms and legs from getting scraped up. It also provides a little bit of wicking in case you're getting really hot and sweaty. The next layer is our liquid cooling garment. And the LCVG has little tubes running through it, which allow water to circulate inside the LCVG to provide cooling when we're outside working really hard. So we've got the diaper, we got long johns, we got the LCVG, and then we're going to wear our spacesuit. 7 layers from the bladder on the inside, which maintains pressure, and that's a rubberized bladder, all the way out to the white layer on the outside. The crew member inside the spacesuit is also wearing this, what we call a Snoopy cap. It's a communications cap. We have a radio, so we can talk to not only to Houston, but we can talk to people on the space station and to each other. So we wear this communication cap inside the helmet. Also, another key component of the EMU or a spacesuit is the helmet. You can see the helmet has a gold visor, which protects us from the rays of the sun that we can bring down. It's pretty bright out there, and this gold visor helps reflect the rays of the sun so we can actually see and operate in daylight. At nighttime, we can raise this visor up, gives us a clearer view, and additionally we have helmet lights built into the helmet. On top of the helmet, we also have a television camera, so the ground is able to watch us while we work through these TV cameras. The work is really all done with hands, and so our gloves are really our most important piece of equipment in order for us to work outside. And one of the real challenges of a spacewalk is you have this heavy gloved hand, which is inflated, so it wants to stay like it's blown up like a balloon. But we walk by grabbing onto handrails and making our way along the ISS. So every time you move your hand, you're fighting against a balloon that wants to inflate. And then on top of that, all of our equipment is based on using your hands too. So after 6.5, 7 hours of kind of fighting against this glove, it's a really long day, and your hands are probably the thing that are most exhausted after 7 hours out on an EVA. Well, we're going out to work. You probably saw me move this mini workstation. The way we carry our tools is on a mini workstation, which is carried on the front. Every single tool we use is tethered to us. We do not want to accidentally create satellites. Our primary way of remaining attached to the ISS, if we're not using our hands, are these waist tethers. And you can see they just have a big hook. They go around a rail or anything else on the ISS and latch on, and it actually has a locking mechanism as well to hold us nice and tight. So we always want to have one of these attached if we're not holding on with our hands as well. The back of the EMU has our life support system. The life support system contains all the equipment we need, from a UHF radio down to the oxygen tanks that provide primary oxygen. One of the challenges inside this sealed environment, it's very easy to carry our own oxygen with us, but we generate a lot of carbon dioxide, particularly when we're out there working very hard. So to combat that, to deal with that, we have these canisters called Medox canisters, which are just silver oxide. They are carried in the backpack along with a very large battery, which provides all the electricity for us. I don't have a battery here to show you today because we're in the process of charging them. We're about a month out from doing a spacewalk, and we've already started getting ready for that. So this Medox canister is able to remove about 7 to 8 hours of carbon dioxide that a human can generate inside the spacesuit. EVAs have allowed us to build and maintain the ISS, repair mission-critical hardware, investigate malfunctions, install new hardware, and the view, unbelievable. See you next time. Hi, my name is Ricky Arnold on the International Space Station. We get asked a lot, how do we sleep in space? And it's a great question because we all know how important a good night's sleep is. If you're not getting a good night's sleep, you can count on reduced cognitive function, poorer reaction times, and maybe just being a little grumpy. And up here in space, just like on Earth, those are things we all want to avoid. So, we go around the Earth about every 90 minutes, which means we get 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So how we sleep is a really good question, because the sun's always getting ready to come up or it's getting ready to set, and we use those cues on Earth to let us know when it's time to begin our day and when it's time to end our day.
Ricky is talking about circadian rhythm. It's the body's natural regulator for sleep and wake cycles based on a 24-hour schedule. Those 16 sunrises and sunsets he mentioned can cause circadian misalignment and sleep deficiencies during long-duration spaceflight. The hazards of lost sleep can range from poor attention at school to on-the-job errors to long-term sleep loss, even chronic disease. Sleep is super important. Hey Ricky, what are you doing on the space station to get some sleep?
Well, here in space, we kind of have to do it artificially. So we have these nice crew quarters. It's about the size of a refrigerator. It's very quiet. The space station can be a little noisy, but it's very quiet in here. And we can control light with a light switch. If we are just middle of the day, we have a light like you're seeing right now, which is just this kind of standard lighting. It's getting close to the end of the evening. You want to dim the light a little bit, kind of for the end of the evening. Or if you're going to be up late and you need to keep awake, we have a really bright light setting. The other thing we have is off. You see how dark it got. Another challenge sleeping on the International Space Station, sleeping in microgravity is really nice because you can just float and stretch out and it's really comfortable. The problem is with the air currents in the International Space Station, you could very well float into a piece of hardware and hit your head, or worse yet, even break something. So we got our sleeping bag here, just almost like a sleeping bag on Earth. But as you can see, we have bungee cords that help hold us up against the wall, so I almost sleep standing up. And also, I do have a pillow. It's just a bag full of clothes, but I actually keep it up on the top of my head because I'm a little tall. In the crew quarters, I tend to hit my head on the ceiling when I'm sleeping. So I got my sleeping bag here. I got my bungee cords to hold me in. And then when it's time to go to bed, it's quite easy. Just unzip the sleeping bag, climb on under the bungee cord, climb into the sleeping bag, make sure you're nice and secure, zip yourself up, plan on getting a good night's sleep so I have good reaction times, my cognitive ability is what it should be, and that I'm not grumpy in the morning. So with that, I'm all set. Good night from the ISS. Hi, welcome aboard the International Space Station. I'm astronaut Ricky Arnold, and I'm currently at one of our human research facilities on ISS, where you can see centrifuges, laptops, and other scientific equipment. Across from me is another one of these experiment racks, where you can see ultrasound imaging, more laptops, cameras, other equipment, all stuff that requires electrical power. In fact, we have so much equipment for science and life support that our electrical system has about 8 miles or 13 kilometers of wiring to make it all work. So where does this energy come from? Let's have a look. From here in the cupola and through other windows, you can easily see the solar arrays soaking in the sunlight. They are massive. These 4 solar arrays are made of solar cells, which are purified chunks of the element silicon. Together, the solar arrays contain a total of 262,400 solar cells and cover an area of about 27,000 square feet, more than half the area of a football field. That's huge. When the station is in sunlight, the solar arrays produce about 60% more power than we actually need during the daytime. That extra power goes directly to charging our lithium-ion batteries. Now, those batteries are essential because they provide the power we need during the 16 night times we have per day here on the space station. The energy our solar arrays can produce is enough to power 40 homes, and we can maximize the power we generate by rotating the arrays in 2 axes, one like a windmill to track the sun through the course of the day, the other to track the sun's inclination, or its angle in the sky. The space station's electrical power system uses direct current to provide energy for our laptops, lights, water recovery system, and science experiments. Thanks for coming aboard today. Now back to Earth.
It's a new era of pioneers, star sailors, thinkers, and adventurers.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Let's go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the material to pursue the exploration of the universe.
Galileo certainly was the most problem-plagued interplanetary project ever.
We had this spacecraft that we couldn't touch. It was so far away, and it had such spacecraft that we couldn't touch. It was so far away, and it had such a huge hardware problem.
We had problems with trajectory. We had anomalies in flight that we had to work through. We had this high-gain antenna failure. We had the tape recorder. All throughout, we had one adversity after another.
We knew that at every encounter, something was going to happen.
We were scared. We were scared of that radiation environment. We were scared that the spacecraft would undergo multiple faults and just would never come back.
It's sort of like when you go through fire, you come out strong.
It brought the team together, though. It brought out the best in us. There was a heroic effort to salvage Galileo. We did remote telesurgery from 500 million miles away.
And so for me, it's just this story of hope and ingenuity.
We don't have a can-do attitude. We have a will-do attitude, and we will find a way to get this beast to work.
By the late 1980s, an armada of NASA spacecraft was sailing across the solar system. Two of the most distant were the Voyagers. Their reconnaissance of the outer planets had set the stage for the first orbiting missions to Jupiter and Saturn that would also be built and flown by NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. The first to fly was Galileo, destined for Jupiter. If any spacecraft could be said to have had 9 lives, it was this mission. More than once, Galileo barely survived the budget axe. After the loss of the Space Shuttle Challenger, Galileo was stowed away, mothballed for 3.5 years. The mission endured a court battle and protests over Galileo's 50 pounds of plutonium carried on board as its power source.
We have a goal for main engine start.
Another challenge was NASA's policy requiring Galileo to be deployed from the shuttle.
The spacecraft is stable. Galileo is on its way to another world. It's in the hands of the best flight controllers in this world. Fly safe.
Galileo's post-shuttle deployment rocket lacked the power to travel to Jupiter directly. To gain enough acceleration, JPL navigators cleverly charted out a gravity assist at Venus and 2 by Earth. That meant that Galileo would have to start off headed in the opposite direction from its intended destination. To reach the giant planet in this way would take 6 years. The 2 Voyager brief encounters with the planet's innermost moons had already revealed a surprising amount of diversity that scientists were eager to explore further. And then there was Jupiter itself. Understanding how it had formed might hold clues as to how the entire solar system came into being. But after the first Earth flyby, Galileo had its first crisis. The spacecraft's main antenna had refused to deploy, putting the entire mission in jeopardy.
We have overwhelming evidence that the flight antenna is in this configuration. We had 3 stuck ribs on the one side that we just couldn't get out of the sockets.
That was a big deal. It looked like things were over. I mean, we're going down from a 10-foot antenna to something the size of a coffee can, and we got no idea how we can send down the data that we wanted to send down. Until we started working the problem.
First, it's try it again, try it harder, hit it a few times, and then people started going with the wild ideas of, hey, let's turn it away from the sun and cool it down. And let's put the sun right on the antenna and see if we can warm it up. So we had years of doing these warming and cooling turns and trying out things.
Nothing worked. In desperation, there began a search for a different kind of solution, one based not on hardware, but software.
The mainstream activity at that point were people who were concerned with, okay, the antenna didn't open, let's make it open. I had a different view of this. Everything on a spacecraft works except for the antenna. Is there some way we can do this mission without that antenna? Because everything else is fine. And we just started brainstorming. Now, I have to understand Galileo was old technology when it launches. The microprocessors on board Galileo were of the same vintage that were used in the very first generation arcade games like Pong. We essentially completely reprogrammed the spacecraft. That put on board the new error-correcting codes, the data compression algorithm, something we call packet telemetry, optimized receivers, arrayed antennas. We allowed the spacecraft to change the data rate that it would transmit with as a function of time.
This software transformation was likened to a complete brain transplant, performed at a distance of 400 million miles.
So what we'll do is we'll load these extended memories first, and then we'll switch over to operate on them. Again, I'm simplifying a little bit. Then we'll copy.
It wasn't a solution, it was many solutions. I mean, there were solutions in the spacecraft software, there were solutions in the instrument software.
Then we'll copy into the standard memory the new flight software, and then we'll...
It was an incredible learning experience for me to go through this process, to see how people can be so responsive and creative in the face of a serious anomaly.
We are working both of these issues in all of our...
The solution required using the spacecraft's less powerful low-gain antenna that was working to slowly transmit data. Data that first had to be stored on what was even then old technology. A reel-to-reel recorder. All hope rested on these thin layers of magnetic tape.
All of the team, the family, never quit. It was very difficult to get Galileo going, and there could have been a lot of infighting. Well, if we can't get all of this, I'm going to get my piece of that. But everybody hung together, they didn't quit, and it worked.
The antenna crisis, and others that would follow, brought the Galileo team together in a way that made them feel like a family.
The antenna opener, or AO as the engineers called it, was rejected early on in the project's history because of its...
And believing it better to laugh than cry, they found a way in private to make light of their travails.
One of our prime targets, of course, was management. And it was a way of letting off steam and, sort of cementing personal relationships throughout by exaggerating a little bit
I'm here with Galileo project manager, who's reporting on plans for cold turn number 23. Sir, could you give us your assessment of the chances you'll get the antenna open this time?
This time we're sure that the chances are pretty good that we think we know, probabilistically at least, that it's not expected that we won't fail to better understand the problem successfully. Now let me show you a few.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now let's hear from our spacecraft directly.
All of us would contribute to writing songs, and the reason it was so important to us is because it was very cathartic to sit there and, figure out how to make our struggles into, some funny song parody.
Well, bless my soul, what's wrong with me? Just 3 of my ribs, just a handful free. The brackets got a little bit snug on them pins. I'm all hung up. Yeah.
And so we ended up calling ourselves the Galileo Not Ready for Real-Time Players.
I flew past Earth and it felt so fine. Better than a ride in a bumpy truck with them pins.
It really was a great stress reliever because we made fun of everybody and everything.
Talk like that don't ease my mind. Gotta get some sun where the sun don't shine.
Our number one goal was to be as funny as we possibly could. Musicality was really a tertiary concern.
Despite Galileo's lack of a main antenna, the spacecraft was already making science history. The initial flyby of Earth also provided the first global portrait of our planet in motion.
So, after the first Earth gravity assist, we took an image with our camera every minute for 24 hours so we could make a first ever color movie of the Earth making a full rotation on its axis.
Images of the backside of our moon confirmed the presence of an enormous impact basin, a discovery that hinted of surprises to come. Next came the first ever encounter with an asteroid.
We don't know what an asteroid looks like. We have a lot of guesses. A lot of them are probably wrong. So they were interesting bodies we didn't know much about, and we were flying right through there. Now, this scared the heck out of the engineers. Through the asteroid belt, that's got to be lots of dust there, and you're going to run into things. It turns out the asteroid belt in between where the asteroids are is fairly clean. But right around an asteroid where you want to fly if it's interesting, the asteroid has some gravity, and you might have a little dust cloud hanging around it.
The worry was real, for colliding with even a small particle might cause serious damage to the spacecraft. Galileo was kept a safe distance of 1,000 miles away as it flew by asteroid Gaspra and gave the world the first ever image of an asteroid. Next came the second flyby of Earth, followed by another asteroid encounter that came close to being called off.
As we were approaching Ida, I had the occasion to be on the graveyard shift, and as soon as I got into my seat, one of the temperature monitors went into alarms on one of the science instruments. Didn't know why. So I called Bill O'Neill, who came in, and I'll always remember this. He sat down to the conference room table and pulled out a jar of instant coffee and a bottle of Pepto-Bismol.
The temperature alarm was solved. But next, Galileo's inertial pointing mode, used to keep the spacecraft oriented in the right direction, malfunctioned. Not understanding the reason why, some team members saw more risk than benefit in recording measurements during the flyby. But not everyone.
We didn't know what the problem was, but we knew that we could do the flyby. We could still point the scan platform and all the instruments using just the star tracker. And the attitude control people are like, come on, we can do this.
Asteroid Ida turned out to be twice as large as Gaspra, stretching over 30 miles in length and estimated to be 1 billion years old. And scientists were delighted to discover a new first. Circling the asteroid was its own tiny moon. After leaving the asteroid belt behind, Galileo took part in an experiment to detect gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of space-time predicted by Einstein. Nothing was seen, but the elusive waves would turn out to be very real when they were detected 21 years later. Next, out of the blue came an extraordinary opportunity. Because of its position, Galileo would have the only ringside seat to directly witness fragments of a comet colliding with Jupiter.
This is a totally new event. For the first time in the history of civilization, we are seeing an impact of a comet into a planet. The importance of the Galileo mission, you just can't say too much about it. It is the only spacecraft that both has an operating camera and that is going to be able to see the impacts directly.
The comet, originally a mile wide, was torn into pieces by the force of Jupiter's gravity. And now all those fragments were about to slam into the gas giant in a series of spectacular explosions. Over the course of 6 days, the fragments, one after another, plowed into Jupiter's southern hemisphere, exploding into massive fireballs, rising upwards more than 1,000 miles. The energy of one fragment alone was the equivalent of 6 million megatons of TNT, hundreds of times more powerful than the combined energy of all of the world's nuclear weapons.
My first thought was disbelief. This was such a complicated process. I thought the chances of actually capturing the right moment with enough information to actually record the energy coming from these things wasn't all that high. And I was just amazed at all this complicated planning and jiggling of times and this, that, and the other, and the things that had to go on to get the data back had actually worked. So I was just amazed.
Galileo's images were key to determining the force of the collisions, while the aftermath of the impacts was captured by the Hubble Space Telescope and Earth-based observatories. The Hubble images revealed vast dark blotches stretching across thousands of miles. It was a sobering reminder of the kind of cataclysmic violence that occurred during the early formation of the solar system, and that is still possible in our own time. Galileo was also carrying a passenger, a probe designed by NASA's Ames Research Center and built by Hughes Aircraft. The probe was designed to separate from the mothership 5 months before Galileo's arrival at Jupiter. It would then freefall for 50 million miles on what would have to be a precise and no second chance trajectory to reach Jupiter. If all went well with the navigation, the probe would then slam into the planet at over 100,000 miles per hour. The highest impact speed ever attempted by a human-made object. The angle of the entry had to be near perfect also. Too steep and the probe would be incinerated. Too shallow, it would bounce off Jupiter's atmosphere like a stone skipping across a cosmic pond. 2 minutes into descent, the probe's speed would be reduced to just 1,000 miles per hour, slow enough for a parachute to deploy. From this point on, the probe would attempt to determine Jupiter's chemical makeup, measure the planet's temperatures, winds, and atmospheric pressures, and listen for sounds of lightning. An hour later, having descended just 400 miles into an atmosphere 3,000 miles deep, the probe would be vaporized.
This is the first time we've ever gone and directly sampled the atmosphere of one of the outer gas giant planets. So the sort of information that we get from this probe mission is unprecedented. This is the most difficult atmospheric entry that's ever been attempted.
The release went off as planned. A set of springs gently pushed the probe away and towards Jupiter in the far distance. Whether on the right trajectory or not, no one would know until arrival day. Nor would there be any information about the probe's health. To save its battery, the probe would have to coast in deep sleep and radio silence. An internal timer would awaken the probe just before its jarring encounter. Despite the uncertainties, rather than fret on the eve of release, friends, family, and mission members gathered again in JPL's auditorium to learn the latest on the mission.
Okay, good evening. We're going to start the program now. I hope you guys in the back.
And to hear, as was by now the tradition, from the not ready for real-time players. Though still millions of miles away, Jupiter was already making its presence known. Galileo found itself plowing through an interplanetary dust storm. For weeks, the spacecraft was bombarded by thousands of electrically charged particles scientists thought must be coming from somewhere in the Jovian system. 2 months before arrival, Jupiter could be seen in the far distance, close enough for Galileo to take pictures of the planet to share with the world. As planned, the images were stored on the reel-to-reel tape recorder, but after sending a command to begin playback, the Galileo team was shocked to discover that the tape recorder had been stuck in rewind for 15 hours.
It was one of the darkest days on the project. There were resumes flying off the printers, and we just thought the mission's over. We couldn't get one picture back from Jupiter without a high-gain antenna and without a working tape recorder.
When we had built our primary mission, now on this tape recorder, that had to be the low point. It was within a day or so that we determined that we hadn't, in fact, broken the tape, and we probably could recover it. And I think it was about a week before we actually moved it. But what a relief that was. Of course, we're delighted that the tape recorder is not broken. What we don't know is just how operable it is.
The engineers cleverly figured out that the lubricant on the tape may have just gotten sort of old and sticky, and if they, as the tape recorder is running forward, once it stopped, it would get sticky and it wouldn't be able to go forward again. But if they backed it up a little bit, they could then get it going again forward. So we had to redesign the way we were laying down our data on the tape, and we had to allow for that backup and forward motion. So we had a lot of challenges, but we managed to get through them.
Leslie Tampari joined the mission as a graduate student, pursuing a PhD about Jupiter's inner moon Io. Because of Io's intense radiation, there would be only one chance to collect data there during the prime mission. But the tape recorder crisis put an end to those plans.
We must avoid any unnecessary use of that tape recorder until we record the probe data, because there's only one chance to do that. There's never another chance to get probe data after this essentially suicide mission of the probe into Jupiter. I made that decision without having a meeting of the project science group and asking them all for their input. Well, these were tough times, and the clock was running. And I didn't need a lot of discussion and a lot of their input, because the buck stops here, and this is what we're going to do.
So as a result of that, I lost my PhD thesis. And so then I had to start over from scratch.
Tampari would go on to earn her PhD, though the topic would be about Mars. Her experience was one more example of how engineers, scientists, and even a graduate student would have to adjust to Galileo's unexpected, but certain to occur, twists and turns. Jupiter is immense, a world large enough to contain more than 1,000 Earths. Yet it has the shortest day of all the planets, just 10 hours. This extreme rotation speed helps to explain Jupiter's complex and ever-moving tapestry of cloud bands and giant storms, as well as the planet's deadly radiation, a place where not even machines can survive for long.
We don't ever experience that here on Earth, except as the result of like a nuclear weapons explosion or a nuclear meltdown. It's created because particles come off of Io and get ionized and spun up by Jupiter's magnetic field, and so these very, very fast-moving ionized particles constitute radiation, and they're incredibly destructive to living tissue. They go through your body like a bullet. They're very hard on electronics, as we found out.
Galileo was now on final approach after a journey of 2.5 billion miles. To be captured into orbit, the spacecraft would be flying close to the planet and Io, taking on the heaviest dose of radiation expected during the entire mission. A great worry was knowing that energized particles might penetrate the spacecraft, causing any number of computer sequences to crash. All of the science data from the probe might be lost, or the main engine needed to go into orbit might not fire.
This was a risky thing. This is one of the riskiest things that Galileo was going to do. So I think people were, in some cases, almost terrified.
The greatest stress, of course, as we were planning for arrival at Jupiter was the new software going to get there? Was it going to work? It was very long nights staying at work until 3 in the morning or whatever, running tests in the test bed, and just, not a lot of sleep. I mean, everything was riding on this. I mean, it all had to work.
December 7th, 1995 was arrival day. At JPL, the press, accustomed to Voyager's encounters, was out in full force. They would be busy reporting on whether the probe survived atmospheric entry, and if so, would Galileo be successful in capturing the probe's precious data? And then, would the main engine fire to put the spacecraft into orbit? One critical event would follow another, and yet, while this would be the mission's busiest day, there was actually very little anyone could do.
On the day itself, it's all pre-canned, it's loaded in spacecraft memory. There's nothing we can do about it. If we find out that something is not going to work, it's going to be 45 minutes getting the signal from the spacecraft saying help back to the Earth, us looking at that data, scratching our heads, figuring out what's wrong, figuring out what to do to correct it, and then it would be another 45 minutes getting a signal back to the spacecraft, and an hour and a half later, it's too late to do anything. There was nothing we could do except twiddle our thumbs and sweat and chew antacids.
And unlike Voyager encounters, there would be no images to see in real time. The most the overflow crowd of guests could expect would be to know they would be the first to hear of Galileo's success or failure.
Everybody really wanted to find out as soon as possible whether the probe had worked. The mission design people actually figured out a way to get 1 bit back. We were all waiting for 1 ping.
The Galileo orbiter is a mere 1.5 Jupiter radii away from the planet and has just reached its closest approach.
Galileo was kind of an odd event in that we were used to this giant picture show with Voyager. And because of the antenna problems we had on Galileo, we knew it was going to be very, very restricted. We had all these people there to host, and we had to kind of fill in, give them something.
Okay, anything going on at the MSA yet? We can look at that again. They're still very, very patient. And hopefully later on in the day, people will be cheering, but maybe not.
We had people in a fishbowl, basically, or an aquarium. There was a glass window, and they were enclosed in this box. And in those days, we had no live audio. We'd actually call them up on the phone, and they talked to us over a phone. It was a really kind of a crazy way to do that.
We're listening, and we're watching, and
there's the man.
I'm
Come
sweating.
On, Bill. Do your stuff.
We put our management in a room where they weren't supposed to be bugging us. I see the data come down. Some of us are like, yes, this looks good, but don't react. We're very much told, don't react on camera, you know.
Right, right.
It's just the same.
Oh, there's applause.
Yes, confirmed, 693.
All right, we got it.
Telemetry lock on the Probe 6.
All right, we have confirmation of telemetry lock. Everybody's... Wow, this is great.
I've never seen so much yelling and screaming over just 1 bit of data.
The probe made it. The probe survived its fiery entry into Jupiter's atmosphere. One enormous thing down today, and 1 more to go. Hi, Bill. Give us a wave, and what's happening?
We're having a great time here. I want to welcome everyone to the guest operations about to witness with us the momentous event of the first spacecraft going into orbit about Jupiter. And we are just ecstatic already because we have confirmed that indeed the probe was successful. We're just about completed with the spin-up maneuver preparatory to lighting the main engine.
It's a 49-minute burn, but I mean, if we burn for 40 minutes, would we still be happy?
There's not a lot of leeway, and if we burned for 40 minutes and stopped, we wouldn't be very happy. The consequences of it not working right were catastrophic to the mission. If we didn't get the burn off completed within just about exactly the right time, then we would have just gone flying on by Jupiter and out into a solar orbit and been out there forever and no Galileo mission.
Another hour of nervous watching and waiting would have to go by before it would be known whether Galileo would become Jupiter's first orbiting spacecraft. The time was used to hear from one of the mission's most influential supporters.
Carl, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Another encounter?
Another encounter.
Another notch in your belt.
Well, another great encounter. And I'm just so glad that after all these perils of Pauline that the entry probe entered, that the tape recorder is recording, that the burn to achieve orbital insertion is burning. All that's just terrific good news.
And he was a real mover and shaker in Washington and in the science community and in many, many communities to make Galileo happen.
We'll have actual data, hands-on data. I mean, it's really epical in the history of planetary exploration. The whole mission is.
Let's go around to the lab and see how people are reacting, waiting for the news. This is Von Karman Auditorium, and people are patiently waiting for the engine cutoff. Again, the final moment. We got something. We got an engine cutoff.
The day of arrival, all the events of the day of arrival, all rolled into one. I mean, that was the absolute ultimate. That was spectacular, that everything worked properly.
And it is my distinct pleasure to declare not only are we in orbit, but we're in a very good orbit.
Galileo certainly was the most problem-plagued interplanetary project ever. And we dealt with them all. And I guess we got our reward, because on the day of arrival, everything clicked.
A lot of the questions we get are, is Galileo going to search for life? What are the prospects of life in the Jovian system? And maybe you can give us a little bit of a perspective on that.
Where might we look? The possible subsurface ocean of Europa is a very interesting environment. If there's liquid water, while we're not going to send some part of Galileo down subsurface, there's a very good chance of elucidating much better our knowledge of what's happening on Europa.
The bittersweet part of that is that Carl passed away about a year later. And that was one of the last times, it was the last time, I guess, he was at JPL.
Galileo is going to do wonders. And in just this last few months, there has been a credible announcement of a discovery of another Jupiter-like planet around a very different star, 51 Pegasi.
That's right.
And so what we're doing here is not just studying the Jupiter in our system, but in a certain sense, the whole category of Jupiters, of which, if the 51 Pegasi discovery is right, there must be an enormous number around nearby stars. So there's a whole new genre, category of things to explore. It's an epochal time in the history of human exploration.
Soon after orbit insertion, Galileo began transmitting back probe data that scientists had long hoped to have.
Now, why do we want to go to Jupiter? Because it tells us how the sun and planets formed from the early solar nebula, the original gas and dust cloud from which all the planets formed. Probably you all know that Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. The analogy I always like to make is that if you took a tomato, we sort of sampled the skin of the tomato, but we learned some very important things.
The findings were, as described in the NASA press release, startling, as they ran counter and at times contradicted some long-held assumptions.
And this arrow points to the probe entry site.
Instead of a distinct three-tiered cloud structure, there was only one. Temperatures were higher than projected, and winds were clocked at twice the anticipated speed. An expected swarm of super bolts of lightning went missing, except for a single horizontal line in an upper latitude of the planet.
There was almost no lightning occurring down anywhere else on the planet.
Nor did Jupiter's chemical composition match that of the Sun, as was assumed.
But what we found out from Galileo is that's not really the case.
The most puzzling finding, though, was the lack of H2O.
So that's been a major surprise, that the amount of water is so depleted. And that's really hard to understand. As it turned out, what happened is we probably went down into a feature that looks very much like this. This is probably a hole in the upper cloud layers of Jupiter. And what we're looking at here is what's called, quote, a hotspot. The clouds that we experienced there are not typical of Jupiter as a planet. That was sort of a minus.
The probe had descended through an area lacking in clouds. Scientists called it a meteorological anomaly, a way of saying the probe had, by chance, hit a dry hole, representing just 1% of Jupiter's atmospheric possibilities. It led one scientist to quip, "We need more probes." Meanwhile, Galileo was in the midst of its first and longest orbit of the entire mission. Up next was the first encounter with Ganymede. Ganymede is the largest moon in the solar system. If it circled the Sun instead of Jupiter, we would call it a planet. The Voyagers had shown it to be a world of rock and ice with a surface hinting of a complex and ancient tectonic history. Not much more was known.
I'm happy to report that at this time, all engineering subsystems on the spacecraft are nominal and operating as expected. To give you
It was so interesting because it was my first flight project.
Galileo is currently 27,300 kilometers from Ganymede.
The atmosphere was just intense, and I loved it, and I thought it was always like this.
So all is well, and we're looking forward to some great science data. Thank you.
Playback some science, you're the playback man. Playback an image tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for some Ganymede news, and we're willing to wait here all night. Oh, it's 9 o'clock in the USA. We've been sending this image since 3. Just wipe off that frown, let's go down to the ground. Cause she knows that drinks are on me.
We had some major surprises almost off the bat. We got images of the surface at high resolution. We found that it had distinctly different types of terrain, some of it very young geologically with very few craters on it, but lots of ridges and cracks on it. From the beginning, one of its objectives was to look for magnetic fields in these moons. The theory says, well, probably, it's not a huge rocky object, probably not hot inside, so it's probably not producing a hot molten core like the Earth to produce a dynamo effect. Ganymede had a magnetic field.
Ganymede is the only moon in the solar system known to have a magnetosphere, and measurements of it raised a tantalizing possibility: a liquid ocean under Ganymede's crust. Today, the question is not whether, but how much water lies beneath its surface. The flyby of Ganymede further reduced the length of Galileo's follow-on orbits. It was one element in a vast web of trajectories designed by JPL navigators. Time and again, they charted plots that would send Galileo skimming daringly close to the surface of a moon. The force of its gravity would be used to hurl the spacecraft towards its next intended target, all with exquisite precision. Rightly proud of their accomplishments, these mathematical wizards were known to literally dress for the part. It was another moment of levity employed to cope with the seriousness of their task. From now on, encounters would be occurring far faster, one after the other, leaving the entire team with little time to regroup. On the third orbit, the main target was Callisto. Here may be the oldest landscape in the solar system, a surface 4 billion years old and littered with scars left by tens of thousands of impacts.
Callisto, very ancient surface, and once again we had a surprise. It wasn't just ancient and cratered, the whole surface seemed to be kind of buried in dark rubble, and no evidence of a magnetic field there either.
The Callisto flyby also marked the mission's first use of a technique of lashing together an intercontinental network of giant antennas. Listening in this way, the amount of data that could be captured was increased by a factor of 10.
When your antenna has gone from a pipe to a little straw, they were constantly thinking of new ways to do things, and it rippled into every part of the operations. And that's when I first learned that when things go wrong, you also have an opportunity to fix them.
And things did continue to go wrong, often causing Galileo to go into safing, a pre-programmed response when the spacecraft senses something is amiss. The spacecraft automatically shuts down all non-essential functions and then phones home, asking ground controllers for help.
Galileo seemed to be in safing all the time. One of the big challenges there, it was a spun-despun spacecraft. So the top half spun at 3 revolutions per minute and the bottom half with the cameras was fixed. Trying to communicate from the spun section to the despun section, we had to go across a slip ring, which is kind of like a steel wool electric connection. And we found that the slip ring generated debris which caused shorts all the time.
The team could also count on safings due to radiation.
Almost the only way you can explore these inner moons in a highly toxic radiation environment, you have to limit your exposure. Go in and come back out. Go in and come back out.
Each new orbit added to the accumulation of radiation exposure. Just how much the spacecraft could withstand before its electronics would fry and cease to work, no one knew. And where scientists most wanted to go was in close to Jupiter, to places like Io, where radiation was most dangerous. But the risk was worth it, for what Galileo witnessed at Io is almost hard to imagine. Here is a place where hundreds of volcanoes are constantly erupting. These fireworks are due to Io's location. It is caught in a tug-of-war between Jupiter, Europa, and Ganymede. This back-and-forth gravitational pull distorts Io's shape, causing extreme heating in the moon's interior. Unable to contain itself, Io erupts with massive walls of lava and plumes shooting upwards into space.
We flew by Io, and we were expecting to fly by one volcanic plume from the volcano Chvasta that we knew about from a previous orbit.
And we realized that the next flyby, the spacecraft was going to go through the edges of that plume. And what we didn't know was that before that next flyby, another volcano erupted, had a gigantic plume, 500 kilometers high. And Galileo went right through it. So with Io, it was difficult to plan because you might plan to avoid one volcanic plume, but you didn't know you were going to fly through another one that had never been seen before.
Jupiter is surrounded by a constellation of 79 known moons. Of them all, Europa has been the most intriguing, dating back to the time when Voyager 1 took this image from 1.5 million miles away in 1979. Here appeared to be an unusually smooth and young surface, devoid of craters. Voyager 2 traveled closer and was able to make out a patchwork of crisscrossing linear structures. Galileo's images would be even more detailed and far more revealing.
Europa was, I think, anybody's superstar of the Galileo mission. Just the first couple of encounters with Europa with Galileo just kind of blew us away.
We found a region where it looked like pieces had broken off, like an iceberg, and drifts in a watery body and twists. People who study the Arctic recognize some of these floating patterns as clearly an area where the underneath was liquid.
Some of these rafts of ice were the size of cities. There were also indications of ice flows and the possibility that water had even flowed on the surface, all pointing to the existence of a subsurface ocean.
The magnetometer came through with the final piece of data that really nailed the ocean model. It was responding exactly as if you had a big shell of salty water.
Europa, about the size of our own moon, may hold more salty water than all of Earth's oceans combined. What had once been only speculation was now deemed worthy of serious consideration. Is Europa a place where life could, or does, exist? Ironically, the question was the beginning of Galileo's demise.
So we came up with the plan to basically ram it into Jupiter and sterilize it with the energy of the impact. It's something that I still second-guess myself about, was there another way? But the problem was, the vehicle was getting old. It was having failures, and we couldn't wait too long or we lose the opportunity. So we tried to figure out the perfect time to do it. And I guess we may have been a little conservative, but not by much.
With its fuel tank nearly empty, and knowing the spacecraft could possibly have on board microscopic life from Earth, Galileo was put on a collision course with Jupiter to eliminate any chance of colliding with Europa.
Hello everyone, we'd like to welcome you to live NASA TV coverage of Galileo's grand finale. With me right now is Claudia Alexander. She is the 7th and final program manager of Galileo. We have a display right now that can actually explain what's taking place. Can you go to that right now and explain?
Yes, what we want to know, of course, is what's happening with the spacecraft. What's going on? You'll see that we've passed most of the major moons. We've passed Io, and we have passed the moons Phoebe, and we're actually going past the moon Amalthea at this moment. And believe it or not, folks, we are still collecting science data, and I am absolutely thrilled about that. We're still clicking along. And we're still doing it, so, you know, go Galileo, go.
It was very sad. Trying to keep this spacecraft alive, day after day after day, doing everything we can to keep it going and keep it going. And now we know that we have deliberately told it to take a dive into Jupiter and evaporate and never be seen again. But it's also very joyful because we know we can look back at an amazing mission.
Among Galileo's firsts was delivering a probe to measure Jupiter's atmosphere. Galileo was also the first to conduct long-term observations of the Jovian system, finding evidence of subsurface water on Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, while adding new knowledge about Io, the most volcanically active place in the solar system. Galileo was also the first to fly by an asteroid, the first to discover a moon of an asteroid, and the first to see a comet hit a planet. Galileo's legacy, though, is as much about endurance as science. It is a story of a spacecraft and its team of engineers and scientists who faced adversities and overcame them through stubborn determination and extraordinary dedication.
We all still talk about Galileo with a smile on our face. And I think of it as, you know, it's like your first love, you know, and, you know, I use your first love and your first child, and there's just sense of all of these great people.
When you think about the spacecraft itself, it might be tempting to think of the pieces of metal that are its constituent parts. But for me, the ideas that it has given us will remain, and follow-up ideas, what we want to do now that we know so much from the mission, will be its legacy. So for me, the mission is much more than steel and titanium.
So the final moments, there's a small group of us sitting in the main control room at JPL here and watching the radio signal as it finally vanishes. There were a couple of people who were crying. I remember Claudia Alexander, who is not with us anymore, was standing right there, and she just reached over and gave me a great big hug.
We are now less than a minute away from the end of mission. They are counting down here in spaceflight operations. A final moment in the great mission, Galileo is gone.
Mixed emotions. Sad to know that we won't be getting back together much as a project and seeing the people again, because these people have become our family. We care about each other. We've seen marriages and children and divorces and deaths. These people are incredibly important to you. And it's sad that you won't be sharing these experiences anymore with them and getting together and writing clever songs to poke fun at the next thing that comes along.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues, and welcome to the first annual farewell performance of the Not Ready for Real-Time Players.
In Von Karman, we got up there, and I know I broke down in the middle of that. I think I'm starting to do that now, just remembering it.
NASA celebrates LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
An idea born in unsettled times.
We are going forward. America, the United States, is first in space.
Becomes a feat of engineering excellence. The most complex machine ever built to bring humans to and from space.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
And eventually construct the next stop on the road to space exploration.
We are on a true spaceship now.
As 30 years of flight draw to a close, its legacy is one of unsurpassed achievement, tragedy overcome, and opportunity met. NASA Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle Endeavour is rolling out to Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. In 24 missions, flown over 20 years, Endeavour has logged more than 103 million miles in space. The last of NASA's shuttles to be built, Endeavour prepares for her final flight, STS-134.
I marvel at when I see the space shuttle up close and personal, behind the panels where we have hardware, plumbing, black boxes, electronic devices, and that sort of thing. The workmanship that I see in this is astounding. And that points right at the people that do this. When you integrate all that together, it results in what I think has been a marvelous program with a space shuttle.
Well before any shuttle reaches the launch pad, however, a staggering amount of work is required. The parts, plans, and people necessary to make each launch span the entire nation. One single goal is the focus: the safety of the orbiter and her crew.
You've got all these people, all these folks that are in their 20s, some of them in their 30s, and they are, no kidding, in charge of some part of the space shuttle, some part of the space station, or some part of the plan. And every one of those people absolutely believes that they are the one that makes the difference on getting those astronauts back down to the ground alive.
At NASA's Mission Assembly Facility in New Orleans, production begins on the shuttle's external fuel tank. The last of 136 produced here since 1973. Each one 154 feet tall and 27.6 feet around, is capable of handling 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen, enough to fill 13,375 average household bathtubs. 3 versions of the external tank were created during the program in an effort to reduce the tank's overall weight and allow for heavier shuttle payloads. Around the same time, in Clearfield, Utah, technicians at ATK Launch Systems start work on the shuttle system's solid rocket motors, or boosters.
Fire.
Together, these SRBs produce nearly 6 million pounds of thrust, about 83% of the thrust needed to push the orbiter into space. The remaining 17% is furnished by the shuttle's 3 main engines, fueled by the external tank. Unlike the orange external tank that is used only once, the boosters detach themselves and parachute into the Atlantic Ocean. They are then retrieved, refurbished, and reused on later missions. The shuttle mission's crew is assigned.
Folks on there that are like my brothers and sisters. I mean, we really do get close after a year of training for a flight and having flown in space together. And there's a special bond that comes with that.
Right up until launch, a shuttle crew will train in a variety of critical regimens, some basic, others specific to their mission. Simulators, safety and contingency, science experiments, and underwater in the world's largest indoor pool. STS-134 astronauts floating in actual spacesuits, trained to work during extravehicular activities, or EVAs. The Neutral Buoyancy Lab, or NBL, at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, is the best simulation of microgravity on Earth, and ideal for practicing spacewalks.
One of the most amazing facilities that we work in is the NBL, the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and the divers and the guys who help us run the robotic arm are all there to ensure that our spacewalks are flawless. Their efforts in that pool have helped us and made us able to have this program.
Every step of a spacewalk, every step of EVA is so critical, and even though we see it every day, that one little safety tether could be life or death.
For every hour that they spend in orbit, they'll spend 5 to 6 hours training for that same task. So we've built up from the suit engineers and suit technicians who help them get into the suit. Now we've got trainers who help them learn how to use the suit and learn how to understand the suit. And then we've got divers who support them while they're in the pool. The closer they get to actually flying in the suit, the team of people who help them tends to grow. Maybe not exponentially, but it's certainly getting bigger.
A 12-person crew has kept a week-long vigil, while the barge, carrying the ET, made the 900-mile trek from Louisiana to Florida's central east coast. The iconic orange external tank finally arrives at the Kennedy Space Center. 1 month later, the ET is mated to the solid rocket boosters to form the backbone of the stack. Now, all that's missing is the spacecraft itself. When an orbiter returns from a mission, processing for the next flight begins almost immediately. It's a task requiring no less than 650,000 hours of labor. This includes the removal of its 3 liquid fuel engines and their replacement by 3 from a previous mission. They've been refurbished, inspected, and tested at the Stennis Space Center. With most of its flight preparations complete, Endeavour is towed in what is called the rollover, a short roll over a quarter-mile distance on a 36-wheeled vehicle from the Orbiter Processing Facility, the OPF, to the VAB. Here it undergoes its flight configuration. The rollout. Looking now much like it will at liftoff, the space shuttle is carried to the launch pad atop the 6 million-pound crawler transporter at a blazing pace of less than a mile an hour. Not exactly warp speed.
At our peak carrying full load, we get right around 38 feet per gallon.
Not too bad for an original 1965 hybrid vehicle with low miles. The 3.4-mile journey takes up to 6 hours. Just enough time to appreciate the route's picturesque surroundings. Kennedy Space Center is situated on a national wildlife refuge. Bald eagles, osprey, and vultures are just a few of the scores of bird species regularly spotted in local skies. Both land and sea are home to a wide variety of creatures, including manatees, dolphins, and of course, the ever-present alligator. Visitors are always urged to watch their step. Now on the launch pad, the orbiter is ready to take on its main payload. Testing assures that the multi-ton cargo is secured and safely stowed in the payload bay before the technicians certify the orbiter is ready for launch. Flying T-38 aircraft from Ellington Field in Houston, the crew members arrive at Kennedy's shuttle landing facility.
But finally the day comes when you're there and you're getting ready to launch. And you go into launch countdown and it's like going up the hill on that roller coaster. It's full of expectation and you're both thrilled and terrified at the same time because anything could go wrong, but when it goes right, it's a thing of beauty.
If there are no issues or concerns, technicians begin fueling the external tank with volatile liquid hydrogen and oxygen.
The predominant emotion is pride. There's a tremendous sense of pride in all that not only that you do, but that your teammates do, that people in this very firing room do, and folks all across the country.
This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 9 minutes.
At the T-minus 9 minute hold, the launch director leads one final poll.
We finally come out of the hold at T-minus 9 minutes. I sit back and I watch my data, but I know that there are souls on board that ship whose lives are depending on the launch team to make the right decisions.
And we can see how the crew just
I don't think about that consciously. The decision-making authority and responsibility, I know it's there, but I do think consciously about the crews and the people we're about to put on top of a controlled explosion and get to orbit.
This is the NTD conducting the launch status check. All stations verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC go. TVC go. TTC's go. LPS is go. Houston flight is go.
After nearly 3 years, hundreds of thousands of hours logged by engineers, technicians, scientists, seamstresses, electricians, and other program workers across the globe.
We have main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition.
The shuttle makes its way skyward. At liftoff, 6.6 million pounds of thrust begin hurtling the vehicle and crew at speeds that'll reach 17,500 miles per hour. The shuttle is like no other machine ever built. For its launch to succeed, more than 1 million parts must move together perfectly. How this engineering marvel came to be is an amazing story that begins in the early 1970s. The Vietnam War is divisive and costly. The economy is sliding into recession. And with the race to the moon already won, the Apollo program is canceled. A new mission is sought for NASA to send humans into space. But Mars, for many the next logical step on the path of exploration, is dismissed as too costly, a destination for a country preoccupied with events back on Earth. Instead, on January 5th, 1972, another destination is selected, low Earth orbit. As early as the mid-1960s, NASA had concluded that the technology was available to build and fly a reusable spacecraft.
President Nixon really liked the idea and told the NASA administrator, go do it. And the NASA administrator got a call from OMB the next morning, someone there, and said, hey, what the president really meant to say was, you're going to get this much money, and so do as best you can with the space transportation system. And our choice, logically, was you have to have a vehicle first, and so that was the birth of the space shuttle as the first in the 3-part space transportation system.
Many designs were considered. Often, they combined the best features of different concepts.
At that time, they were looking at having jet engines on the shuttle for landing and for transporting it across the country.
The idea of the lifting bodies was to bring astronauts home to a conventional runway landing. Previously, all of our spacecraft, which were capsules, came down in the ocean. Someone came up with the idea of a vehicle that could land like an airplane.
The key thing was to understand aerodynamic stability across the hypersonic, supersonic, subsonic, and landing speed type of environments that a single vehicle has to fly safely. That was the key thing that was learned from those, and you'll see it reflected in the shape of the space shuttle.
One was the use of a lifting body, an aircraft with no conventional wings. Only its fuselage would keep the aircraft airborne and guide it safely back to Earth.
They were known as the flying bathtubs. For the first test, the M2F1 was towed behind a car, a souped-up Pontiac. Whitey Whitesides drove that Pontiac across the lake bed at about 120 miles per hour, dragging this flying bathtub behind it.
As well as groundbreaking, their tests could also prove ground shaking. The X-24B, a lifting body with wings, was the first such craft to land on an actual runway, as all shuttles would eventually do.
Early on, the space shuttle was going to have jet engines to return for horizontal landing, much like an airliner. The X-15 had proven fairly specifically that they could make horizontal landings very accurately, unpowered, flying a steep glide slope, that they could do a horizontal, unpowered landing with the shuttle.
As they tried to narrow its size, shape, and weight, engineers also considered how this new orbiter would be propelled safely out of the reach of Earth's gravity. At the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, home of the rockets that had sent every Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronaut into space.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Design teams would devise the partially reusable propulsion system that would finally be adopted.
The main engines were always something we paid very close attention to. Lots of moving parts, lots of high energy in very tight places, and very cold liquid on one side of a very small wall and very hot on the other side. When that thing finally lit off, for me, it just showed the power of a space shuttle main engine, and then there's 3 on the back of an orbiter, and then there's the 2 solid rocket motors. That was probably the spark that got me so interested in the space shuttle program in general, and what it took to actually get one engine to light, much less 3 and 2 boosters to take the shuttle to orbit.
As for the orbiter, spiraling costs forced NASA to abandon equipping it with its own jet engines and escape pod.
Originally, it was going to be an air-breathing airplane that would fly to space as a rocket and then come back to Earth. The orbital maneuvering system pods that sit on the back now were to be where deployable air-breathing engines would come out, and it would be able to fly from its intended point of landing to another place if the weather were bad or something like that.
NASA's new shuttle would essentially glide its way back to Earth. Producing the components of this new space transportation system fell to familiar names in the space industry. Prime contractor Rockwell North American, now Boeing, had built the Apollo Command Service Module. Morton Thiokol, now ATK, would build the solid rocket boosters, and Martin Marietta, now Lockheed Martin, would construct the ET. Responsibility for producing the space shuttle's main engines went to Rocketdyne, now Pratt Whitney.
There was a lot of teamwork that was going on. It was bringing people from all across the country, from Kennedy, from Johnson, from Marshall. So many people involved that had to work together. Now, at the beginning, there was a lot of anxiety that we weren't going to work together. But when people got to know each other and could trust each other, that's when the work began.
It was an amazing vehicle, and in a lot of ways way ahead of its time. To have a reusable spacecraft that could carry such tremendous amounts of cargo to space was unprecedented.
September 1976, more than 4.5 years after President Nixon signed off on its development, America's new spacecraft, Constitution, gets its first close-up before the cameras. The orbiter itself was well received by the public, but impassioned fans of a particular long-canceled television series called Star Trek wanted it called something else. They staged a successful write-in campaign, and the orbiter was renamed for the Starship, featured on the show, thus NASA's new shuttle, would be the Enterprise, boldly going as no spacecraft had ever gone before. Whatever its name, this bird still needed to prove it could fly. In an age before computer simulations, balsa wood models and wind tunnel testing was the only means to test the airliner-sized glider.
We put together a very aggressive flight test profile that consisted of data points continuously all the way down. There was not a matter of 10 seconds went by without another either pitch doublet or a rudder kick or an angle of attack sweep. The things that really turn on a test pilot to fly them as accurately as possible.
August 12, 1977. On a crystal clear California morning, high above the Mojave Desert, 2 NASA test pilots ready for Enterprise's first flight. The plan was for Fred Hayes, Jr. and Gordon Fullerton to lift the orbiter off a modified 747, then land on a dry lake bed 15,000 feet below.
The thing that we were most concerned about was if we were going to be able to get to a launch speed, if Fitz Fulton was going to be able to put the 747 into a slight dive so that we would have enough lift on the Enterprise to, when we did push the separation button, blow the bolts, to lift away from the airplane without hitting Fitz's tail. And of course, both of us were interested in that happening.
The pilots on the 747, Fitz Fulton and Tom McMurtry, sit and wait for the command to release and steer their massive aircraft out from under Enterprise.
There were still questions about was it going to actually happen as we expected from those simulations and the analysis and everything. There's a very loud thump when the shuttle separates. There was always a question, was the shuttle going to slide back and hit the tail of the 747? But we couldn't see that, but we could, after a few seconds, we could tell it didn't hit us. And so the chase called clear.
Once we reached the 240 knots and Fitz called on speed, I think he really pushed some of the sensors he was looking at in order to let us get to there, and we appreciated that. But once we heard Fitz say on speed, I pushed the separation button and we just broke free. We had about 1.5 G's of lift.
Honestly, that was probably the most exciting moment in the approach and landing test, to feel and be there when the shuttle separated from the 747.
By all accounts, this first freefall test is a success. 5 weeks later, Enterprise is brought to 22,000 feet for her second freefall test. Pilots Joe Engel and Dick Truly have only 2 minutes to capture flight and maneuvering data before landing the aircraft again without any engines.
It was a real team effort, and the challenge was for Dick Truly and I to fly that profile and fly those data points, those maneuvers, as precisely as possible to give them the best data possible. It was a test pilot's dream.
A total of 16 taxi, captive, and drop tests confirmed the soundness of the craft's design and green-lighted production of the first space-worthy orbiter. Columbia, NASA's first orbiter, is fittingly named after the first American vessel to circumnavigate the globe. However, Columbia quickly becomes a daunting challenge for NASA. Its complex makeup had engineers struggling constantly to reduce Columbia's weight and simplify construction. Especially frustrating was keeping the orbiter's ceramic tiles attached to its fuselage. More than 25,000 of them fit together to protect Columbia from the searing 3,000-degree heat of re-entry.
We were having a lot of problems with the thermal protection system of the tiles. The way we were trying to glue them on, they wouldn't stay on. And we had to come up with a way of making sure that they'd stay on. And we had some really great people that worked that, and that's why it took such a long time. I had hoped it was not going to take that long since John and I were named as a crew, so we had a lot more time to train than what we'd both initially planned.
The requirement was to be able to handle temperatures like 2,500 degrees F that occur on the surface of the TPS, and that's 5 times what your oven is at home that you bake cookies under at max. The other problem is weight, because after all, this is an airplane, so you can't have a metallic system on it that weighs tons. It has to be extremely lightweight. And in fact, the shuttle tiles are about 90% air, and that gives the combination of being able to be temperature resistant and yet at the same time light.
Each orbiter has a unique number of protective tiles. Challenger was built with the most, 31,088, while Atlantis has the fewest, a mere 24,177.
Over in Palmdale, they had put on their first effort of putting the tiles on to protect the aluminum from the heating they were going to get on reentry. And some of those tiles, when they put them on in the daytime, next morning the tiles were on the hangar floor. And so that was real scary that we could lose some tiles while they were on orbit and really have a problem with the heat coming back on reentry.
Columbia had a lot of tiles missing yet, needed quite a bit of work before we could deliver it to the Cape, and we scrounged throughout the city of Lancaster for RTV, which was the material we used to glue the tiles on with.
More glue did keep the tiles in place. However, water was literally ripping them apart.
It turns out, in the instant we hit rain, the tiles almost exploded.
The tiles fabrication process was modified and the problem overcome. Other shuttle design features proved less problematic and more groundbreaking. A computerized digital flight control system, now common in commercial and military aircraft, was developed for the orbiter.
In flying the space shuttle, you were so aware that you weren't necessarily talking to the shuttle, you were talking to a computer who in turn was going to talk to the shuttle.
Barriers of race and gender were falling everywhere, and America's corps of shuttle astronauts would become more reflective of the nation it served.
There's been a lot that the shuttle era has done to bring space flight into the domain of the average person. We know it's not just crew-cut white test pilots anymore. It's essentially the United Nations that flies on the space shuttles. It's people of every description that look very much like the rest of us.
The astronaut selection process reflected a changing nation and a changing NASA.
At the time, all the astronauts were military test pilots and there were no females, so it was kind of like one of those dreams that you hope will happen someday, but you didn't really think would.
The NASA astronaut class of 1978, the largest in the agency's history, came from all walks of American life: physicists, meteorologists, fighter pilots, scientists, and for the first time, women and African Americans.
When I came into the astronaut program in '78, there were 3 African Americans that came in at the same time, and it was the first time that NASA had hired African Americans. We had Fred Gregory, who was a test pilot, and then Ron McNair, who was a mission specialist, and I came in as a mission specialist. So all 3 of us were excited about flying in space, and we all 3 of us recognized that we were really going to open up the envelope for other African Americans to fly in space.
While the new class of NASA astronauts trained for subsequent shuttle flights, Columbia was undergoing preparations for the program's maiden voyage, STS-1. Veteran astronaut John Young, one of the 12 men to set foot on the moon, is in command. His pilot is first-time flyer Bob Crippen.
To be sitting on board up there with my buddy John Young and get to experience the whole thing from ascent and being on orbit to flying re-entry, it was one of the high points of my career.
Together they would travel over 1 million miles and circle the Earth 36 times.
The launch finally occurred. We'd been waiting and postponing, and when it finally lifted off and we knew it was going and achieved orbit, we were all in anxious anticipation for what was going to happen next.
Launched like a rocket 2 days earlier, Columbia lands as a glider on the dry lake bed of Edwards Air Force Base in California.
Watching out the window, watching the sea and the clouds rush by, it actually gave a sense of speed, more so than when we were up in orbit, being much higher. I think they were all very relieved because there had been some concern because we had lost some time on the bottom or not. Flew down over the San Joaquin Valley. We do a big turnaround to land on the lake bed for that first flight. And I remember when John went into a bank, a big left bank, I looked down at the lake bed and there's thousands of people out there. And John, look at all those folks, which had come out to see us land.
Joe Engle was chased and hear his voice coming in on final, talking to John Young and Crip in the airplane that they were right on glide slope, coming in for a landing. And then have that landing, and then have John Young do his Young dance. He was just so elated. It was such a magnificent flying machine to him at that time.
The first time I really saw a real shuttle was Columbia, when it was out on the lake bed after the landing, and I'm walking around it. I couldn't believe they sent that big a mass up in the air.
People really thought this was all impossible. So what we have done and shown and demonstrated through the shuttle program is we've shown that we can take the impossible and make it possible.
Thousands of spectators line up along the landing strip to greet the shuttle and its two-man crew.
Anyone who was associated with the program or there just to see the shuttle return, I think felt a lot of pride in our country and our space program. And so those emotions were, finally released, and you said, wow, the flight was done safely. They're back home. The shuttle really does work. It's a great program. It's got a great future ahead of it.
Hey, this thing works, and we got it back all in one piece, which is what we wanted to do.
While Columbia's return was spectacular, it would renew NASA engineers' worries about the shuttle's thermal protection system. During the post-landing inspection, 148 of the orbiter's tiles were found shattered, and 16 more were missing due to the effects of an overpressure wave. While that and other issues were addressed, the 50-ton Columbia would be placed atop the specially configured 747 and ferried back to Florida and processing for its next mission.
It's a massive enterprise. It's over 8 stories tall, sitting on the ground, and you never get over that site. It's really awesome.
After the shuttle lands, there's a processing procedure for the shuttle. Post-flighting it, checking the tires, checking the struts, get the correct measurements. And then when the shuttle is ready to mate with the 747, we would tow underneath, and then they would lower the space shuttle down on the supports on top of the aircraft. We would take off.
On takeoffs from the extra-long runways of Edwards Air Force Base, the shuttle carrier aircraft's crew of 4 would soon grow accustomed to the smell of burning rubber. That's the intense heat generated by their plane's spinning tires as they carried 2 massive aircraft at more than 100 miles an hour. The average range of a 747 is about 5,000 miles, but due to its weight, configuration, and special flight requirements, the SCA can travel only 1,000 miles at a time. A full turn in the jet can take several zip codes.
32.5. Switching up, thank you.
Cruising at more than 250 miles per hour, the jumbo jet burns 40,000 pounds of fuel per hour. That's 130 pounds per mile, or the length of a football field per gallon. No wonder it has to make several stops before reaching Florida's east coast.
We would get a spacecraft back, go over it again, be sure that we could reuse it,
repair it where we had to do. It had never been done before. And so I think that's one of the marvelous things about the space shuttle was we found a way to turn this spacecraft around and use it again.
Before the end of 1982, Columbia would fly 4 more missions.
Liftoff of America's space shuttle,
including STS-5, the first with a crew of more than 2 astronauts. Challenger, the second orbiter in the shuttle fleet, made her maiden flight on April 4th, 1983.
And liftoff of the orbiter Challenger and the 6th flight of the space shuttle.
STS-6 deployed a communications satellite and featured the first spacewalk of the shuttle era. Just 2 months later, Shuttle Challenger was back in orbit, this time with the first American woman in space. Physicist Dr. Sally Ride was a member of Commander Bob Crippen's STS-7 crew that deployed Canadian and Indonesian satellites during the 6-day mission. Challenger was ready for flight in less than 2 months, another massive first. Shuttling the first African American to space, and Air Force combat pilot Guy Bluford.
For me, it was an exciting moment because it was something that I had been training for 15 to 16 months, and so I was looking forward to the experience of flying in space.
We are in an era of brotherhood.
We have liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery.
In 1984 to 86, the newest orbiter Discovery would fly a record 6 missions.
And liftoff of mission 51D and the 7-member crew of Discovery.
Carrying into space satellites, international astronauts, even a U.S. senator and a congressman. 1 year after Discovery's debut, Atlantis flew her first mission.
Liftoff of Atlantis. A new orbiter joins the shuttle fleet and it has cleared the tower.
STS-51J. It was also one of 7 classified missions the space shuttle would fly for the Department of Defense. By the end of 1985, the space shuttle program had completed 23 missions, including 9 that year alone. Each successful flight had the unintended consequence of convincing some that spaceflight, once considered among humankind's most inherently dangerous endeavors, had become routine. That notion would soon be tragically dispelled.
Well, I am so excited to be here.
Amid much fanfare, Krista McAuliffe, an elementary school instructor from Concord, New Hampshire, had been chosen from among 11,000 applicants to be NASA's first teacher in space.
I would like to humanize the space age by giving a perspective from a non-astronaut, because I think the students will look at that and say, this is an ordinary person. This ordinary person is contributing to history, and if they can make that connection, then they're going to get excited about history, they're going to get excited about the future, they're going to get excited about space.
The American public's interest in its space program was renewed by her participation and was eager to see her off. Commanding the flight was Dick Scobie. His pilot was Michael Smith. Serving as Challenger's mission specialists are Judy Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, and Ron McNair. Joining McAuliffe as a payload specialist was Greg Jarvis. From the start, STS-51L was plagued by delays, mostly due to unseasonably cold temperatures in Florida. Rather than give pause for thought, the delays only tried the nation's patience. Everyone, it seemed, was itching to go. January 28th, the ground temperature at Launch Pad 39B was a frigid 36 degrees. Ice could be seen on the launch vehicle. Despite concerns voiced by some, shuttle managers reluctantly decided to press ahead for a late morning liftoff.
6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
At 11:39 Eastern, at twice the speed of sound, the Challenger's fuselage breaks apart from the inside out. America's space program suffers its first fatalities in flight.
God, no.
All 7 Challenger crew members perish.
Okay, everybody, stay off the telephones. Make sure you maintain all your data. Start pulling it together.
We come together today to mourn the loss of 7 brave Americans, to share the grief that we all feel, and perhaps in that sharing to find the strength to bear our sorrow and the courage to look for the seeds of hope.
The investigation, headed by former Secretary of State William Rogers, would fault a solid rocket booster O-ring, rendered defective by the bitter cold. But the Commission's findings also addressed the human factor, the role played by shuttle program managers in sending Challenger aloft that day. The shuttle program came to a halt. It took more than 2.5 years of arduous engineering analysis and painful soul-searching before a retooled and reborn shuttle would return to flight.
Challenger was tough because it not only represented a breakdown in communications, but it represented everything that's wrong or wrong about an agency like we are, where segments of the agency weren't talking to each other and didn't know everything that we should know.
We thought we knew where all the risks were and had them pretty well contained. The solid rocket boosters that caused the accident, obviously there was something that had slipped through. So we went back throughout the complete vehicle, all the systems, and did a complete review and trying to find any other things that we may have missed that may be lurking there.
When things are really starting to look smooth and you're starting to get maybe overconfident in a way, then it's time for you to step back, think about what you're doing, go back and look, do some additional testing, and see if there's something that you really hadn't anticipated that is going on with your system.
During a lot of that time, we got a lot of criticism that maybe the agency had lost its edge. There were folks inside the agency that started losing their confidence, thinking maybe we can't do this anymore. 2.5 years later, when we flew and then landed that flight, it showed that no, we really can overcome really, really large problems, really tough technical problems today, just like we could 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or 50 years ago. That was an important milestone.
Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
On September 29, 1988, 975 days after the loss of Challenger and her crew, the orbiter Discovery returned 6 veteran astronauts to space to deploy a tracking and data relay satellite important to a number of NASA missions. STS-26 proved a comeback milestone for the space shuttle and initiated a tradition that survives with the program today.
During the flight, we had roses show up in the Mission Control Center. 6 roses, 5 red, 1 white. And there was a card attached to it, and it simply said, "Congratulations, return to flight, we wish you well." And it was signed Mark, Terry, and Mackenzie Shelton. Didn't know who they were, but after the flight, we through the Foro company, we tracked them down so we could send them some pictures and something to thank them for sending the roses to Mission Control. So the next flight, roses show up again. And again, it's 5 roses for the members of the crew and 1 rose for those who have lost their lives in this endeavor. And so this family, they have become part of our family, and they haven't missed a flight since. Every flight since that time and to date, and I suspect they're going to go right with us to the end of the shuttle program.
STS-26 ended on October 3, 1988, at Edwards Air Force Base, California.
Standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
With Discovery's safe landing on runway 17, the triumphant crew was greeted warmly by Vice President George Bush on behalf of a proud and grateful nation.
There's something special about a return to flight that makes you have some trepidation because it's still fresh in your mind that you're frail and you can make mistakes and you're human.
In the spring of 1990, the $1.5 billion Hubble Space Telescope was loaded into Space Shuttle Discovery's payload bay, and on April 24th was sent aloft to be deployed to Earth orbit on STS-31.
Capcom, we have a go for release. Discovery, go for Hubble release.
Okay, we have a go for release.
As envisioned, Hubble would return never-before-seen images detailing our universe as it was millions upon millions of years before. Soon it would become clear that Hubble pictures were not.
Several days later, if not a couple of weeks, we found out after we were back on Earth that it had a problem with its vision. And most of us were just devastated, that here we had this marvelous instrument that we had put on orbit and it was going to be useless. It turned out that it wasn't useless at all, because even with its flaw, it was still a much better telescope than anything that we had, on Earth.
A shuttle mission dedicated to the telescope's repair was planned. In essence, Hubble's nearsightedness would be corrected with a new pair of glasses.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an ambitious mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
We finally flew STS-61, which was the first Hubble servicing mission. Absolutely incredible mission.
Clearly we have a dynamic situation.
You cannot take the 84-inch mirror out of the telescope. It's part of structure, too big, it's there. So by putting in one box called CoStar, we're able to correct the aberrated light for 5 other instruments.
Of all the space shuttle missions we've flown, it was without a doubt the most ambitious flight, but the one that I think demonstrated NASA's can-do attitude, its technological skill, its technical capability, and the spirit of its people.
2 teams of astronauts made a record 5 back-to-back spacewalks to refurbish Hubble and realize her potential to awe and astound. While Hubble servicing missions were very important, the true gift of a maneuverable shuttle was soon realized in a very different rescue mission.
Booster ignition and liftoff of the maiden voyage of Endeavour on a satellite rescue mission.
Months earlier, in May of 1992, the 7 astronauts of STS-49 overcame initial setbacks to pluck the $180 million Intelsat 6 communication satellite from an unusable orbit.
It was going to be a very simple rendezvous, get close, bring the satellite down close and grapple it with the remote manipulator system. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
We got up there to capture it. The bar, we tapped the satellite with the bar, and the satellite started moving out of control.
Get me in. Pitch me over. Into the arm. Watch it into the arm.
That's a singularity again.
You're going to have to get out of there.
It can be very difficult catching something like a tumbling satellite in space. The slightest touch or mistouch by the astronaut with the equipment, and you can send that satellite tumbling.
Here, make sure that when you want me to yaw right, you say yaw right. Okay. Any other time right is just right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Better move. We're moving.
And so it was very touch and go on that mission, actually.
Commander Dan Brandenstein and pilot Kevin Chilton are preparing for the upcoming terminal initiate burn.
After several days of failed attempts with Endeavour's remote arm, Commander Dan Brandenstein literally tries a new approach.
Yeah, real easy, guys. Real easy. Don't bring us any closer, Dan. Okay, I'm stopping it.
At Endeavour's helm, Brandenstein delicately maneuvers the orbiter up to the 4.5-ton Intelsat 6.
The satellite is rolling out of control in 3 different axes at once, and you could actually fly the shuttle and fly this maneuver around and keep it aligned with it.
It's got to be the neutral point right here. 3 people grabbed 18,000 pounds.
Aware that any miscue could endanger not only the satellite but also the ride home, spacewalkers Pierre Thuot, Tom Akers, and Rick Heeb reach out and secure the satellite by hand.
Okay. Wait. Let's do it. Got it. Give time. All got a good grip? Yes, sir. Houston, I think we got a satellite.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
Intelsat 6 is released from the cargo bay with a new mini-rocket motor for a gentle push to its proper orbit, where it remains today, fully functional. And as the shuttle program matured, so it seemed did relationships between the world's spacefaring nations. On STS-47, the 50th Space Shuttle mission saw the orbiter Endeavour back in space on September 12, 1992.
Yeah,
The mission was a cooperative space lab venture between Japan and the United States that brought the first Japanese astronaut into orbit as a member of the 7-person shuttle crew.
The space shuttle has launched people from different nations around this world that used to feel they could never, ever work together. And it has ushered us from the Cold War to this really cooperative space program that we have with our international partners, including the former Soviet Union.
Regardless of what language you speak and love space. And that's pretty cool. We have a lot in common with engineers and scientists around the world, and that's kind of fun to work in a program like this.
On February 3rd, 1995, Eileen Collins, the first woman to pilot a shuttle, was at the helm as Discovery gave the U.S. its first up-close look at the Mir space station. Collins flew the shuttle through a series of intricate maneuvers, approaching within 37 feet of the Russian spacecraft and later performing a fly-around by hand.
And liftoff of the Space Shuttle Atlantis on a mission that will herald a new day of international cooperation in space.
4 months later, on June 27, 1995, Shuttle Atlantis would lift off from the Kennedy Space Center to begin STS-71, the U.S. space program's 100th human space mission. It would take 2 more days before Atlantis caught up with and performed the first shuttle docking with the Mir space station.
Houston, Atlantis, we have captured.
Orbiting 220 miles above the Earth, a most unique and historic celebration took place. As the Mir space station welcomed its first American guests, cosmonauts and astronauts together broke figurative bread, tortillas and fruit to be exact, in a renewed spirit of cooperation. Together, Shuttle and Mir formed the largest flying spacecraft the world had yet to see. It tipped the scales at 250 metric tons, more than 500,000 pounds. Between 1994 and 98, the Shuttle Mir program would involve 11 shuttle missions, including in 1996 STS-76, which began a continuous U.S. presence aboard the Russian space station with a visit by Atlantis. Barely fluent in Russian, astronaut Shannon Lucid, a biochemist, embarked upon a mission that would dramatically enhance our understanding of life in space. When she finally landed at Edwards Air Force Base on Shuttle Atlantis, she held the female space endurance record for spending 188 days in orbit. A hero's welcome was in store.
I'm here to say welcome home to Shannon Lucid.
By the time Shuttle Mir ended with STS-91, 7 American astronauts had completed extended stays aboard the Russian space station.
Tatiana Mativa, who I became very good friends with, and I remember us sitting in Red Square having dinner together with a full moon, and remembering when I was a child all those parades, those May Day parades with the tanks going by, and here we were sitting there having a nice dinner under the full moon and with a lot of friendship. So it just goes to show how space can unite people, and that's I think one of the biggest benefits.
8 cosmonauts had flown to Mir on the U.S. shuttle, and NASA astronaut Norm Thagard had become the first American to fly there or anywhere aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. In 2001, 15 years after its commissioning, Mir would be abandoned to break up and burn in Earth's atmosphere. By then, the process of building upon Mir's legacy of international cooperation in space had already begun. Whereas STS-61 had helped establish the Hubble Space Telescope as an icon of American ingenuity, STS-95 would update the hero's credentials of one John Glenn. On October 29, 1998, almost 37 years after becoming the first American to orbit the Earth as an original Mercury 7 astronaut, Glenn, now a 77-year-old former U.S. Senator, made his return to space. In contrast to his first flight, a 3-orbit, 4.5-hour foray inside the snug Friendship 7 capsule,
Liftoff of Discovery with a crew of 6 astronaut heroes and 1 American legend.
STS-95 would take 8 days and circle the Earth 134 times.
My main reason for being on that shuttle flight was to do research on aging. I was 77, we went up, and NASA has charted some 52 different changes that occur in the human body when you go into space for a period of time. And several of those are very similar to what happens to the natural process of aging right here on Earth. Body's immune system changes. You get less resistant to disease and infection. Body's ability to absorb protein back into the muscles changes for the young people up there and for elderly here on Earth. The objective was to take those things that are the same and see if we couldn't find any differences between my experience up there and the younger people I would fly with the idea of finding in the human body what turns these different systems on and off. If we could do that, we might be able to make it possible for people to stay in space longer without harmful effects, and maybe cut out some of the frailties of old age right here on Earth. I really was happy to be assigned to that flight.
In an interesting twist of fate, astronaut Glenn not only inspired both the young and old around the globe, but also a fresh political science and economics graduate, Lori Garver, the 18th Deputy Administrator of NASA.
Having the ability at NASA to fly him again in space after his first flight was something we, I think, gave the nation, and it really helped explain what we were doing on the space shuttle. John Glenn was very, very focused on doing those experiments for both, I think, the older generation, but he was also an inspiration to people growing up.
Discovery carried a variety of payloads and research experiments. Arguably, the one most valuable was Glenn himself. Not only did he provide first-time data on what spaceflight might do to the body of a septuagenarian, Glenn also renewed the interest of the nation and the world in America's space shuttle program. While the program had and continued to successfully deploy and service science probes and satellites, as well as conduct on-orbit research, the space shuttle undertook a new, long-range task, perfectly suited to her specialized capabilities.
You've got a spacecraft that can carry at least 7 people into orbit, and with those 7 people, you can do a huge amount of work. One mission, you can do multiple EVAs, you've got multiple crew members, you've got a huge payload, just all kinds of capabilities to be able to construct and build bigger things in orbit.
Less than 2 weeks after Glenn's return to Earth, a Russian Proton rocket departs the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, carrying the Zarya module, the first component of the new International Space Station.
Liftoff of the Proton rocket and the Zarya control module. The International Space Station is underway.
2 weeks after that, Space Shuttle Endeavour follows up with delivery of America's Unity module, the second piece of this largest space station puzzle ever to be constructed.
Houston Endeavour, we have capture of Zarya.
Not until July 2000 will the Russian Zvezda module be added, finally allowing for 2 Russian cosmonauts and their American Expedition 1 commander, Bill Shepard, to journey aboard a Soyuz spacecraft to the International Space Station and begin humankind's continuous extraterrestrial presence.
Across the world, people are very, very interested in and delighted by the International Space Station and the science that has taken place there.
Since only an orbiter's payload bay could hold the station's largest components, the multi-year, multi-mission building, outfitting, and servicing of the ISS with cargo and crew would become primarily a job for the shuttle. Amid these dynamic station building missions, one seemingly simple and relatively uncomplicated flight would prove problematic and threaten the very future of America's human spaceflight program. Since 1988, the Space Shuttle had completed 15 years of successful missions, Each was unique. Each had its own specific goals and tasks, and each had its own dedicated crew of astronauts who'd trained exhaustively to meet and carry them out. Yet each of those 87 flights did have two things in common: a safe launch,
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery,
and a safe landing.
Nose gear touchdown.
From the start, STS-107 seemed to be a mission out of sorts. By the time Columbia was finally ready to fly on January 16, 2003, its planned 16-day mission had been delayed no fewer than 18 times. All those delays had ultimately positioned the STS-107 as a sort of black sheep on the Space Shuttle program's launch schedule. Columbia's crew commander Rick Husband, pilot Willie McCool, and mission specialists Michael Anderson, Kalpna Chawla, Dave Brown, Laurel Clark, and Israeli astronaut Ilan Ramon would not go to the International Space Station. Their flight would require nothing more risky than orbiting the Earth.
Booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
82 seconds after launch, what was later described as a suitcase-sized chunk of frozen foam insulation breaks off Columbia's external tank and strikes the leading edge of the orbiter's left wing.
Roger, roll, Columbia.
A routine same-day video review of the launch would reveal nothing unusual. However, higher resolution tracking camera film processed overnight and reviewed on flight day 2 by the mission's ascent team showed otherwise.
You saw this little thing float toward the leading edge of the wing and like, it was like a snowball hitting something and then just being pulverized. But when you saw it hit, we just winced, because we knew, the vehicle's going 500 miles an hour or better. It was inconceivable in hindsight that you could have that kind of impact at the speed that the vehicle was going and assume that there was no damage. And that's what we allowed ourselves to feel comfortable that we were right and we were dead wrong.
Due to limitations in the visual clarity, the exact point of impact and extent of any damage could not be determined. If the foam strike had compromised Columbia's integrity, little, if anything, could be done to repair the orbiter in space. 1 week after launch, Mission Control emails the crew informing them of the debris strike. Save for a relatively minor problem with a leaky refrigeration unit, STS-107 had been without further incident. As scheduled, the order is given on the morning of February 1st for the Columbia crew to begin the landing procedure and come home to Florida. Traveling in excess of 12,000 miles per hour, the orbiter's belly begins to glow red as it descends into Earth's atmosphere.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left side of the vehicle, hydraulic return temperatures.
As reentry started and as the ground track went across the states, the ground track, of course, changes color. You can tell where the shuttle is over what part of the country it is.
No onboard.
Well, that display stopped updating. In other words, that display froze in a certain position. Well, sometimes you have loss of data, you have some problem with the system on the ground where you'll have those kind of outages temporarily. Well, this lasted a bit longer. Then the call went up to the crew. A call went up and no response. Well, I don't know, I just began to feel uneasy.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
At speeds above Mach 20, the stress becomes too much for the orbiter.
We do not have any valid data at this time.
The suitcase-sized chunk of foam had indeed punched a bowling ball-sized hole in the leading edge of Columbia's left wing. Within seconds, internal temperatures spike, signaling the cascade of structural disintegration. Only 16 minutes from home, Space Shuttle Columbia breaks apart in the skies over East Texas. All 7 crew members are lost.
GC flight. Flight GC, lock the doors. Copy.
And at that moment, I knew we lost him.
The grief is heavy.
Our nation shares in your sorrow and in your pride. And today we remember not only one moment of tragedy, but 7 lives of great purpose and achievement.
Within days, hundreds of professionals from federal and state agencies across the country arrive in East Texas. They are joined by local volunteers to help NASA recover and catalog debris from Columbia in the hopes of, literally, piecing together an answer to the accident's cause.
This is one of the many obstacles investigators are up against.
It was really heartwarming and very emotional for me to see all of these people from around the country come in to the piney woods of East Texas and spend days and weeks there marching out through the woods looking for bits and pieces of the orbiter and so forth. If anybody ever wonders about the strength of the backbone of this country, then they ought to have the privilege, like I do, to meet these people who have come here to do this. It shows you the fabric of what this country is made of.
Determined to return to flight, stronger and safer, the grounded shuttle program had taken a fresh look at itself.
During my watch, we lost the Columbia crew, and clearly as a flight director back in Challenger, we lost that crew. I think about those every day. Every day I come to work. I need to be very vigilant. I need to pay attention, and I need the people that work for us in this business to pay attention to what they're doing, because this is hard stuff that we do. It's very dangerous. We have not figured out a way to do a beam me up Scotty. Right now it takes a lot of hydrocarbons moving at very high speeds through fuel pumps at very high temperatures, high pressures to get into space, and it takes a tremendous amount of effort to get out of space back in the atmosphere and get home.
I was sent out to David Brown's parents' home. I'll never forget this moment when Judge Brown looked at me and said, "Leland, my son is gone. There is nothing you can do to bring him back. But the biggest tragedy would be if you don't continue to fly and carry on his legacy."
Each of the remaining 3 orbiters was pulled apart and refurbished. New capabilities were devised for the crew and mission controllers to assess and repair damage while on orbit. Processes and procedures were also re-examined and reinvigorated. Crew safety would never again be taken for granted. Nearly 2.5 years would pass before the nation would see another orbiter poised for launch from the Kennedy Space Center.
By the time that we fly the flight, it's something that it feels like we have flown many times. So if things don't go well, it becomes very, very natural for us to know at certain points during the mission, if this doesn't go well or if this significant system breaks or we have this type of emergency, what's the most important thing we need to do now, because we've been rehearsing it. And it makes it look really easy. You don't really get the full effect of how much real preparation, how much real studying went into making it look that easy.
Of all the changes accompanying the shuttle's return to flight, none was more significant than the one announced in early 2004 at NASA headquarters by President Bush.
Our first goal is to complete the International Space Station by 2010. We will finish what we have started. We will meet our obligations to our 15 international partners on this project. The shuttle's chief purpose over the next several years will be to help finish assembly of the International Space Station. In 2010, the Space Shuttle, after nearly 30 years of duty, will be retired from service.
Even though each shuttle was designed to fly 100 missions, the Columbia Accident Investigation Board called the shuttle an aging spacecraft, with the odds of losing another orbiter and crew increasing with each subsequent flight. NASA's human spaceflight program was faced with several basic challenges, including coming up with a successor to the shuttle fleet. However, with an impending cancellation of the shuttle program looming, shuttle managers recommitted themselves to the paramount task of safely completing the International Space Station. It would become the program's mantra to be repeated over and over again, not only to the media but also for every worker in the shuttle program. No launch schedule was too tight and no mission too important to be rushed.
We ought to treat every flight, in a sense, as a return to flight. This is truly a test program. We go back, we make sure everything is right, we double check, and then we go commit in a flight readiness review that we're actually ready to go fly.
On July 26, 2005, Discovery gets the shuttle program flying again.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours as our pilot, flight engineer. We're now into the suit-up row.
LRD is go. SRO. SRO is go. So on behalf of the many millions of people who believe so deeply in what we do, good luck, Godspeed, and have a little fun up there.
Thanks to you, to the launch team, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
T-minus 10 seconds. Go for main engine start. 7, 6, 5. 3 engines up and burning. 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, beginning America's new journey, and the vehicle has cleared the tower.
Among the many changes instituted, the new R-bar pitch maneuver or backflip.
Station Discovery initiating RPM in 3, 2, 1, march.
Will be used by each mission to the International Space Station. At arrival, the end-over-end flip allows the station crew to visually document the condition of the shuttle's belly and nose. Discovery and the STS-114 crew safely began the final phase of the shuttle program's historic journey with a smooth, pre-dawn landing on August 9, 2005 at the Edwards Air Force Base, California.
Stevie Ray, Suichi, Andy, Vegas, Charlie, Wendy, and Eileen, welcome home, friends.
With this practically rebuilt space transportation system, each remaining shuttle mission would be safer than the one before, and its final flight, the safest.
It's almost like we've had kind of 3 different space shuttle programs. First 10 years, we're off learning how to fly the thing, deploying satellites and flying laboratories in the back. Next 10 years, we're doing more of that, and we're going out on more and more spacewalks, and we fly up to the Mir space station. And in the last 10 years, we use it to build about a 1 million-pound space station in orbit, which wouldn't have been possible without shuttle. It's a heck of a machine.
When you look at the Hubble Space Telescope, that would not have been possible without shuttle, and you look at the International Space Station, which certainly would not have been possible without shuttle. Every launch is an emotional experience. Watching what this nation has done, what NASA has done with the NASA contractor team, it's awesome. It's wonderful.
We didn't spend a dime in space. Not one single penny has been spent in space. Every single penny that went into the space shuttle program over its 30-plus years was spent right here on Earth. One, creating jobs, growing our economy, creating technological development of which we never dreamed, advancing science and technology, even advancing the field of aeronautics.
It just impresses me what people can do. What people can do. It's a big machine. It's a nice machine. It's a fantastic engineering marvel, in my opinion, the whole space shuttle. But what's the real marvel is the people behind it that make it go.
Having a space shuttle enabled us to be able to complete our science and do some really great things to advance the area of metallurgy.
Without the space shuttle, an experiment like this one could not have been conducted. The shuttle is very important for us to learn and be able to conduct long period experiments.
Out of the 50 states, 48 of them have vendors that provide parts or equipment to the space shuttle program. So it's a vast cross-section of America that makes the American space program what it is.
Change is inevitable. As much as people don't like change, it's the only thing that's constant in our lives. And we have to change, we have to transition from shuttle to a new future, which we're going to define, which can be even better. A future that allows us to explore beyond our home planet, to seek our destiny, to learn what we couldn't possibly learn if we were stuck in low Earth orbit.
And since its return to flight, the shuttle program has been almost singularly focused on completing construction of the space station.
I think back of all the challenges and all the things that had to work right. You know, a lot of these interfaces never came together before. All the shuttle flights, the 20-plus shuttle flights that went into assembly, all the Soyuz flights, the Progress flights. To see this station come together in assembly is a true testimony to the international partnership. This is probably the most amazing research facility ever constructed in space, and it's constructed internationally, and it operates every day, 24 hours a day, doing world-class research internationally, and there is no more amazing facility than what we have in orbit.
Through and possibly beyond 2020, the ISS will serve as the world's first full-time research laboratory in microgravity. Among zero-G experiments already conducted aboard the station, several have led to promising breakthroughs in the research and treatment of cancer. Many other on-orbit science findings have the potential to significantly improve the quality of life back on Earth. In May 2009, Atlantis and its STS-125 crew took to space not to visit the ISS, but to return to the Hubble Space Telescope for its final servicing mission. On 5 spacewalks, Atlantis astronauts repaired and upgraded the Hubble telescope to significantly improve its capacity to explore the depths of the universe until at least 2014.
I think of all the fingerprints that are all over this thing.
It's a phenomenal piece of machinery. It's a phenomenal airplane.
And it really is an engineering marvel.
The space shuttle will go down in history as one of the great flying machines that America has produced.
The space shuttle, you know, at this time was a vehicle for bringing people together from all around the planet and having us work in harmony for the betterment of humankind.
We may not have understood when we first built it what all we'd be able to accomplish with it. And after many years, we've realized just how useful it has been.
It's been a learning experience on how to operate and live in space.
What can you say about the space shuttle? It has changed everything.
Well, the shuttle, from my perspective, is one of the great things that this nation has done.
It was a lot of pride.
Like I said, it's inspiring to come to work every single day to work on this program.
I'd go tomorrow if I had the opportunity.
Liftoff of the Challenger of Columbia.
Discovery, the shuttle has been landed.
For more than 30 years, the fleet and thousands of Americans dedicated to its safety and success have toiled in exhilarating triumph, heartbreaking tragedy, and most often, quiet obscurity. Their contributions have extended beyond the bounds of space. Among others, shuttle-derived technologies have been used in developing an artificial heart and limbs, three-dimensional biotechnology, a light for treating tumors in children, and improving crime prevention and wildfire detection. From crawler driver to payload specialist, from scuba diver to pilot, from scientist to engineer, they and many like them throughout the nation share a commitment to sending humankind safely into space. That dedication, as much as any other acclaim, will be the legacy of America's space shuttle.
I think we'll be remembered in thousands of years, you know, as perhaps the most incredible technological feat of humans of our time.
As is the order of life, an ending for the space shuttle becomes a beginning for a space-bound successor. Soon, America will again send astronauts into orbit and beyond to do what NASA does best: explore.
My dream is to work on the surface of the moon.
How do you think of those upon whose shoulders we stand?
I really appreciate that legacy, and I try to work my hardest to honor it. That baton has been passed generation to generation.
It is pretty amazing, though.
Hi, everybody. Since I've been back from space, I've accumulated a lot of fan mail.
What a crazy year 2020 has been. But the fan mail still comes in. NASA mission keeps going on.
Fan mail's been really important to me. I always make a point to answer my fan mail.
I've collected some of my favorites in a photo album.
Now, like many of you, I don't come into work physically very often. It has been a year of remote working. I stopped by my office today because I wanted to get some things done, and I hadn't checked my mailbox in 8 months. And so I just walked into a giant stack of mail because clearly all of you guys have still been writing your letters. So I have decided I'm putting off my work for today because hearing from you is way more interesting. So I thought maybe you'd like to join me in reading some of this mail. So let's get started.
Let's see what we got. How does laundry work in space? Do you have the general washers and dryers like on Earth, or is it completely different? Actually, we don't have any washing machines, no dishwashers, no laundry, none of that. We don't have the capacity to do that on the space station. Perhaps other future spacecraft might have that capability, but right now we don't. So we wear our clothes for a certain amount of time, and then when they're a little bit too dirty to wear anymore, then we take new ones.
So my first piece of mail comes from North Bend, Washington, and it says, "Attention aliens. Do not fear, do not attack. I do come in peace. Doa Mijik." Thank you, Doa.
This is one of my favorites. It's from Elena. It says, "Dear Mr. Morgan, hello, my name is Elena. I'm 8 years old. I go to a school named Math and Science Academy. I'm in 3rd grade. I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican and Cuban, and I would love to be a doctor when I'm older. I also want to be a famous person."
Dear Astronaut Kim, my name is Ben. I'm in the 3rd grade. Space interests me with rocket ships, planets, and science. How big can asteroids get? We actually just had a recent mission called Osiris, where we landed a spacecraft onto a near-Earth asteroid called Bennu. Now, Bennu is not the biggest asteroid in our solar system. Asteroids can be really, really large or more on the smaller side like Bennu.
Moving on to the questions. What made you become an astronaut? Have you ever seen an alien? When you use the bathroom, when you flush the toilet, where does it lead?
Here is a future poet, future novelist, artist who has written a poem, "Jump off my bed and into space, stars and planets all over the place. There's the moon, there's the sun, space is so much fun. But gravity pulls me back to the station. I wish this wasn't my imagination." It is good that gravity pulls us back to something, especially the space station. Don't want to go floating off into space anywhere. We have a safety tether for that, actually.
Oh my goodness, we got an astronaut application. This is from Elise Basham, and it says, "Why would you like to be an astronaut?" "Because I want to see what Earth looks like on the outside." That's a good goal. "Why will you be a good astronaut?" "Because I like space." Well, Elise, I think you meet the basic requirements. I'm going to go ahead and pass this on to our chief astronaut.
First question here is from Devin Yarklitz, and he wants to know what my favorite spacesuit is. Each spacesuit is needed for its particular job. Just in case the capsule that we're in has a leak or something, we're protected. And that's a good thing, because that's what spacesuits do. They protect us. When we go up and down, either on the space shuttle or the Soyuz or the new spaceships coming, we have to wear a launch and entry suit. The American launch and entry suit is called ACES. It looks like this, and it's orange. We have a big helmet, and it's pretty big. The Russian on the Soyuz, the Russian spacesuit called Sokol, it is a really neat spacesuit. It's a lot lighter weight, and it fits into the compact area that we get inside the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. If we decide to go outside, we have to wear a spacewalking spacesuit, and we got two different types aboard the space station. One is the American Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the EMU. You can see it right here. It's white. We wear different color stripes depending on who's the EV1 and EV2, so we can tell each other apart because we all look very similar in the spacesuits. And then the Russians have an Orlan, and I had the chance to go in a Russian spacesuit. It's a lot like the American EMU. So those are 4 different spacesuits plus this flight suit. Great question.
This one's one of my favorites. Gives you an idea of how big our spacesuits are. They really are. And I think this astronaut is on an asteroid or maybe the moon. Either way, that's pretty cool. Anyone who wrote one of these fan mail letters from elementary school, they could be the one walking on the moon or walking on an asteroid someday.
How long does it take to go back home? How long does the food last? What does it feel like when you're floating? Bye. Hope you enjoyed what you read. Sincerely, Elena.
I mean, did this even have postage? Or did the post office just bring it?
If you have a moment and could share your advice as an astronaut and successful woman of science to a young girl who cannot stop talking about all the experiments she wants to conduct when she lands on Mars, we would be forever grateful. Well, Ileana, I would say keep up that excitement, and the most important thing is to keep asking questions. Keep that curiosity alive to explore, to study, to learn about science, technology, engineering, math. Follow what it is that you're passionate about. Your dreams can come true. I know that for a fact.
Greeting, astronaut apps. I'm a high school physics and astronomy teacher at Ridgeline High School. I would like to start a wall of astronaut photographs adjacent to the display of my space patch collection. And she has a photo of all the patches that she has on the wall. Well, Emma, as a super teacher, you're continuing to inspire the younger generation. I'd like to thank you for your work. Thank you for the hard task that you have. Woo-hoo! To teachers. Woo-hoo!
Dear astronaut Dr. Kim, my name is Gracie. I'm in the 3rd grade. I thought it was funny how you got called in the grocery. If I got called there, I would go crazy. We went crazy too. I was in the grocery store with my wife when I got the call from the selection committee that I was selected as an astronaut, and it was a very memorable time.
Hi, my name is Carolyn. I go to Charlotte Preparatory School in Charlotte, North Carolina. Did you know that my middle name is McLean? Stop. Stop. Stop the film. Track this girl down. Bring her to NASA. Your middle name is McLean. It's spelled the same way. You go to Charlotte Preparatory School. Charlotte's my middle name. And you wrote me on my launch day. Holy cow.
Ah, what a beautiful card. It's a unicorn dog. You're more amazing than a dogacorn. That is quite a compliment, Jory. Thank you so much. This is beautiful.
Look at this one. This is so colorful and pretty. This one is even on both sides. Look, and it has all the planets. Does it have Pluto there? Ah, yeah. After my own heart, there's Pluto at the bottom.
Got some real artists out there. This is Lucas, 3rd grade. Did a great job of depicting our entire solar system. I love it because Pluto is still there.
Is Pluto a planet, or did Pluto explode? As far as I know, Pluto has not exploded.
I think that's it.
Thank you so much for the fan mail. It means a lot to us.
Thank you, everyone, for your letters.
I am so thankful that everybody took the time to write me on this Thanksgiving, and it's going to take me forever to go through all of these, and I love it. Thank you.
Thanks for the letters. Thanks for all the questions. Keep them coming. We love it. We love it.
It is so nice to see all of this fan mail and to know that everybody is thinking about us here at NASA, especially during the holidays.
From the entire astronaut corps, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Have a happy holiday and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for the mail, and keep it coming.
Happy Thanksgiving from Johnson Space Center, everybody.
By the way, we just got to 1 million followers on Twitter. Couldn't do it without you. Tweet us your fan mail questions. #AskNASA. #NASA. #Dragon. #Spacewalk. #Artemis. #Starliner. #the universe.
The laser, a useful tool in industry, science, and medicine.
When it comes down to it, a laser is just a light with extreme focus. It's both elegantly simple and extremely complicated. And it changed the way we literally see the dimensions of our Earth, our moon, the planets, asteroids, and beyond. But it was a long road to get there. Back in the 1980s at NASA, using lasers to measure physical features from space was too experimental, too risky. Fortunately, it was also a time of change and risk-taking at Goddard Space Flight Center.
In the 1960s, there was probably not much question that when a science or applications mission came up, for the most part, it went to Goddard. And we've got to do a better job of selling ourselves and being sure that we're responsive to what headquarters is looking for in terms of the competition between ourselves and other NASA centers.
I came here as hired by the center director, Noel Hinners, in '85, and he said, so what do you want to do? I said, I want to map the topography of Mars, at this scale, not the scale of buildings. How do we do that? And he goes, well, we got folks, they do stuff. And so I met a few of them very quickly, and that was Jim Abshire, John Degnan, Jack Buffton.
We started working with laser remote sensing instrumentation. It was the same type of instrumentation that communicated from ground to satellites in satellite laser ranging. We could do a little airborne laser remote sensing, and Garvin and I sort of found each other through that. I said, come on down to Wallops and we'll fly this. And he said, oh, topography, Earth, yes, I want to measure it.
We literally took a T-39 training aircraft that was put together by the Wallops team, really impressively, and bolted in a big telescope with a laser and went flying out in northern Arizona, where I had done some field work. So out there we have Meteor Crater, we have volcanoes, and we have the Grand Canyon, and the Painted Desert. So we figured in one place we could study all this.
And it was on the strength of that Jim Garvin became interested, and it put him in a position to, when Dave Smith found that his radar altimeter was canceled because it was $30 million instead of 10.
They kept talking to me about, look, we're really close to getting a laser altimeter working. And I've been in lasers actually for 20 odd years before that, if you know what I mean, but laser ranging from the ground to spacecraft. So I was very familiar with the lasers, and I wasn't averse to it, on the contrary. But NASA offered me the situation that said, look, we've got a certain amount of money for you. We're willing to spend $10 million on this instrument. But there has to be some sort of competition. You need to choose which instrument you would like to fly to measure the altimetry.
And there were 4 candidates. 3 of them are radar and 1 the laser that we call MOLA. There was no one in their right mind that would bid a laser altimeter. Seriously. And I was all gung-ho. I was a young guy, no gray hair. There was a lot of reticence. There was so little trust that this could be done. NASA has made a monumental achievement in both radar and visible near-infrared imaging of the surfaces of Earth and other planets. But those are flat field views. And the missing dimension, the hidden dimension, which drives where energy goes, where the water flows, stability of landscapes, is the 3rd dimension. We take for granted the map. Sometimes you need the map to do what's beyond the map.
Making those maps with that crucial 3rd dimension is what laser altimetry, or LiDAR, is best at. And over the decades, Goddard's gotten pretty good at explaining just how laser altimetry works.
This is a laser altimeter, and what it does is it sends a short pulse of light
from a moving platform that's observing a surface, an airplane, a satellite.
Gets a reflection straight back off the surface.
We record that reflection and the time very precisely.
Of the pulse from the spacecraft down to the surface and back again.
Which allows us to measure the range to the surface.
When that's done repeatedly in orbit, you can build up a map.
The fast rate of light pulses and the small footprint allow LiDAR to measure with a much finer scale than traditional radars.
They had a big review, and the leading radar guy that had flown radars to Venus, Gordon Pettengill, at the end said, well, I don't know about you folks, the laser's better.
In time, Goddard would become a leader in LiDAR, in mapping our Earth and planets with unprecedented precision. But for now, they had to actually build the first one.
The requirements were, of course, we were in a much higher orbit. The orbit was faster than going around the moon, so we needed a larger telescope. We needed a more sensitive detector. We needed more laser energy. So in order to put our concept together, we had to gather a team. And then we had to convince their management that this was not a crazy idea and that we actually had a realistic chance of making this happen.
We worked a lot of hours. I can remember Jim talking about, working 10-hour days, and I was doing about the same. But, it really didn't matter because it was so exciting to be working on something that was going to actually map Mars.
I was fresh out of getting my master's degree in computer engineering. I was young. I mean, I had to really dive in deep. I had to spend about 2 years working with the team on algorithms. How are we going to find the surface of Mars? How are we going to track it? How are we going to compute all the precise ranges? And
we were sort of making our way. We were defining the rules as we went.
We finished the instrument pretty much on time, and certainly as they said in the letter to me, look, if you don't make it on time and in budget, we will fly a brick instead. Okay, we're not going to hold this mission up. I mean, I knew about planetary missions; they have to go within certain windows. But anyway, we made it all right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of the Titan III rocket with the Mars Observer and America's return to the red planet. And the vehicle has cleared the tower.
We've got X-band launch at Canberra. Yeah, all right.
Roger, I have that report. Very happy crew. And Mars Observer is on its way to Mars. Trajectory is right on the money.
We've assumed that the spacecraft properly executed its orbit insertion sequence, and we presume the spacecraft is in orbit about Mars, but we have no positive confirmation of that because, as for the last 3 days, we have no communication with the spacecraft.
To say you simply don't know what happened. It could be in orbit. It could have flown past the planet.
What are the scientists doing to relieve the tension in there?
Screaming loudly, probably.
We still don't have communication with the spacecraft. However, we are very hopeful, and we're cautiously optimistic that communication
every day,
will be
in fact,
restored.
without communications clearly lessens our probability of success.
You say, though, we give up.
We have not given up.
On 21 August 1993, a tragic event occurred. Communications with the Mars Observer spacecraft were lost during a sequence referred to as the pressurization sequence. This was a sequence in preparation for insertion to orbit about Mars.
Once again, I mean, we're always trying things because they're hard, not because they're easy. And so once in a while, we're going to have a failure because we are trying hard things.
But I had been fully anticipated that we could have problems with this instrument. This was a new ball game completely, okay? But I was not concerned about the spacecraft. It never crossed my mind that the spacecraft would let us down. And so this was a blow in the sense of, wow, something I completely didn't expect.
We held out hope for a while that maybe it would come back, maybe they'd find it or recover it or something, and then eventually that settles down and you realize the mission was lost.
I was devastated. I think we all were, and it really wasn't clear at the time whether we were going to have a follow-on to actually do what that mission was supposed to do.
So that was extremely hard to take. What made it easier is the amount of time we had for grieving was actually pretty short.
NASA decided that we want to continue this and go back to Mars. And so we had to snap out of it, literally, and get back to thinking about and fighting for the next mission, which is Mars Global Surveillance. It was a difficult time, and it was the first time I think I really felt I had to get in there and argue with my colleagues, but as the PI, it was particularly for me, that we needed to get back to Mars and we needed to get back with this instrument. Knowing that they couldn't carry all 6 or 7 instruments, only 4 would go, the laser altimeter had to be one of them, okay? The engineers had a chance to kind of just not change it, but just do some things a little bit better.
That's what engineers like to do, is they fix all their first round mistakes in the second round and make new ones.
We were asked immediately, how long will it take you to rebuild another copy of MOLA? How much is it going to cost? Can you get your team back together in time? Do you have the parts? So there was immediately a flood of things we had to do.
Jim Etcher brought me in for the detector engineer who just left the Goddard at the time. So I was lucky to join the team working on the detectors. We were only given, I think it's 3 years to rebuild it. It's shorter than usual.
And everyone, all the management knew that means there's no wiggle room really in your schedule.
But the team was largely still there, and everyone is geared up to redo it since the first one didn't make it. So everyone really want to do it again and do it right.
While the Goddard team was building MOLA 2 for the Mars Global Surveyor mission, a small team seized a long-awaited opportunity to hitch a ride on the space shuttle with an experiment known as the Shuttle Laser Altimeter.
I think confidence comes from demonstration. Sometimes you have to do more, sometimes you have to do less.
Working personally to build that instrument, we built it at Goddard in our lab down the hall without any fancy paperwork or flight procedures or anything. We just built it.
I was hired then to come on board working on the shuttle laser altimeter, and I was brought in specifically to work on precise positioning, precise pointing, and precise geolocation of the surface footprints.
And we tested it on the roof, shined it over to a bank building 11 kilometers away, lined it up, and it was ready for the shuttle.
There was a Hitchhiker Special that we flew with help from NASA headquarters on the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
Booster ignition and liftoff of Endeavour in pursuit of a Japanese satellite.
Throttle down as the orbiter prepares to pass through the area of maximum dynamic.
They turned it on for us, and the first time they turned it on, the shuttle's upside down with the laser pointing at Earth. We're over the middle Pacific.
First light showed all this fuzz over the surface of the Earth. We're all looking. We thought we got something wrong. We realized later we were seeing the boundary layer clouds over the ocean. When we came over land, the fuzz was the height of the trees.
All of a sudden, the laser pulses got shorter and shorter distances.
The first landfall of the shuttle laser altimeter in the first orbit went right over the summit of the Mauna Kea volcano in Hawaii.
Well, we're extraordinarily delighted to report that the shuttle laser altimeter experiment, it's a hitchhiker experiment on STS-72, has performed absolutely nominally. In fact, everything has worked even beyond our expectation.
And that was a genuine first light experience with MOLA technology, but on Earth.
Really had to get those data sets out there, and you had to get a couple people that really bought into it and built on it and convince others that this worked.
As the data from the shuttle laser altimeter began to convince some skeptics, the Goddard team finished the MOLA instrument again.
Our MOLA team really came through. It was just really another great experience for many of us, including me. We were able to deliver to the Mars Global Surveyor project, and it got launched.
And we have liftoff of NASA's Mars Global Surveyor as America begins its journey back to the red planet.
6 solids and burning.
And when Mars Global Surveyor started getting closer to Mars, we were going to go into this aerobraking phase. That was an opportunity that we had to go ahead and turn on the lasers and see if we could track the surface.
Somebody being carried it forward.
And Station 45 was having problems locking up to the 2K data.
What was that? Would you say 1607 or?
Can you tell if the MOLA has been turned off?
Copy, I'll try kill my query and restart it as soon as that query's up and
The
running.
nadir event? That must be the nadir event.
I'm hungry. I didn't really want those sandwiches.
Look at the laser coming back, Rob.
Greg says about 18.
It's going to be too fast and I got too much data coming in.
Look, there's a little tiny terrace. This is the first profile of a crater we've ever seen on a planet. Rob, nice laser. We have Mars, finally. 12 years.
All right, let's take a look. I don't understand.
Over a decade later, the Goddard team had proof. Planet-scale laser altimetry worked. It could map distant craters and valleys and mountains. It changed the game.
Today, we've ushered in a new era in the remote sensing of Mars.
And this particular data set that we've acquired has in fact enabled us to generate what we consider a very detailed description of the shape of the planet Mars.
This has significant implications for the flow of water early on Mars.
We believe this is one of the youngest features on the planet. We're seeing a planet that is very different from Earth. And it's telling us something about the Earth in an indirect way that says that not everything works in the way that we originally had in mind.
The kind of measurements that we're making now are allowing us to, characterize Mars on timescales of days to years now. And then the next step is to try to go back eons and try to figure out what changed on Mars.
I mean, at that time, we used to brag that Mars was mapped better than the Earth. The accuracy of MOLA was so good, and after a couple of years, the coverage was so good. It was definitely a more accurate map of a planet than any planet.
And this came out of it can't be done in the mid-'80s to a tool that we now accept as the standard.
For those of us that worked on MOLA, it was transformative. It wasn't at a destination or a place that we were as much as a place that we would become.
Following MOLA, in some ways we were in demand to consider whether we could provide a laser altimeter to another mission.
A few missions, actually. It was no longer a question of if LiDAR could work, but where else it could work. But as the opportunities to test the limits of LiDAR arose, so did the challenges ahead. The Goddard team quickly began to see the evolution of LiDAR missions, building on the successes of new frontiers mapped by MOLA.
We've measured the seasonal changes in the Mars ice caps, both the North Pole and the South Pole. We've measured the volumes, we've measured the mass that's involved in that. We now have a density. So now we know the kind of processes that are taking.
Dave Smith invited me to be on the MOLA altimetry science team. And that was because of my experience with using altimetry over land rather than ocean processes.
Zwally was an obvious choice to study the Martian ice caps for MOLA, given his decades of expertise with our own polar regions, studying the ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica through the 1970s and 80s.
And then as we went into the 80s, NASA was sort of the beginning of the development of the Earth observations program.
So the Earth observing system, I think, will be the first effort targeted at looking at the whole Earth system as a system, rather than just the little components that make it up.
Somewhere along then, I teamed up with Jim Abshar.
Jay had been pushing for a long time for a dedicated ice altimetry mission, which turned into ISAT-1.
Designing ISAT-1 marked a major leap in what LiDAR needed to do and how challenging it would be to do it. To measure the changing ice sheets, the LiDAR had to be far more precise, cover the same tracks season to season, and it needed more power and a larger instrument, which meant much more time to build.
We built a simulator for ISAT-1 that allowed us to sort of figure out how precise it could be, how we would process the waveform data coming back, how we would track the surface.
This algorithm was much more complicated than anything I had ever worked on before.
But all this meant essentially for the ISAT mission, you needed a much more advanced version of MOLA.
In Mars, we really didn't know what was there until we got the measurements, so we were doing discovery. On Earth, we have to make quantitative measurements about what's happening.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And we have ignition and liftoff of NASA's ISAT and ChipSat spacecraft looking at stars and ice.
But after, we'd worked on glass at that point more than a decade, and it already launched, and usually you think, okay, now we're going to be able to enjoy the data coming down, and what can we see in the data? But there was much more, what is this mystery we're seeing? Why is the laser energy going down? Things were not working the way we expected them to, and there were mysteries, and we weren't expecting, after MOLA in particular, to have mysteries at that point.
One of these unexpected mysteries came down to the wire. Several wires, actually.
What happened on glass was the laser diodes had gold bond wires and indium solder. If you bring these two metals together, even though they're not reactive, they do combine to form gold indide.
The gold indide ate away at the wires, leading to added thermal stress, and eventually the failure of the first laser. And the second and third lasers were degrading as well. Tough decisions were ahead.
When these missions operate, there's a lot riding on the missions. You don't want to make any mistakes. You want to optimize things as best you can.
The question was, given that we would have so much lifetime expectancy from the lasers, well, the scientific decision was that the best way to use that was to operate for periods of about a month and do that 3 times a year.
That decision paid off when ISAT showed dramatic change in land ice around Greenland, and it also proved that LiDAR could be used to measure something called sea ice freeboard, a major breakthrough in determining sea ice thickness and an essential science goal for the future of ice measuring satellites.
Even though the ISAT project required much more care and feeding, it really laid the groundwork for all the subsequent missions that Goddard has flown.
Around the same time that ISAT was developed, Goddard was tasked with designing a laser for measuring a place far from any icy poles.
Sean Solomons was the PI of Messenger, and he said, I've been asked to PI a mission to Mercury. I really want a laser altimeter on board. Can you make one that will work there? So the short answer seemed to be, yeah, I don't see why not, but there will be extreme thermal circumstances that we'd have to worry about.
That was a really tough one because you fly in close to the 800-degree planet and then you have a 12-hour orbit.
The temperature changes by tens of degrees in a few minutes.
It had to always shield itself from the sun constantly, which meant that in orbit it was often at a very high angle. It was a challenge to try to continually figure out where the surface of Mercury was.
And then they wanted it to be small, much smaller than MOLA. I think it's ended up to a quarter or a fifth of the size.
But I remember the manager who was running it for us at the time kind of said, you realize I've thinned every wire in this electronic package so thin that you better not look at it twice because it might break. But that's the level we had to go to get within the 7 kilograms, okay? And MLA was the laser altimeter that we proposed, and this was really pushed the limits of what we could reasonably expect to do.
Despite the extreme environmental gauntlet, the Mercury laser altimeter kept on collecting data for 4 years, right up until the very end when Messenger crashed into Mercury in 2015. But before that, it captured historic views of the planet's topography.
It is time for America to take the next steps. Beginning no later than 2008, we will send a series of robotic missions to the lunar surface to research and prepare for future human exploration.
And then one day, the president, I think it was George Bush, suddenly decided we're going to go back to the moon. Wow, all of a sudden, okay?
We've been thinking about putting a LiDAR around the moon for a long time, actually.
And I really wanted to have a crack at doing a good one instrument for the moon. I mean, my interest was in gravity and topography, 2 things that need to come together to measure the structure of a planet.
And then all of a sudden, we got a call from headquarters. Can you design a LiDAR around the moon, to map the topography?
And so the instruments were chosen from proposals based on the ability to help select sites and determine the safety of landing in particular sites on the moon.
The LiDAR would be the Lunar Orbiter Laser Altimeter, or LOLA, and it marked another leap into laser altimetry.
We also came up with the idea of having multiple beams.
We managed to put 5 beams on the surface, and that kind of changed the observational strategy, if you know what I mean, of 5 parallel beams.
But after launch, Lola was suspiciously silent.
When Lola started, I think that was just devastating.
We didn't get any measurement at nighttime when we first turned on. It was quite a shock, and it was the first LiDAR that didn't work at the initial turn on.
The people that are heavily involved in the instrument development, you're pulled back in if there's surprises that occur.
On Lola, the blankets were all tied tightly to the beam expander and the telescope, and this germanium black kapton, which we didn't test with, was very strong.
And then we caused a misalignment.
I remember we discussed whether we wanted to check the alignment at spacecraft level, and we just decided not to do it. I think that was my fault, because we could have. We started in the worst possible orbit for that failure mechanism. And so we were out of alignment, and we had no signal at all, and that was just it was a tough couple of weeks.
Yeah, it is a lessons learned for life for me.
A couple of weeks later, we noticed a little blip at the South Pole, and so we had some hope. And it eventually just, as the orbit progressed, the signal kept getting stronger and stronger on the daylight side.
Despite a bumpy start, in time, Lola and the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter mission became revolutionary in mapping our moon.
And it's turned out to be exceptional in terms of describing the topography of the moon. As a result of Lola, I think largely, if not the others as well, the doubts about whether a laser altimeter, for example, could last, age limits, lifetime limits on the laser altimeter were dispelled.
The Cold Atom Laboratory is in many ways the coolest thing and the coldest thing we've ever done on the International Space Station. It is allowing us to investigate cold quantum gases and make breakthroughs in areas of physics that up until now have been unavailable to us.
NASA built the International Space Station to do the kind of research that we're doing in the Cold Atom Lab. This is the first time we're able to study this fifth state of matter in space.
Bose-Einstein condensation is an amazing feat of engineering in itself, but this type of physics is difficult to do in ground-based experiments. And so doing this in microgravity is going to allow us to really see what's going on. So you have something cool, how do you make it cooler? You put it in space.
Our ability to study cold atoms is really going to advance our knowledge in areas that will help us in quantum computing, quantum communications, and learn even more about gravity and how it interacts in our universe.
NASA celebrates LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
The Mars Polar Lander and Mars Climate Orbiter missions failed. We had to get back in the saddle. We had to get something landed on the surface of Mars.
I thought it was honestly like a crazy idea given the amount of time that we have. The probability of failure was unacceptable.
Engineers don't like designing when there are too many unknowns.
They fooled me into taking this job, saying that, oh, it won't be that hard. It's a reflight of Mars Pathfinder. You have all the pieces there.
We knew it would be a challenge, but I don't think we adequately assessed how difficult it would be.
I think in the back of your mind, you're always prepared for anything to happen, but this wasn't one of the places that we thought something would go wrong.
Come on, man.
You don't put a system like this on a major spacecraft like this at the last moment.
The trouble is, it's great on paper, but until you put it out there and test it, you really don't know what you have.
You know, I've told my people that in terms of my top 10 list of worries, the first 3 are schedule, schedule, and schedule, and there's nothing in fourth place.
I came to the realization that the heritage wasn't in the blueprints. The heritage was in the people.
Our next pass through this, if it doesn't come together, it's an all-go-home thing. It's an over.
6 green board. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
At the end of 1999, the Mars Polar Lander and Mars Climate Orbiter missions failed.
I don't know if you have net punched up, but the numbers reported that they think that the signal may have been due to RFI or something in the front end. We're not seeing that in any of the other spectrums, but they're continuing to look.
JPL was responsible for these missions, and that changed everything. There was a loss of confidence. What had to be done was we had to get back in the saddle. We had to get something landed on the surface of Mars. The problem was we didn't have a lot of time. We have to go back to something we know. And what we knew is we knew the Pathfinder lander. And because of that confidence, we can do it in a short time. We got to take the Pathfinder lander and stick our rover in it.
Here we go, 6 pulses for equalization at minus 18 dB. Pulse number 1, 3, 2, 1, mark.
We knew at the time we had a 3-year project to go to launch, and that's just very, very tight for a mission of this kind of complexity. And we've been fighting that challenge since the beginning. You worry about, am I got the right plan? Do I really have it figured out? Are we on track? Can we stay on track?
I'll briefly go over launch crews and EDL and just give you an idea of how the downlink process works during those phases. I'll spend a lot more time on surface, specifically the tactical downlink process. I'll also talk a little bit about a couple key additional requirements for Red Rover Goes to Mars.
You start getting into this cycle of things changing just a little bit here and just a little bit there, and all of a sudden the mass got heavier, and so other things had to change. Your design heritage, the blueprint, I use the phrase that I will never use again because no one will believe me, is build to print. I said, we will take the Mars Pathfinder lander and build to print. We will take the blueprints and we will send it to the machine shop, build these same things again, and that will be the shell that we land in. And then we just have to design this rover that fits inside. That build to print concept is the one thing that was completely wrong.
Message here is if you see something that you don't like in the MER mission system design, I'm one of the people you can blame.
I came to the realization that the heritage wasn't in the blueprints. The heritage was in the people. And the people who had designed this thing before, they've gone through this design work, they've experienced all the difficulties, they know how to solve it.
And then we have a final TCM at 48 hours out.
They tell us these only weigh 40 pounds, but they feel like 100. We are building airbag systems to cushion a rover that's going to Mars. Well, we have a deadline to meet for testing, so we have to work a lot of hours and work hard and get it done on time and make it work good, too. A lot of it is sewing through these thick layers. It's very difficult. The stuff we coat it with makes it hard to go through. We've had to get special needles, special machines, and it takes a lot of strength to press it out with your fingers and sew it. I've done both. I've worked suit parts, I've worked gloves, and I've worked these. It's like peas and carrots, you know? Gloves are more delicate, more complicated mentally, smaller. This is physically challenging because it is heavy. We have a lot of questions because in the whole time you're building it, you're wondering, is this going to be right? Is it going to be okay? Is it going to work? You can't imagine the joy. We were jumping up and down when Pathfinder landed and was successful, and that's what we want to bring into this. How would you feel if you knew that something you have actually worked on and touched every day was on Mars? Our names are on Mars because we got to sign the lander panel of Pathfinder. And believe me, we'll have our initials in some of these scenes too.
Seriously, no. These things lose a little of their edge.
I mean, look, it's got the same texture down underneath where it's never been tested. This is the rock that was causing all the problems in the last test.
So we were right up to the hairy edge. We were supposed to just be checking the box. We were waiting to see if we had a working airbag system. It was pretty scary.
It's amazing. You never would have guessed that this rock would cause so much trouble.
No, it's not.
This is
sharp.
They fooled me into taking this job, saying that, oh, it won't be that hard. It's a reflight of Mars Pathfinder. You have all the pieces there. Put it together again, it'll work. And every single last darn piece on that entry, descent, landing system had to be redesigned, sometimes almost from scratch.
So we're using the replica drop for this first drop. MER as being this heritage, this build to print. You never get to do that.
I own the overall system, responsibility, but effectively, I was more of a busybody, getting in Adam Stelzner's way rather than driving the system. I wanted to see firsthand and understand the challenges. And sometimes you can't really understand it unless you're there on site and seeing all the debates that bring out those subtle nuances of the design that you do not hear any other way. We thought we understood how the airbag system was going to behave. We knew it was marginal. Nobody was expecting it to be robust. But the initial design failed and got damaged in ways we were not expecting.
45 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Release.
can see there's a little blue right there.
Yeah.
You can see
Today we tested at 16 meters per second, and it worked. I would say that, on one hand, we have good reason to be excited, but on the other hand, it was expected to work at 16 meters per second. We didn't expect this one to fail.
Wow. It's like in the movie scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Blade Runner.
Yeah. Yes. I remember that scene.
Resolve.
Okay. A little slower.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Look at it wrinkling up. Ooh, catching. That is awesome. You can even see a piece of it. Looks like we have some clear.
The lighting's pretty hot right there. But that's all right.
But you know, if you back up a little bit, you can actually see an abrasion layer lifted off. It's just sitting there. That piece of abrasion layer is just sitting there.
What we've got here is what we're calling classic airbag damage, where the outermost layers are there as sacrificial elements to protect the bladder layer. It's a lot like a bulletproof vest. It gets torn up and you tear the outside part, the outer layers of the vest, and you protect the user on the inside. In this case, it's the airbag and the lander.
This tool's formal name is the rock abrasion tool. And in NASA, you have to have your name shortened to an acronym. So naturally, that makes us the creators of the RAT. I can't tell you how many suggestions I get almost daily for logos. It's a bit of a joke around here and in the space science community that we are building a RAT. One of the biggest issues facing us is the dust skirt. To prevent the dust from coming out, perhaps billowing up, and damaging the other instruments. However, it's a very slow-moving drill and only sends up small wisps of material into the air. We don't like the skirt. It's almost as like you're saying, okay, we want to eject the dust from digging this hole so we can look in, but we're building a cover right around the hole at the same time.
Sorry, your call did not go through.
We're losing money on this.
Honeybees, John Gitt. I'm here, Steve Condos.
Hi, guys.
Steve.
Yeah.
Margaret, somebody else on the line? Who else is there?
Squire said he's in another solid car, but if we yell out and we need him, he'll hear us and come back.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, you know what I recommend though? We go through the report first, and then we usually want.
Sure.
And then we do who asks questions, what's remaining, okay?
Cool.
There was a discussion that perhaps got a little persnickety because the PI on the telecom said, no, we have to keep the skirt in place and perform yet a whole nother round of tests.
But I haven't heard anything from Honeybee saying that they were going to do that.
Well, I question why bother doing that?
We don't know what the skirt does at these different angles. We don't know what happens without the skirt at these different angles. This whole thing has been sufficiently counterintuitive to me from the get-go that I'd rather see tests if that's what's going to happen.
Now, wait a minute.
Trying to sell the idea of getting rid of the skirt is going to be a lot easier if you can show that, hey, this thing creates the skirt actually hurts things quite a bit. Yeah, where does the dust go? How fast what velocity does it fly off at? Which direction is it going to go, etc.? I mean, does it fly off in a sheet, a cone?
Well, that we agree we're going to test completely thoroughly. I was just questioning continual testing with the skirt, that's all. I just didn't quite understand why that should be so extensive. We'll do it. End of discussion, okay? From their perspective, I understand, their instruments, they're worried about them, so we'll do it.
We have a skirt and want that mostly inside the skirt. If you don't have a skirt, then
I'm happy as a clam. However, engineers don't like designing when there are too many unknowns.
That's the baseline, and everything that these guys talked about is consistent with that budget. There's a list of threats that these guys have come to me with, and they've said, okay, the more structure may be late. The PMA contracted ball may increase. The flight software workforce may stretch to the right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I've added all those threats up. They're in the category of everything we can think of that can go wrong. Although Farouz would argue that we've made that claim before and we haven't thought of everything. I submit that based on the data I gave you this week, you can't draw that conclusion.
Cut to the quick. What is the internal processes in Division 35 to make sure that these promise dates are going to be met?
We are holding the subsystems' feet to the fire as much as we can.
What part of this gives you gas? Where are you concerned? The problem the presentation presents to the board, they can't make a judgment. If they were to make a judgment, they'd say you're in very, very serious trouble.
Come on, we're not done with this review yet, okay? I mean, we understand that problem. And if you want us to compress the story into 1 hour, we can do it.
That's not going to work here.
I mean, clearly, he does not shift his need date to the delivery date just as a matter of principle every time it happens. We go through a very long process of trying to push back on the subsystems.
The procedures have got to be more self-contained. John's right. We got to clean it up.
Mechanisms and peripherals, ACS, for example, we are hardware and software constrained big time. And so there are probably some things we can do. There's always something you can do, but a lot of it tends to be non-critical path activities.
We have to go to some
lousy
sites. We've had the whole mission's been around follow the water. That's what we've had that objective right from the start.
Right.
But if we go out into the middle of Elysium, we've lost that. We've lost the main objective, the main sort of theme of the mission. So it's an important issue.
For those of you who haven't been in this process before, and Ray knows well, you don't put a system like this on a major spacecraft like this at the last moment.
There's this tension that exists between the engineering team and the scientists. The engineers want success. And in order to assure success, they have to be very conservative people.
The landing system is very fragile in the presence of sustained winds. If those sustained winds go above a certain level, that the landing system, the airbags and stuff cannot do the job. And so that's another point that says that even if you don't believe the models, you better be wary of what they're saying.
And that actually changes the site selection criteria. That's the bottom line.
That's right.
You're seeing a much greater concern over winds than we even considered going in. But the way we started this was you have to certify the site as safe first.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think
the project will not recommend that we land in an unsafe site, regardless of the science objectives.
How do you define safe then?
That's
what we're struggling with.
The struggle part is the uncertainty on your definition.
Right. Exactly.
That's exactly right, Roger.
There will always be an engineering judgment component to it.
It's not black and white.
You could probably imagine two partially ordered sets. One from the scientific point of view, these are all great, these are in between, and these are not any good. And the same thing from engineering. Sure. And you can imagine lining those two up side by side and then trying to decide whether or not there existed a site that was not unacceptable from either point of view. Right.
And this was done during Pathfinder, and Gentry was there in the very end.
MER is more complex because there were so many more data sets that you could throw at the problem. We have 2 orbiters that are going around Mars that we can direct to take pictures at target locations. So now it's much more involved. You're actually acquiring the information while you're in the decision-making process, while you're building the spacecraft, while you're worried about what the spacecraft can actually do and what sort of site it can and can't land at.
Excuse me, in terms of distant views and relief, clearly there's an issue here. But what that hematite deposit looks like on a centimeter to 10 centimeter to meter scale, nobody in this room knows. It could be wild, it could be weird, it could be very, very strange looking.
But we also heard from and let me just follow that up. Pathfinder was just as dull and boring from an orbital point of view, and we landed, there were some hills there that people got pretty excited about.
I think the uncertainty on this category, Matt, might rival the uncertainty on the winds.
How could that be? Scientists trying to judge what the public likes. I think you can explain this one to the public.
No way. It takes you 90 days to explain that to the
Oh man, if I explain Pathfinder to the public, I can explain hematite to the public. This is under the public.
No.
Wait, it was under the public category.
But it's a separate issue. Separate
Like
issue.
15 seconds.
We have a landing site where that category is not green. I think we have a real problem.
Yes.
So.
But remember, the dynamic range is going to get open. There may be some that have reds here.
The question I'm having is, what is the meaning of that row? And what is the meaning of good diversity? Because you can have so much diversity that you don't know what the hell you're doing.
Let's go on. Let's leave it and see if it comes to help later.
But should I put anything in the comments side about what test we're going to want?
Yeah, who thought this up?
Arthur, can you find one more person? We need another person for this thing. They lost one.
So the beginning of June of 2002, the year before launch picnic, we are 51 weeks from launch. Last week, the team went out and had a good lunch time and played a little volleyball. The schedule is the big concern on this project. You know, I've told my people that in terms of my top 10 list of worries, the first 3 are schedule, schedule, and schedule, and there's nothing in 4th place. And that's just very, very tight for a mission of this kind of complexity. And we've been fighting that challenge basically since the beginning. So the pressure now is on getting the flight equipment together through the assembly, test, and launch operations phase in order to get ready to go to Florida in March of 2003.
They owe us whatever we lose by. Donate.
The schedule situation has forced us to expend money at a greater rate than we expected, so we've had to go back to NASA headquarters and ask for an infusions of funds. They've been extremely supportive of our requests, and we've gotten everything we've asked for. But in going through that process, you worry about, have I got the right plan? Do I really have it figured out? Are we on track? Can we stay on track? My job is to make sure that the rest of the team, it's a very high caliber, very motivated group of people, can get their job done. So my job is to get the stuff that gets in their way out of the way. Keep this well-oiled machine running.
I think since this is the 0 degree, it's probably worth doing.
So I've got your concurrence that it will count as a test if it doesn't have the air data boom data.
Are you questioning whether you're going to get air data boom data?
The pilot indicates that we have a very high probability in these gusty conditions that we will smash the air data boom.
Yeah, we'll go. We will count it.
Got that, we're going.
I'm really amazed at the amount of spinning that we're getting. There's altitude at location. Look at it. Look at that. That is splendid. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, that's fantastic.
That's great. Well, here's the thing too. If let's say this one hits and it's a good test. We quickly found out that we weren't testing them the way they should have been tested. I think in the back of your mind you're always prepared for anything to happen, but this wasn't one of the places that we thought something would go wrong.
We went back in mid-June and had the very dramatic, complete structural failures. All right.
We're ready. Looks good. Stabilize, count, and drop. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was slightly devastating.
Significant, severe chute damage. Well, the political spin on this is pretty easy. Because this chute did not have any of the reinforcements that we put in to stop just these very kinds of failures, these kinds of failures are not surprising. And that's why we chose to use. You got to remember, these soft goods systems like parachutes or airbags, they are not readily amenable to analysis. The inflation of a parachute is actually a chaotic event. It's a nonlinear, dynamic event, highly driven by the initial conditions of the inflation. In that regard, I'm not surprised or disheartened at all by this. I need to get the right spin on this so that no one else chokes.
That was of a nature that just makes you're taken aback. It even takes a day or two to absorb the magnitude of what just happened. That was rough. First of all, you have to figure out why you have a failure. You have to figure out what your possible fixes are, and you don't have the schedule to investigate this in a more methodical manner that you would like.
So we have to change our thinking on most likely the loads. And it didn't look like there was several different types of failure there. I mean, at least to me.
To me, it looked like there was.
Yeah.
But again, I'm looking through a little camera screen.
Well, even, I mean, it just, you know.
Did you hear it afterwards?
Yeah.
All right. It's coming to you, Dennis. This cone's for you. It's coming to you.
The fact that the parachute exploded, not a good thing.
Well, yeah, I'd rather have it happen here than
Mars.
else. Yeah.
That's right. Unfortunately, strictly speaking, that chute that just exploded was the chute that we were planning on taking to Mars. Complete structural failures. Repeated, complete structural failures of the parachute. And that was extremely distressful. I mean, that is a sense of panic, like, oh my God, what are you going to do about this? The chute failed in the correct loads. That tells us that we have a parachute that's not up to the job we need it to do. Because we have packed as much parachute as we can into the volume that's available to us, our only recourse in making the parachute stronger is to change the configuration and reduce the band length. The way you make it stronger is you put maybe other webbing or reinforcements or thicker fabric. The net result is that you need more volume to pack that fabric in. We don't have any more volume. It's going to require people to be brave, especially managers to be brave, because the certainty that we have the job done is going to come very late, and that's going to make everybody nervous. Our next pass through this, if it doesn't come together, it's an all go home thing. It's an over.
About a month ago, we began assembly, test, and launch operations. When the first part of the flight units are, or in our case, engineering models, are beginning to be integrated in the assembly facility where the spacecraft goes together. That's a big deal because it indicates that you now have completed enough fabrication that you can begin the test phase and begin to understand what it is we really have designed and built. And where did we build it a certain way and it behaves in a way that's unexpected, and to fix those problems so that at the end of that test period, we know exactly what the article will do so we can send it to Mars with confidence. We are doing 2 shifts per day. We started that from the very beginning. We knew it would be a challenge, but I don't think we adequately assessed how difficult it would be. I think that's been the biggest surprise.
The trouble is, it's great on paper, but until you put it out there and test it, you really don't know what you have. So our electronics are failing at our vibration tests. Sometimes we find out it's a real problem. In other cases, we realize there's nothing wrong with it at all.
There's 2 camps of assembling and testing the rovers and the spacecraft as a whole. The assembly, test, and launch operations team is assembling the flight hardware, the stuff that's actually going to go to Mars. Our area, the integration and test area, has our own lab, which is a clean room and a sandbox where we have rovers that we test in the dirt. So we receive 1 set of electronics, the brains of the spacecraft. And we plug into each connector and make sure that each connector works, and we start slowly building up a spacecraft on a tabletop configuration where then the flight software team can come in and develop the software that they need to operate each of the devices. And then as part of the test team, we start doing higher level functional tests.
The other one would verify that we didn't have a short to chassis.
I like to think my job was kind of like working in the garage. It was a lot of hands-on, knowing how the vehicle operated or how the vehicle was put together. You're trying to balance all these different groups. People want to use the arm, people want to use the mast and image, people want to use both of those together. At the same time we're testing in our lab, they're putting the real pieces together. It was a lot. I mean, it was a lot of time. It was 3 shifts around the clock every weekend, and there was always somebody in the lab just because things weren't ready yet for us to start testing. And your job is just to make sure that everything works.
I look at my type, please.
Okay.
There it is.
No motion at all. That thing was stable as a rock.
A little bit.
Yeah, that thing just...
No stiffening on that at all.
Did you hear anything now?
Is there anything?
How was it, Eric?
If you get a gust of wind, the system starts to oscillate, and when you fire your retro rockets, you might impart an horizontal velocity. So you might touch down with a very gentle vertical velocity, but you might be going 30 meters per second horizontally. When we did statistical analysis of that problem for MER, it came out that the probability of failure was unacceptable. So we needed to come out now with a solution to that problem. Put a camera and you take 2 pictures, and then you can look at the displacement in the 2 pictures, how much you moved, and you divide it by the amount of time between the 2 images. You can figure out what's your velocity. The loss of fixes, were good to us. Hey, this is doable.
We are doing what is our most recent and possibly our last, actually, test taking the FIDO rover out to some mysterious field site, we do not know where. And it's a fantastic site. It's an absolutely wonderful landing site. It's got terrific geology, and best of all, there aren't any bushes. Because this rover doesn't like bushes. It's good with dirt, it's good with rocks, it's terrible with bushes because it's designed for Mars, where there aren't any bushes. Or where at least it would be a real discoverer if we found one.
We're going to come up with more than you can possibly execute on a drive saw. Okay? What will happen is if we get in there and we find out on the basis of UHF data that we can do remote sensing, but we can't do IDD, then I'll try to get the full set.
The point of this test is to train the science team in how to do field geology with a robot that is somewhere else, and using it to simulate the kind of science that we're going to do on the Martian surface with the MER rovers. I don't know where we are in terms of latitude and longitude and what state of the United States we're in, but that doesn't matter. What we do know now is we know where we are in some synthetic orbital images. We've got images taken from overhead that simulate the kind of data that we'll have from Mars.
The SOWG meeting will begin in here promptly at 8:15. So at 8:15, I want everybody in their seats, in this room, quiet, ready to go. Which rock we choose will be influenced not just by the geology, but also by where we're going to go after that.
That's not something that comes naturally to a field geologist. We got to stay real focused on the task at hand, which is doing the best job that we can for 10 days of really simulating the science that we're going to do on Mars.
And you have all the geology?
Yeah. I know you guys love the PanCam. Excuse me, can I have your attention just for a moment? Yeah. I know you guys love the PanCam panorama, but don't forget one thing you've really got to focus on is what the next solid's going to be. So be looking at the current location, front has cam, so you know what's in your work bag. Okay?
Good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably want to get this thing here.
Hey folks, anybody's got questions, issues on how to do naming of things? Roxana Wales here is our expert. Go to her for advice. Okay?
But so 17, 18, 19, 3 days of testing. If we really knock them out like the two in a row,
Yeah, 2 a day.
maybe make waist deep, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's just the only concern is that.
Okay, so the other scenario is, then you start asking,
But
is
if
it
we
worth
could-
even getting 1 or 2 off in that
And
period?
it is. It is. It's worth, look, if 1.6 fails, that's huge. And we have 3 mortars, okay? 3 GGs. Lay the parachute out like this, and we're simply going to be relying on the friction with the floor to keep it from sucking the lines into the death zone. I mean, what I'd like is to make it full inflation at center of the
Well, then
thing.
you gotta just
You
calculate.
can't hit the top of the wall. So you gotta stay safely off the top of the wall, and that's it. You go that high, boom. Four, 3, 2, 1. Come on. What is that? What is that? What is that? Come on, man. I don't know what it is. What do you think it is? I've never seen that before.
We are mobilizing or scrambling all forces to have a discussion at 12 p.m. Pacific on this subject. What? Am I breaking up? At any rate, but it is it may be a function of the geometric porosity, the gap size.
Richard, good.
Richard, it's Robin and Trayson and Adam and Wayne is talking to Manning outside, and he'll be in a second.
Okay.
This is not anything that was seen during Pathfinder or thus far during MER's development. It just as a general policy, clamp down on the information until Robin and or I have had a chance to release a press release, essentially.
Why are we doing a press release?
And it's not a press release. The emails you receive,
Yeah.
okay, that's how information about this drop goes out first.
because I found with the airbag drops that if you make a telephone call, somebody tells somebody else, and they play the telephone game, and by the time it makes it to up the food chain, all the good words have been lost and only the bad words have remained.
But this allows you to inform your management before it gets through the grapevine.
Yeah, wouldn't you like to tell Pete before Pete somehow found out?
Oh, no, I'm going to go tell them right now, but my point is that, you know, I'm more worried, actually it's getting to headquarters that I'm more worried about.
That's right. Okay.
Okay, because number one, I'd like to come up, I mean, I think it'd be good for us to come up there for that reason alone, is just to talk to Amy about politics of what's going on here.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why I want to come, is just to say, hey, you know, we probably should be with.
Here we go, baby. Arm switch on. Two, one, fire. There it goes. Look at that. Beautiful. 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 That is awesome. That was perfect. Center of the thing, everything awesome, awesome, awesome.
Oh, this is so great.
Yeah, this is totally cool.
So great.
Ah, we are so stoked. Oh, that's really nice.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pull!
Damn it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can we pull the transition through?
No.
You're a foot shy. 18 inches shy.
As soon as the transition got to the first roller, this broke.
Probably a spike in load due to the fact of trying to push all that extra around that roller.
Yeah, it's
Oh my goodness gracious, look at that.
That's so weird. I hope we do.
Hey babe, how are ya? Oh really? Oh, no. Things are couldn't be going any worse. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not clear. We're gonna decide the next half hour here what we're gonna do. And I'll call you when I find out. I love you. See you too. Bye. Oh, my little transition joint. Why couldn't you have gone a little further? It made it. Oh. Well, it made it.
Transition joint made it.
That's 104, Brad.
That was 104.
We got to get this thing fixed because we don't have a mission without this device.
Yeah, please.
We just got to test some more.
You put this on a CD for me and let me take it home. This movie
tonight.
Yeah, let's do that then. Okay, let's do that.
Start moving them out, guys, okay?
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends. And I can't wait to get on the road again.
Smile, guys, you're on candid camera.
On the road again.
Copy that, Pathfinder.
Going places that I've never been. Seeing things that I may never see again. I can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again. Like a band of gypsies, we go down the highway. Where the best
I hope I don't get sentimental here and break up on my last convoy. Well, we're coming to an end. We've been about 2,425 miles. We got another 150 miles or so to go, and we'll be finishing up this particular wide load convoy, which will be my last convoy over the 41 years I've worked at JPL, but it's been quite an experience. This is my 19th mission that I've worked on. Of course, the role I also used to play most of the time was a spacecraft test engineer, where I was actually out on the floor doing the electrical integration, putting the things together, and then somehow or another I started picking up doing the logistics part as far as the transportation. So my first trip down here, not convoy, but project, was Ranger 6, and that was in 1962. Things are a lot different down here than what they are now. It's been a real experience. Quite a ride. Couldn't want anything better. And now it's been documented. So I don't have to tell it over and over again. I can show them the video, right? Yeah. How about if we pull all the trucks up just side by side? Think you can do that?
I can't wait to get on the road again.
Rolling?
Here we go. Okay.
Power disable on. On in 5 seconds.
Electronics go. And hydraulics go. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 green board. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine start and liftoff of the Delta II rocket carrying the Spirit from Earth to planet Mars.
Load relief kick rate is in. Vehicles responding. Vehicles recovering very nicely to the liftoff transient. Beautiful. T plus 20 seconds. Look normal for this phase of the flight. We're approaching Mach 1. There we go. We've exceeded the supersonic speed. And there's jettison. Solid motor jettison. All three have jettison. Nice clean signature there. This kicks some ass!
Hi, I'm Bill Nelson. This month, June, is LGBTQ plus month. It's an opportunity for us here at NASA to recommit ourselves to the agency's culture of diversity, equality, and inclusion. Our value in the world is immense, and this commitment that we make as NASA helps us to succeed as an agency for the benefit of all humanity all over the world. The theme of this year's agency event is Power of Active Allyship. And that means working together to fight injustice and to promote equity in the workplace. Thank you for tuning into this important event where members of this community and our allies will discuss the issues and opportunities we face as a united NASA family. I encourage each of our family to reflect on ways that we can support our LGBTQ plus colleagues and friends. It's the NASA family that continues to make this agency one of the best places to work. And our success as a team relies on our diversity and our continual support and respect for one another. Thank you.
Welcome to today's LGBTQ Pride Month panel discussion. Thank you for joining us on NASA TV. I want to thank our leaders of our LGBTQ employee resource groups from across the agency who came together to organize this session today for you. Also want to thank our administrator for a wonderful introduction to kick things off today. We really appreciate that. And thank you to our panel members. We'll have a chance in just a moment to go around and make some introductions. Let me tell you that the theme of today's event is the power of active allyship. And I think that's a great topic for Pride Month. Pride Month is a couple of different things that go together. It is a celebration of who we are as a community. It's also an acknowledgement of some of the struggles over the years in the quest for equality. And it's also an acknowledgement of some of the challenges that still remain. That's where allyship becomes very important, both within and to the community, because there are things that we could all do to work together to achieve those goals of equity and inclusion that we're all interested in. So let's introduce ourselves this afternoon so we can kick off the discussion. I will start. I'm the moderator for today. My name is Charles Cockrell. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I am currently the Associate Center Director for Strategy at NASA Glenn Research Center, even though my permanent home, if you will, is at NASA Langley, where I've spent most of my career, and I am one of the executive sponsors of our LGBTQ employee resource group there at Langley. And I'm very proud to play that role because I also identify as part of the LGBTQ community. So again, thank you. And now let's go around and introduce our panel. I will ask Melanie to start this afternoon.
My name is Melanie Saunders. I'm the Deputy Associate Administrator for the agency, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I've been an ally for a number of years. I spent most of my career at the Johnson Space Center, and in my last few years at JSC, I was the chair of the Inclusion and Innovation Council, which was JSC's DEI panel and council. I was also previously executive sponsor for the first LGBTQ ERG, formal ERG. We had an informal group before that called the Out and Allied Group. And so I'm an ally, and I'm happy to be somebody who is visibly an ally so that I can maybe, by being a role model, other leaders will step out and be allies also in the agency. So thanks for sharing some time with me. Thanks.
Thank you, Melanie. I'd like to ask Sarah to go next.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Phillips. I am an employee at Glenn Research Center. My pronouns are as varied as the rainbow. I typically go by she, her, but I also go by they, them, and I will certainly answer to whatever anyone chooses to call me. I am part of the LGBTQ community, and I identify as gender nonconforming and also lesbian.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for joining us today. Donna, how about you go next?
I'm Donna Schaefer. I work at Johnson Space Center. I'm associate director there, where I chair the I&I Council, and I also have had probably one of my most fun jobs ever in serving as executive sponsor for our Out and Allied ERG here at JSC. My pronouns are she and her, and much like Sarah, I answer to many names, and I'm happy to. And so I'm thrilled to get to spend some time here with you guys today as we talk more about what's going on with the world and how we can work together to make it a better place to be for our colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Donna. And Ron.
Yes, my name is Ron Braid. I am happy to be rejoining my NASA family members, having retired as of last October. My pronouns are he, him, and his. And one of my last positions at NASA was as the Ames Associate Center Director. I have also served as a senior champion for a number of ERGs during my time at NASA, including the Equal Accessibility Advisory Committee, which is for the people with disabilities community, the Native American Advisory Committee, both at Goddard, and then most recently in 2019, I served as the senior champion for the Pride Alliance at NASA headquarters for the LGBTQ+ community. So I'm honored to have been asked and glad to be joining you all today.
All right, thanks so much. And again, thank you to this great mix of community members, allies, employees, leaders, and people from across the agency to have this discussion today with us. We really appreciate it. One of the things that we'll try to do today, because we know that sometimes language is tricky, it can change, it can be elusive. So we'll try to define some terms. And so maybe that just makes it easier to have a good dialogue, and hopefully that's informative to everybody. So let's just start with that. All of those letters that are out there, LGBTQ+, what do they mean? So it stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. And we could spend a lot of time talking about that term, but we'll maybe save that for another day. And the plus is on the end of there. You sometimes will see variations of that, but it just acknowledges there is a tremendous diversity in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity. And so we'll maybe have a chance to talk about what some of those things mean today. So first topic I'd like to maybe just chat with our panel about. I hope that the audience noted that when we introduced ourselves, we all identified our pronouns. And so pronouns are really important when it comes to gender identity. We've got a lot of studies that show that people, young adults today, identify as transgender or non-binary or gender non-conforming. And here again, we'll just define a term for you. If you ever hear the term cisgender, that just means someone who has a gender identity that corresponds to what they were assigned at birth. If you're transgender, it's a person who has changed their gender identity, or maybe someone is gender non-conforming, or non-binary might be a different identity, not different than male or female, so different than our understanding traditionally of what that means. So pronouns are a way of expressing that. And why is that important to do in introductions in the workplace? I'd like to maybe just get some perspectives from our panel. And Sarah, I'm wondering if you could start with that.
Sure. Thanks for kicking that off. So gender is a really interesting topic. And I think the most important thing to point out is that gender for a lot of people is a journey. It doesn't always necessarily have an ending. I think traditionally when people think of gender, they think you're either cisgender or you're transgender. You know, a lot of people don't realize that there's anything in between. For many people that are on the journey of being transgender, there's the idea that they're going to become as feminine or masculine as possible. And that's the more traditional view of how people look at transgender. Trans spectrum is absolutely huge. And it allows for people to really explore who they are inside, how they identify outside. As a non-gender confirming person, I identify as non-binary. So for me, I did not come out until I was an adult. I was already in my 30s because my entire life I knew I wasn't a girl, but I didn't think I was a boy either. And it wasn't until someone actually started giving me some of these definitions and saying, you don't have to be, you know, as manly as you want. Like, why don't you just explore who you want, you know, who you are, and finding that medium and having the ability to day by day represent how I'm feeling, whether it be more masculine or more feminine or maybe a variety of both, has allowed me to feel like the most authentic self I've ever been. And the way that we see gender and recognize gender is changing, and that's absolutely a wonderful thing. I know it can be scary to a lot of people because I think as humans, we like to have easy labels. We like to be able to identify something because then we understand it. And having gender fluid and non-gender conforming, it's not something that you can easily understand because there's no box. And so I think it's really good that we talk about that today, especially when we talk about allyship, because, you know, it's important for our allies to understand and respect that, you know, gender is a journey, and that there are a lot of employees at NASA who are, I think, going to listen to this today and really take a lot of positive feedback and feel good about hearing that they are supported on that journey.
Thank you, Sarah. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. From a NASA leadership perspective, let me ask either Melanie or Donna if you have a perspective on that and what NASA leadership might do in terms of the importance of pronouns and gender identity in the workplace.
So one of the things that I think is important to remember is that this is relatively, I would say, this is a relatively new concept to many people, especially many straight people. In the past, you know, the definitions have evolved even since I was an executive sponsor of Out and Allied. And so I guess what I would tell you is I'm always a little uncomfortable for the reason, not because I'm uncomfortable with the concept or anybody, I'm uncomfortable that I don't want to unwittingly offend somebody. And so I worry about whether I've got the protocol right or whether I'm going to treat somebody the way they want to be treated, the way they should be treated, the way they expect to be treated. And so what I try and tell other leaders, if asked, is, hey, just treat every person as an individual. They'll give you cues about how they want to be seen and who they are and how they want to be addressed, and just pay attention and take everybody, you know, one person at a time. But the thing that I think is scary for especially a lot of straight people is they don't want to offend somebody, and they're not sure if they are or if they're not, and what the kind of the rules of the road are. Because I think a lot of times people are uncomfortable, and that can be misconstrued as having a more nefarious origin, and it's really just afraid to be rude to somebody and fear of offending somebody. So.
One thing I would add on to that, just something simple that I only recently did because it only occurred to me recently to do this, that is helpful, I think, is I added my pronouns to my signature block on my auto signature. So when my emails go out and people see that, they see what I hope is, one, me sharing a little bit of information about myself, and two, they see this as a space where if they're talking to me, I hope and you know, that they know they can be their true, authentic selves to me.
And Don, I really appreciate that. And to add on to what Melanie said, you know, sometimes it's those small things that can really make a big difference. So normalizing that practice of adding your pronouns to your email signature line, or even just getting in the practice of in a meeting where you are introducing people for the first time of stating your pronouns. It just makes everybody more comfortable in being able to share that. And then that way you're able to acknowledge someone the way that they want to be acknowledged. So it's a small thing, but it's a really important practice. So thank you for doing that. Ron, anything to add on this topic?
I agree with what everyone has said. I think that it's critically important as a leader within an organization to try to create an environment where everyone feels that they can be themselves.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. And that is actually a great segue to explore this topic of allyship a little further. That is the topic of today's event. So let's talk a little bit more about what that means to us. And so I would like to go around and maybe ask you, some of you already started to talk about that a little bit, but maybe expand a little bit on the different forms of support that allyship can take. And maybe if you have an experience that you could share with us, either positive or negative, that motivated you to become an active supporter within your NASA Center's LGBTQ group or beyond that in the community. So, Ron, let me go back and just start with you and see if you want to expand on those thoughts a little bit more.
Sure. Well, it's one thing to be supportive of an environment, but as a leader, how are we advocating for an environment that is much more inclusive? And so through my own experiences, life experiences, as an African-American male, I realized that sometimes being quiet and observant isn't enough to be an advocate for change when our systems really need kind of a fresh perspective to kind of take a step back and look at how we can modify our systems to be more inclusive of others as well.
Thanks, Ron. Really appreciate that, and really appreciate the theme of the intersectionality between different communities working with each other in common issues and concerns. So really appreciate that theme. Donna, you talked about being very active in your role as executive sponsor at JSC. Maybe have you expand on what motivated you to do that a little bit?
It was one of those things where, each of our employee resources groups gets 2 executive sponsors. I happen to have, one of the coolest ones, the Out and Allieds first, just because it was really great group of people. And of course, not long after I entered my role there, we had a massacre in Florida, and that group gathered together, and just to watch the humanity, the other ERGs that showed up, that stood by and were there for each other, it reminds us all that we're all people, that we're all working together for one agency that has a common mission, but we're a bunch of individual employees who also have things going on in our lives. And that, that event impacted me significantly, just watching the raw emotion in the room. What can we do? We all at NASA want to go in and we want to help. And this is an opportunity for us to step in and do that, even within our own team, setting the example for the rest of the federal government about how we behave, how we treat each other. This is not something that we can easily change quickly. If we had a magic wand, I'm sure we would, but it's slow changes, and it's about us stepping up and being there for each other. And, just the idea of making sure that the workforce knows we want them to show up as their authentic selves, because once that can happen, our missions get better.
Thanks, Donna. Appreciate that. Sarah, let me ask you, as a member of the LGBTQ community, what does allyship mean to you?
Allyship is huge. And one of the things that I would put out there as both a positive and negative experience to me, my center director, I have a little bit of a hero complex, hero worship for my center director. Dr. Perez Davis has made it her mission to make sure that everyone knows that at Glenn, diversity is one of the most important things to her. When we have a lot of gatherings, virtual, and she's speaking, she always makes sure that she's speaking to everyone that is listening. And she always uses language that makes sure that there is an inclusivity to the entire employee group out there. I would say a negative, and it's not a huge negative, but it's something that I think sends a message, and maybe for people to think about. And maybe you are an ally and you don't know how to tell people, but silence is very loud. And I think that sometimes when there is opportunity to let people know that you care and that opportunity is missed by silence, it sometimes sends the opposite message. And that really makes me shrink a little inside, because the reality is it's not always safe to be your authentic self. And it's not always welcoming. And that makes you a little bit scared at work. And there's a lot of people that identify that way for many different reasons. I think just using little opportunities, you don't have to put a rainbow flag up, outside your house, and you don't have to scream and shout, I'm an ally, but just using simple language when you're discussing things with people.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for sharing that story. Some great themes in there. I will share with you just, from my perspective, it's been an education for me to make sure we understand that while we've achieved a lot in terms of equality over the years, not everybody has benefited equally. When you see some of the statistics about the violence directed towards trans women, particularly trans women of color across the country, it's very alarming. I'm personally very alarmed by some of what I'm hearing in society directed towards trans people, everything from excluding trans women from sports to denying trans youth access to gender-affirming care. These are the kinds of things that may not occur to people, but it's sort of all out there, and it kind of creates a climate that you can't help but have that influence what goes on inside our gates as well. So I'm seeking ways, even within the community, to do what I can to raise awareness and help with that kind of situation. So that's just another way that we can all serve as allies to each other, regardless of where we sit within or outside the community. So just things like encouraging LGBTQ youth to STEM fields. How can we show ourselves as an agency to be more welcoming to highly qualified candidates? I think that's a really important conversation. And I'm going to maybe put Melanie on the spot a little bit here first as a senior leader. How does that relate back to our NASA value of inclusion and trying to make sure that we're attracting the most diverse workforce that we can?
Well, that's a great question. So this is one area where I really see a huge role for the ERGs, because I would hope that the ERG members are reaching out to affinity groups, LGBTQ plus groups at their alma mater, college or university. And that's where there's nothing quite as compelling in my mind as hearing a message from somebody who went to your college, who you would think was something like you and was aligned with a similar affinity group, and maybe, just having that personal pipeline of we're interested, and having them share personal testimonials. So I also think it's really important for the ERGs to be involved when we do recruiting, college campus recruiting, and put out our announcements, or that we're going to be posting, if it's all electronic right now, we're going to be posting these sorts of announcements and having sort of more personal touch. But that's something that HR can do only to a limited extent. It's far more compelling and powerful when we engage the ERGs. So one of the things I've had a lot of fun doing so far this year is I started a DEI steering committee at the agency level because the administration's had a really great focus on a lot of DEI initiatives. And so we're trying to engage the ERGs in a much more direct way with a direct voice instead of just going through the center leadership. I don't want it filtered there. I want to make sure we hear the voice of the ERGs with the rest of the agency leadership teams.
Thanks, Melanie. Great perspective. Ron, let me ask you, as somebody who's been in the agency, now maybe outside, looking back in, you might have a fresh perspective to offer on that. Let me ask you to comment.
Well, I think that it is critically important to make sure that we're recruiting a diverse workforce. We know through data, through reports, through studies, that the more diverse your workforce is, the more innovative and creative your workforce will be. You have a culture of innovation and creativity. And so, having been in the HR space for a sizable part of my career, I also encourage us to consider the results of the employee feedback survey. They have demographic data there that can give you insights on how minorities view the world, how women view the culture, how the LGBTQ plus community views the culture. And so by analyzing that kind of data, it helps to make sure that the diverse group of people that we're hiring and recruiting, that we have a culture and a climate that is conducive for them to thrive and not just fight for survival.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron. Sarah, anything to add back on some of the themes you brought about earlier in terms of NASA being a welcoming place for LGBTQ people? Care to expand?
Yes. So I think of when you're applying for a job and you get to that interview stage, I always think of it as not only are they interviewing me to see if I'm the right candidate, I'm also interviewing the prospective employers because I want to make sure it's also a right fit for me. That's how you're going to have the best relationship, and you're going to get the best employees who like where they are. And I have to say, I walked out of that first interview and thought, if I do not get this job, I don't know what I'm going to explode. I literally drove past NASA and just parked and oogle-eyed at, the big NASA meatball outside the hangar because I was just so starry-eyed. During my interview, there was only 4 or 5 questions. I don't remember the exact number. But of those questions, 2 of them pertain to diversity and what I felt about diversity and what diversity means to me in the workplace and why it's important. And I thought, oh my gosh, if they're asking me what I think about diversity, that means that they really care about it. And if that is so important that they're asking me more about how I feel about diversity than they are asking me about my technical expertise in the field that I'm applying for, I have to work for them. I was like, this is different than anything I was told. I was like, they care. Asking candidates what they feel about diversity is a great way to make sure that you are getting people that have that, that it is important to them, that it's as important to them as a new hire as it's important to you as an employee wanting to have the best workforce.
I was asked today to make a few quick comments about the value of allyship, and for that I reflect upon early days of participating in our LGBT program and organizations at Marshall. As part of my performance appraisal, I had mentioned participation in our group and support for the different events. And the first time I mentioned that, didn't get a clear read on the excitement about that, so to speak. Turns out my assumption was wrong. My supervisor at the time showed up, sat right next to me at our event, thigh to thigh in a room where he could have sat anywhere he wanted. Listened to the event, asked questions about why I valued my participation, and made sure that that participation was continued and enthusiastic going forward, and really provided me an opportunity to continue being engaged. I think helped my colleagues by extension, and it's an attitude and culture that I hope I can help continue in my tenure at Marshall and within NASA. So thank you for your participation today, and happy Pride.
I want you to imagine that it's a gorgeous day and you're on a walk. You see your neighbor and they have a new puppy. You've got to walk over and say hello to this giant pawed, floppy-eared pup, and you ask your neighbor, what's his name? Her name is Tadpole. Oh, so sorry, she's adorable, you respond. You're embarrassed, right? You got the dog's gender wrong. The dog probably doesn't care. The owner might. You certainly do in that moment. And we've all been there, right? It's an easy mistake to make, but no big deal. Trust me when I say it's a much bigger deal when referring to a person. Having come out at work in the last year myself, I can tell you that it's painful when people misgender me. Though of course, people are going to mess up now and then. What's worse is when I'm misgendered in front of folks who don't know me, and now are associating me with the wrong pronouns going forward. That's where allies can really be helpful by doing their best to use an individual's preferred pronouns and, if appropriate, to take the burden off of us to correct others. Because if getting a dog's pronoun right matters that much, getting your friends and coworkers right means a lot more.
I'm excited to be here today. I'm excited to learn how to be a better ally to the LGBTQ plus community. As I look back over my life, I realize that there were a few pivotal events that made me want to become a better ally. One that strikes me the most is that my mom's best friend growing up, who was like my second mom, and she was actually there in the room when I was born, her eldest son was a gay man, and he died of AIDS. And his mother actually couldn't admit that. She told everyone that he died of pneumonia and never once spoke that he had or died of AIDS. And this struck me as really tragic, that someone's very own mother couldn't be open and honest with what had killed her son. And it makes me realize that we need to be vocal. We need to be supportive to the LGBTQ plus community. And we need to figure out ways to do it both at NASA and in our community at home. I've had friends that have suggested that if we wear rainbow pins or have a rainbow flag in our office, that could be a welcoming sign to LGBTQ plus people when they walk in and approach us. And so I've done that. And I also have a flag outside of my home that is a rainbow flag that says love always wins. So I look forward to the panel today and learning how to be a better ally. Thank you.
I was asked to give a quick story in honor of our LGBTQ community, and particularly when I was a reserve judge advocate at a large Marine unit in New Orleans after President Obama repealed the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy in 2010. I was asked to go around the country and give a quick class about those things, and the military was very concerned that it would have an adverse effect on military discipline. And I took it upon myself to interview some of the younger Marines, and not one of them felt that it would have an adverse effect on good order and discipline. And that really made me proud and understand that we'd come a long way in the military since I had come on active duty in 1985. And sure enough, when the repeal actually took place, it went off without a hitch. In fact, no incident whatsoever happened. The way we did this in the military was through allyship. And NASA, we do that very well, allyship. And we do that by recognizing people for their performance and their what they do for a living, and not because of their sexual orientation or their ethnicity or their race or any kind of label they might put on them. And that's as a leader, I think that's very important. And it's very important that we do that at NASA. And at NASA, again, I think that we do that very well.
For as long as I can remember, my parents have always had friends who were members of the LGBTQ community. In fact, I can vividly see my parents and Ms. Gert sitting at the kitchen table, laughing, talking, and drinking coffee. Years later, my mother would tell me that there were people who didn't like Ms. Gert because of her sexuality. And my mother said that was wrong. You accept people for who they are. And then there's my sister-in-law, who was a lesbian, who was able to live her life to the fullest because she had family who accepted and loved her for who she was. So I guess allyship is in my DNA. So as an ally, how can I make a difference for our LGBTQ plus employees? Advocate my support. For me, this means take immediate action if I hear or someone reports an inappropriate comment. After all, no one should be made to feel less than because of their sexuality, who they are, and who they love. In addition to advocating my support, participate, be visible in my support. So if asked, agree to be the executive champion for the LGBTQ plus employee resource group. But more importantly, model my parents' behavior. Accept people for who they are. Be an advocate and champion for our LGBTQ plus employees.
So these are some really great themes in terms of allyship and welcoming people and conversations that we can have. You know, anytime we sort of talk about diversity and inclusion, sometimes we're going to get into maybe more difficult conversations that can be very constructive if we know how to navigate those, but they might be uncomfortable. So let's maybe pivot to some of those for just a minute to see if we can help people around those. And I will introduce another term for the audience. Sometimes we use the term heteronormative, and all that means is that most people in society are going to identify as cisgender and heterosexual. And so why that's important is when you come to realize that a lot of our norms in relationships and how we interact with people, going back to the pronoun conversation, are based on that understanding of being a cisgender heterosexual person. And the realization that LGBTQ people sometimes have to navigate some tricky situations in terms of assessing the cues and determining people's comfort level and how they're addressed and things like that. Then we can get into, some more energetic conversations, things like restroom access, this tension between religious freedom and equality, big conversation in society right now. So how can we, what are some things that we could do to maybe equip people to navigate some of those really significant and challenging conversations, actions that people can take to help each other when we're trying to navigate those things? Let me start with Donna.
I will say that when we as a senior team began training together about diversity, white men as full diversity partners. That led to some vulnerable conversations. It led to that team becoming actually a far better connected team, a more trusting team, a team that could go to each other and talk with each other about things that were very sensitive topics, because we had learned to do that through this process of learning how to have difficult conversations with each other. I then become one of the executive sponsors for Out and Allied, and which was fantastic. And then, of course, little did I know then that all of this leads up to my child coming home her junior year in college to tell me that she identifies with the LGBTQ community, which I think that all of my work at work actually made her feel safe at home. And so you don't really ever know how this will impact you and what lives you will touch, because for her, she knew she was in a safe place talking to me. She knew she was in a welcome place talking to me, because she had seen me work towards people being treated as people, right? Regardless. That's how people all ought to be treated. And so for her, I think that was really brave, because that is not the welcoming that she received across our family. And that's really heartbreaking. Probably more heartbreaking for me as her mother than for her, because she is a very strong young woman who is take me as I am. And I think this kind of circles back to what Sarah was saying when people are quiet, right? We can't be quiet. We have to speak up. We have to say it's not okay to say this or that or call people out. We have to stand up for each other as humans first. And when everybody feels safe as a human, they're going to give you their best. They're going to give the agency their best. We will see perspectives being brought into our teams that are going to make us so much better as a team. They can all of a sudden do so much more good for the agency than if they're masking part of who they are.
Thank you, Donna. Appreciate that. Ron, let me go to you next, because you alluded earlier to some other experiences and conversations. So what about these difficult conversations, your perspectives on how we equip people for those?
Well, I go back over the course of my growth as what I have characterized as me being a homophobe. I think about my upbringing as a kid. There is a friend of mine that I had known since elementary school. While I did not tease him, there were others that did tease him, and I didn't say anything about it. Or when I got to college at Virginia Tech and I stayed in an all-male dorm, we knew that there were a couple of gay guys who lived in the dorm together, and someone had posted a piece of paper on their dorm door that said it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And then once someone lit that afire in the dorm, and yet as a human being, I didn't say anything. And so what I've come to realize is that silence was more destructive than kind of piling on. And so, it has caused certainly a shift in my life and my orientation and how I view advocacy when I see wrong. Being silent, for me, at least on a personal level, is no longer an option. And then I came across this poem that's called First They Came by Martin Niemöller that I think was written back in the early 60s. And it says, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So, even to this day, reading that, it has a special meaning for me and the importance of advocacy, because silence is no longer an option when we see wrong.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Sarah, I'm wondering if you could share any perspectives that you have on this topic.
Sure. Thanks, Ron. You just give me chills, and I'm trying to be like unemotional. But yes, that poem, the first time I heard that is it's one I hold dear to my heart as well. Difficult conversations are just that, they're difficult. And I think it just comes down to mutual respect. If you want to question someone about some things and they give you a bit of pushback and hesitancy, because maybe they're not there yet, they're not comfortable with those conversations yet, having to respect that they're not there is really, for me, pushing myself to those uncomfortable conversations, because I don't want to walk through this life having to explain to other people why it is so hard for me sometimes just to go out the front door. I don't think I should have to do that, but because I care enough so that way someone else down the road doesn't have to have those conversations, I'm willing to. But it's kind of like, I think that there's also a certain responsibility for people to educate themselves too. So when they are asking questions, it comes from a place more of goodwill than maybe negativity. Before I came out as non-binary, I would get misgendered all the time, and I never corrected anyone. For some people that are on the trans spectrum, that's very triggering. And that can literally set them back and just crash them. So also understanding, though, that people are people, and if they didn't know your correct gender, it's also, you have to understand, this is a relationship that we are developing as a culture with each other. And so if someone corrects you politely on the correct term, it's okay to make mistakes, I think, as long as you recognize those. What's not okay is if someone has told you what they prefer to be identified as, and you blatantly keep misgendering or mislabeling them, because that's really going to harm that person on the inside, and it's going to make their life a lot more difficult.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate that. And this concept of misgendering and just, things like acknowledging when a person has access to the restroom facilities that correspond to their gender identity. Those are things that we really need people to do. And so making a mistake is one thing, and trying to retrain your brain a little bit on pronouns. When I know I have a friend with a trans child, and I'm trying to retrain my brain on that, that's one thing, versus intentionally disregarding that. That's another conversation entirely. So helping each other really understand the things that we could do is very important. I'm going to add a layer to this conversation and go to Melanie to help with this one. And it really just, it goes directly to the first line supervisors. A lot of our studies show that first line supervisors have a really big impact on workplace experiences. A lot of times your supervisor is maybe the first person that you would go to with one of these. Maybe you're having issues in the workplace. Maybe you're coming out and you need to talk to somebody and figure out how that's going to go. But a lot of times our employees and supervisors report that maybe people are just not equipped to have these conversations, and they're seeking ways to do that. So what are steps that the agency can take to really change that, to equip the right people to have those conversations? Melanie.
So one of the things that I love that we did at Johnson was we required everybody to take an introduction to unconscious bias class, but then also we had a more race, power, and privilege that was a deeper class, and we required all supervisors to take that. So to me, one of the things that I think the agency should be doing is all supervisors should be required to take training like that, to know how to have those conversations, so that they're not just relying on whatever their personal mindset or perspective is. And I can tell you, JSC being in the Bible Belt, there are a certain number of people who probably would totally botch that conversation if they didn't have any training. Not everybody is open-minded, and not everybody is, some people would have a negative reaction, and how damaging that could be to the person who maybe is just they've taken a year to get up their courage or more to get up their courage to stick their toe in the water. So that training is really, really important, as well as making sure that we model the right behavior of the way the workforce should look, the way the workplace should look, and the way model the right leadership behavior of how to interact with people and the right sort of attitudes to have to make sure that you're sending the right signals that it's okay, it's cool, you can be yourself, and that's totally wonderful. And we want you to be yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I have another question here that I will admit up front that it makes me very uncomfortable to ask this because it's about the problem of the lack of LGBTQ representation in leadership at NASA. And the reason that is uncomfortable is somebody from my perspective, as somebody who came out relatively late in life when I was well into my career. I really had to navigate those situations. I was looking for the template. And it turns out there is no template because there really was no role models there. And this might be similar. I could probably ask that same question about other communities and the lack of representation. But it really did occur to me that we do have a lack of representation in leadership. It is very important. And so, I'm trying to be mindful of that and figure out what I can do to make that experience maybe easier for others if they have to navigate that journey, because some of our surveys do show that there's still a large percentage of people in our workforce who are not out at work. There's something about the environment that is inhibiting to that. And so this representation in leadership may be important to that. So I just maybe like to hear any perspectives on that. Let me go to Donna first, maybe, and see if you have anything from your perspective.
It's not something that we can get a magic wand and fix overnight, right? And it's something about us being mindful, paying attention to it, looking for those opportunities. This year, as a result of the year-end report out last year, we've added middle management mentors, one additional mentor from middle management to each ERG. And so we're bringing people up and having senior leaders as well as middle managers and support these groups. And I think the more we talk about it, the more we engage each other, the faster we will see those types of walls break down. And once those artificial barriers can come down, we'll see the rest of it change as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ron, as a former HR director, anything you can add on this topic?
I know that for me, once upon a time, the African American Advisory Committee asked me to be their senior champion. And I said, no, I'm already an advocate. You don't need me to be your senior champion. Leverage this as an opportunity to inform and educate someone who may not be as familiar with the challenges that you face. Likewise, that was part of the reason why I served as a champion for the people with disability, the Equal Accessibility Advisory Committee, because I realized that there are issues that community faces that I am not aware of. The same with the LGBTQ plus community. When David Wilhelm asked me to be the senior champion, there's an opportunity for me to learn. And so I think that the agency should consider rotating senior champions through as a way of creating a different level of awareness at the highest levels of an organization, such that with that awareness, you can be a better advocate, you can be a better ally, you can be more effective in creating a healthy and more inclusive environment by having had that experience serving as a champion of an ERG that you may not necessarily identify with.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate that. Sarah, let me close this topic with you. What's important for you to see in the NASA leadership?
So representation is everything. I think a lot of people that I've encountered in my life, including family and that, they take for granted what's going on around them, going back to the term heteronormative. I remember the first time I saw a gay character on TV, I bawled. I just cried because I was like, oh my God, like it might have been the dumbest show ever. I can't even remember what show it was now. But I also know that's what I was very drawn to with Star Trek, is that even growing up, it was so diverse. Diversity has always been something that's been important to me, because I feel like the more colorful a room is, the more creativity is allowed to happen. And I think that even if someone is not able to identify themselves as the LGBTQ community, I want to add that it is LGBTQA. And we didn't mention that A today because there's a lot of letters after that, but that A is ally. And just to have someone say, I'm an ally, guess what? You are part of our community. And so even if you don't, represent as a gay person or a lesbian or as a trans person, if you represent as an ally, you are part of our community, and you are representing. So I think that's why it's so important we're having this conversation today, is because those senior leaders are the ones that are really going to pave the way for the future. And if people are willing to add that A to their identity publicly and not silently, that's where we're going to see some of the biggest change happen. And that's where people are going to feel more comfortable being who they are and being their most authentic self.
Thank you, Sarah. Really, really appreciate that. So let me just close with asking each panel member, what is maybe one or maybe two, if you would like, one or two things that you would suggest to people watching this broadcast that they could do if they wanted to walk away from this and be an active ally and be supportive of the community here within NASA? Let's start with Donna.
Well, I have to go with my kid here on this one. Talk about it, ask questions, be curious. And let's just curious about each other as humans.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ron.
Challenge your own assumptions. Be open and receptive, and reflect on our own assumptions that we've kind of probably created and developed over years of unconsciousness. And so if NASA can say Pluto is not a planet, or maybe it is a planet, we should be willing to say as human beings, let's question our assumptions, because what we might have learned growing up through elementary school and through middle school and high school and college, maybe it's different than what we thought it was. And so let's question our assumptions.
Thanks, Ron. Melanie.
Well, let's see. I think there's a lot that allies can do to be more visible. So I need to get busy and change my email signature block to add my pronouns and say something about being an ally. I mean, just something as simple as that, and making sure that combined with my position in the agency shows visible support in a positive environment. So
thank you. Thanks, Melanie. We appreciate that. And Sarah.
I really can't add to that. I was going to suggest what Melanie said, is just the visibility piece. But hearing today, we have three very powerful leaders on this panel who have said a lot of things. And really the most important thing is just being there for your employees and letting them know you're there in some capacity. And so I want to take a moment too and just thank you for letting me be part of this panel and speak with you all today, because I think that this is just a wonderful thing. And I think it is going to help a lot of people hearing that we that we have a lot of leaders and that NASA does care about including everyone when they say for the benefit of all.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate that. I'm going to close by adding my two. They're going to be kind of repeats, but I think they're worth echoing. And there are a couple of what I think are straightforward things that anybody could do. Number one, put your pronouns in your email signature line. It is a very easy, simple, straightforward thing to do. You would be very surprised at the powerful signal it will send, because people will notice. Very easy to do, and you could do it today. Second, show up. Come to one of your ERG meetings. Unfortunately, many of our Pride celebrations are virtual again this year because of COVID, but there are some smaller celebrations popping up in different cities around the country. Some of them will be this month, some will be later in the year. Ask your ERG, show up, even if it's for 30 minutes, just to say hello, and I'm here and I'm interested in supporting the community. Those two things will go a long way to that. I loved it so much, I wrote it down about the silence. You can't go in silence. Silence is very loud was the comment that Sarah made. And so I really appreciate you saying that. With that, I would really like to thank all of our panelists today. Melanie from NASA headquarters is our Deputy Associate Administrator. Donna from JSC is one of our senior executive leaders. Ron, and all your great perspectives in the agency. And Sarah, because you bring a unique and powerful perspective to this panel. Thank you so much for participating and spending the time and sharing your stories. And again, thank you to our ERG leaders around the agency who are doing the hard work on the ground of organizing these events, generating these conversations, getting the information out there. We really appreciate what you're doing, supported also by our Office of Diversity and Equal Opportunity. And lastly, thank you to our NASA Office of Communications for the support in organizing this event and getting it out there for everybody to see on NASA TV. Thank you so much. And that closes our discussion today. Thank you.
I hope you found today's Pride event inspiring and feel motivated to become an ally in action. Anyone can be an ally, and I would argue everyone should be an ally, regardless of your sexual orientation, gender identity, race, religion, national origin. Doesn't matter. We need you to be an ally. And it's easy to say you'll be an ally, but I challenge you to act like an ally. And here are some tips that we share at KSC. Communicate. Communicate openly, regularly, and sincerely about your unwavering commitment to creating diversity and LGBT inclusion within the workforce. Promote. Promote a work environment based on equality and free from all forms of discrimination, harassment, retaliation, and inequality. Encourage. Encourage your coworkers to bring their full and authentic selves to work. Commit. Commit to creating real and measurable change through establishment of parity goals and evaluate our success using metrics. Finally, act. Act on LGBT recruitment and advancement to resolve the disparities that exist and encourage consideration of the equally qualified diverse candidate. So, communicate, promote, encourage, commit, and act. We all need allies in our life. For more information, please reach out to your center's Office of Diversity and Equal Opportunity to learn how you can become an ally in action. You can take the first step this month by sharing Pride Month events with friends and coworkers. Thanks, and happy Pride Month.
En la NASA, nuestro recurso más importante es nuestra gente.
Una fuerza laboral talentosa, diversa,
dedicada a estudiar los secretos del universo y de nuestro planeta natal.
Para el beneficio de la humanidad.
La comunidad hispana contribuye a diario a misiones esenciales de la agencia.
Trabajando para mantener seguros a nuestros astronautas y misiones en órbita.
Monitoreando los efectos de cambios climáticos.
Prediciendo eventos meteorológicos que pueden afectar a nuestras comunidades.
Ayudando a la respuesta en desastres.
Diseñando los aviones de tecnología sostenible del futuro.
Desarrollando ciencia y tecnología a bordo de la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Desentrañando los orígenes del universo.
Buscando señales de vida antigua en otros planetas.
¡Hemos llegado! Perseverance llegó. Y preparándonos para llevar a la primera mujer y a la primera persona de color a la Luna.
Nuestra diversidad de orígenes y culturas impulsa nuestra capacidad para innovar.
Y hace que nuestra agencia sea más fuerte, incluyente y diversa.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos NASA.
Sigue nuestras historias en NASA en español.
NASA celebrates LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
The story of NASA's Langley Research Center is the story of taking what seems impossible and making it reality. It began just 14 years after the Wright brothers achieved the elusive, some said preposterous, goal of powered flight, a goal chased by humankind for millennia. Their 120-foot journey at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in 1903 broke the impossibility barrier, setting the course for the next century and beyond. The United States invented the first successful airplane, but European countries brought aviation to new heights. From the start, a number of European governments funded aeronautics research, which paid off when World War I broke out in 1914. Even before the war, aviation leaders realized the U.S. was falling behind and pressed Washington to do something about it. So in 1915, Congress authorized $5,000 to create the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the NACA. This little seed, planted in the fertile farmland of Hampton, Virginia in 1917, grew to become NASA Langley, America's first civilian aeronautics research lab and NASA's first center. And it's been reaching for the impossible ever since.
To go to the moon in this decade, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics facility began as administrative offices and a wind tunnel building on rural land that the U.S. Air Service wasn't using. The NACA broke ground for the Langley Memorial Aeronautical Laboratory on July 17, 1917. Topographically, it was a swamp, but geographically, it was ideal.
Hampton was really the perfect area for a facility like Langley. The U.S. Army Air Service was already there, so there was already flying going on. And what the engineers liked was the fact that it was a pretty good distance from Washington. So the suits were up there and the engineers had Langley to themselves.
World War I had shown aircraft's need for more speed, power, and agility. Not just in wartime, but for untapped commercial possibilities. It was for that reason Langley was conceived as a truly national laboratory, to benefit aeronautical exploration. From the start, Langley dedicated itself to building the tools, setting the rules, and solving the problems that kept flight from reaching its potential.
At the time Langley was established, the potential for aeronautics was as big as the sky. There was no place to go literally but up. The United States was really far behind Europe in terms of aeronautical research and progress. The Europeans, after all, had been driven by the fear of war and then an actual war. Lots of money going into the technology. In this country, not so much. And The founders of the NACA recognized just how important those European labs had been in pushing European aeronautics.
Langley came online as America's first civilian aeronautical research lab in 1920. The NACA's first atmospheric wind tunnel was already at work testing aerodynamic forces that affect aircraft. It was a good beginning, but by no means state of the art. The aerodynamicists knew they needed to do better, a lot better. And they did. 2 years later, in 1922, they powered up a new device no one had ever seen before. The world's first pressurized wind tunnel, the Variable Density Tunnel.
One of the things they did with it early on was to run a whole string of airfoil tests, just all kinds of airfoil shapes. And they published the data in kind of a catalog that was really of revolutionary importance for airplane designers. You could go to the NACA catalog, you could pick out an airfoil that had the characteristics you wanted, and there you go.
These reports, still used by aircraft designers today, kicked off Langley's reputation as a preeminent research facility. The value of Langley's wind tunnels came early. In 1928, Langley engineer Fred Weick used the propeller research tunnel to design a cowling or cover for propeller engines that reduced drag, cooled the engine, and increased an aircraft's flight speed.
And it was those sorts of improvements coming out of the NACA that really laid the foundation for the advance of both military and commercial aviation in this country.
Success followed success. Encouraged by the propeller research tunnel, which was big enough for a full-size aircraft minus the wings, Langley built a tunnel to test entire planes, wings and all. In 1931, Langley opened the full-scale tunnel, which could test at speeds up to 118 miles per hour.
You really can't talk about the history of aeronautical research at Langley without talking about those wind tunnels. As you get into the mid and late 1930s, Langley, on the basis of the airfoil research, the cowling, and all of the other work they were doing, had established itself. The engineers had established themselves as a match for anybody else in the world. The Germans, the English, Langley was right there contributing to the body of knowledge.
And when the winds of war began to blow, Langley's tunnels were ready to serve. Many believed we would never beat Germany's superior air power. And based on how things looked at the end of World War I, that would be a reasonable assumption. But a lot had changed in one generation.
During the war, I think the lights never went out at Langley Research Center. The full-scale tunnel, you could put a full-scale fighter with a 40-foot wingspan in that tunnel and do really important tests with it.
Those tests were possible in part because of women who filled critically important jobs in machine shops, laboratories, and offices, while men were at war.
The Langley Research Center just played an incredibly important role during World War II, as it had in the years leading up to the war.
After the war, the innovations kept coming to increase structural integrity, safety, and speed. But how fast could we go?
Speed was, at that time, one of the things that aeronautics was all about, after all. And Langley, from the days of the NAC cowling and the other advancements, had certainly done its part to build speed. By the late 1930s and during the war, it became clear to engineers, though, there was a real problem on the horizon.
That problem was the sound barrier. During World War II, pilots noted that in steep dives, as aircraft approached the speed of sound, Mach 1, they would behave differently than at slower speeds. Langley's tunnels would again be needed to solve that problem, but first the tunnels themselves had to change.
The 8-foot high-speed wind tunnel could handle speeds of up to 500 miles an hour. When you get air much faster than that flowing through a normal tunnel, it began to create all sorts of problems with the reaction of the air to the wall of the tunnel, and you weren't getting good data anymore.
In the late 1940s, Langley's Ray Wright, with the support of Division Chief John Stack, experimented with ways to relieve these effects so that testing at transonic speeds could be done. They developed what they called the slotted throat wind tunnel.
You'd always been able to test at supersonic speeds and of course at subsonic speeds, but it was in the transonic area where the tunnels had a problem until Langley engineers solved it.
This was the dawn of the supersonic age, where research would push flight beyond the speed of sound. It was time to take some of the testing out of the tunnels. The U.S. Army Air Force teamed up with Langley and Bell Aircraft to develop an experimental rocket engine-powered aircraft, the X-1.
One solution was to design an airplane to go out and gather the data, and that's what the X-1 was.
On October 14, 1947, test pilot Chuck Yeager took the X-1 on its 50th flight and became the first person to break the sound barrier. Mach 1 was not only reachable, but thanks to Langley and others' research, just the beginning. The future was suddenly coming at us faster than sound, and Langley was up for the challenge of the new high-speed frontier.
At the time the X-1 flew through the sound barrier, it meant a couple of things for Langley. While the wind tunnels were still incredibly important and engineers were still doing that work, now there were these new tools, research airplanes. And so subtly, the mission of the NACA and Langley began to change a little bit.
One of the most brilliant innovations sprang from the mind of engineer Richard Whitcomb. It's called the area rule.
The design concept provides for an indentation in the fuselage near the wing. This indentation reduces the drag at transonic speeds and thus allows the airplane to fly faster and farther without an increase in power.
By the mid-50s, the supersonic age gave way to the hypersonic era and the race to achieve speed above Mach 5. Langley's researchers worked with the other NACA centers, the Navy, Army, Air Force, and North American Aviation to design, build, and test the experimental hypersonic X-15. The world's first hypersonic research aircraft made its maiden voyage on June 8, 1959.
Mach 5 is hypersonic. And of course, the most famous hypersonic manned vehicle was the X-15. And again, Langley's involved in helping to think about the aerodynamics of that vehicle and in testing it. I mean, it was an NACA, NASA program that really did bridge from the age of the air to the age of space.
The sky was no longer the limit. And whether or not anyone realized it at the time, the space age had begun. As the early X-planes began to scrape the edge of space, Langley aerodynamicists looked even further. The U.S. had much to learn about rockets, and to learn it, Langley turned to one of its up-and-coming engineers.
Well, Robert Gilruth was an engineer, an aerodynamicist, who went to work at the Langley Memorial Aeronautical Laboratory just before World War II. At the end of World War II, he was instrumental in creating the Pilotless Aircraft Research Division. Now, during those early years, they were exploring the flight regime around transonics into supersonic and ultimately hypersonic flight. So it was very much a rocket development organization.
The team's launching of test rockets from Wallops Island, a remote former Navy base on Virginia's eastern shore, was mostly pure research, until the day the mission changed. In October 1957, the Soviets launched the Sputnik spacecraft and stunned the world. The next July, President Eisenhower signed an act to create a space agency. On October 1st, 1958, the 4 NACA research labs, including the newly named Langley Research Center, formed the nucleus of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. NASA now included a human space program. Langley was its birthplace and became home to America's first astronauts, the Mercury 7.
The Pilotless Aircraft Research Division is assigned responsibility as it is transitioned into something called the Space Task Group for Project Mercury, the first human spaceflight activity. So Langley becomes the centerpiece of the human spaceflight program for the United States. The astronauts are selected, they are unveiled, they are operating at Langley for the first period of the program. They work on the design and research necessary to build the Mercury capsule.
Gil-Ruth Group worked through a host of technical issues, like establishing ways to protect astronauts during re-entry and developing simulators to train humans how to work in space. It also created a global communication system to maintain contact with spacecraft. And to streamline operations, NASA's first flight director, Langley's Chris Kraft, applied the concept of something now synonymous with spaceflight: mission control.
That was an idea that goes back to the World Wars, in which flight control is a centerpiece. You have to understand the logistics of movement and how things are going to be operating. All of that can be done from a room, if you will, with communication systems coming in and going out and data coming in and going out. And they modified those ideas from the military and created the modern mission control.
All of these technological advances required mathematical experts. One of the most well-known was Langley's Katherine Johnson. For years, Langley had hired women to operate primitive mechanical calculating machines. Later, those human computers included African Americans, like Johnson, who went on to calculate the trajectory analysis for the first American in space, Alan Shepard. She also verified computer calculations for John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth. Her contributions were so great that she was later awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. In the 1960s, the space age, born at Langley, took its next giant step, with a little nudge from President John F. Kennedy. Just 20 days after Alan Shepard's historic 1961 flight, the president gives his decision to go to the moon speech.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
It's a technological miracle in many ways. No one's ever even tried this before in terms of reaching the moon. There were three options that anyone could think of. The first option was, let's build a really big rocket, let's fly it to the moon, and then let's land a piece of it on the surface. And that sort of direct ascent option was very quickly put off the table because it was just too expensive and difficult to do.
The second option was called Earth Orbit Rendezvous.
You send up multiple spacecraft into Earth orbit. You convene a armada, if you will, in Earth orbit. They assemble a set of vehicles to go to the moon. They go to the moon, they do their mission, and they come back.
But then a less expensive dark horse candidate arrived on the scene: Lunar Orbit Rendezvous.
In fact, it did not have a very strong following in the senior leadership at NASA in the early 1960s. And a Langley engineer by the name of John Hobolt did the math on this, worked out how it could be undertaken successfully and more easily than Earth Orbit Rendezvous.
Hobolt envisioned a modular spacecraft, launched as one unit. As the main capsule orbits the moon, a lander with 2/3 of the crew would detach and go to the lunar surface. Hobolt's idea won out.
And this is an important decision because this would drive all the technology that would be developed to accomplish the moon program. The Apollo spacecraft, the lunar module landing craft, the big Saturn V rocket were all predicated on that decision.
A couple of years later, Langley trained Gemini and Apollo astronauts how to rendezvous and dock 2 spacecraft while in orbit, setting the stage for the Apollo moon landing. But before anything could land on the moon, we had to know its surface. 5 lunar orbiters took images and beamed them back to Langley.
Well, Lunar Orbiter was an interesting program. How do we get the best imagery that we can possibly get from the lunar surface with a spacecraft that's in lunar orbit, with the intention of, first and foremost, finding good landing sites, ones that are safe to land on, but also geologically interesting, so that astronauts can get out of the spacecraft, collect samples, take imagery, and do all of the things that they're supposed to do.
The astronauts also had to be trained to fly the last 150 feet to the lunar surface and then move safely and comfortably in the moon's reduced gravity. 24 Apollo astronauts, including the first person on the moon, Neil Armstrong, trained for their missions at Langley.
Landing on the moon is not an easy task. It's virtually impossible to simulate it here on Earth. They built a huge gantry at Langley Research Center, the Lunar Landing Research Facility, which had cables and hooks and all kinds of things, and you could put a vehicle that was a model of the lunar module suspended from this thing.
Having conquered the moon, Langley turned to the next great challenge: the Viking program to Mars. A mission to investigate the planet's atmosphere and surface and to look for signs of life. NASA Langley managed the Viking project and was responsible for the Viking lander system and mission operations.
The history that it had with Lunar Orbiter, in which it was very successful, sort of gets transferred into the Viking landing program.
A mission to Mars is infinitely more complex than landing on the moon. The Viking 1 and Viking 2 spacecraft, each with its own orbiter and lander, would take months to make the 500 million mile journey to a rocky, cratered planet that has very little atmosphere. When Viking 1 touched down on the Martian surface on July 20th, 1976, it became the first spacecraft to land safely on the red planet and keep operating.
Touchdown, we have touchdown. Excellent zone.
Within seconds, it started taking pictures of Mars and itself, what some call the first Martian selfie. Viking was safe on Mars, gathering tantalizing data from another world. The Langley developed technologies that made it possible have continued to shape the robotic exploration of Mars ever since.
It was a very significant coming of age for both NASA and Langley Research Center. Langley was assigned this task and did it beautifully.
By the time Viking 1 blinked out in 1982, the world's first reusable spacecraft, the Space Shuttle Columbia, was starting its 5th mission. It launched on a rocket and returned to Earth like a glider.
Reusable spacecraft goes back to Buck Rogers in the first part of the 20th century. The cartoon strips, the movie serials, the feature films, they all use reusable spacecraft.
Langley's researchers knew about reusable spacecraft from their work in hypersonic gliders and space planes. Beyond testing the preliminary shuttle designs and capturing tens of thousands of hours of wind tunnel data, Langley's engineers also conducted structures and materials tests, evaluated shuttle tire and braking systems, and improved its thermal protection system. From 1981 through 2011, NASA's 5 shuttles flew 135 missions. Its crew transported large cargo to low Earth orbit, launched, repaired, and recovered satellites, and helped build the International Space Station. With astronauts living and working in space since the year 2000, and commercial companies now conducting supply missions to the space station, NASA could focus on deep space travel. With the Red Planet again in our sights, Langley and other NASA centers are working on the Orion crew capsule and heavy lift rocket, the Space Launch System, or SLS.
Mars is sort of the big enchilada of places we'd like to go. And I don't think there's anybody in the space community, and probably a whole lot of people outside the space community, who would like nothing more than to see astronauts set foot on the red planet. It's hard to do. There's radiation hazards, there's the microgravity environment that has to be dealt with. All of those are challenges that need to be overcome to undertake a human mission to Mars.
Langley Research is tackling these challenges and many more. Just like the testing of the Saturn V and shuttle designs, SLS models are being tested in Langley's tunnels and with Langley computer know-how. And Langley engineers have led efforts to build a launch abort system designed to carry the crew away in the event of an emergency during liftoff. Versions of the Orion capsule have gone through testing at the same gantry used to train the Apollo astronauts. Splash tests of Orion mock-ups, outfitted with sensors, and some equipped with crash test dummies, will help us better understand what the spacecraft and astronauts may experience when returning home after deep space missions.
One of the things that you have to do is come down in some sort of target area that is within the bounds of the ships that you've got at sea that are going to recover this vehicle. You do not want to leave the astronauts bobbing in the water for too long.
Langley researchers are using all their tools to make sure everything is on track for our journey to Mars. Even as NASA and NASA Langley turn their attention toward other parts of the solar system, scientists never lost sight of planet Earth. Atmospheric science work at NASA Langley began in the early 1970s as an offshoot of its aeronautics research. Langley applied its expertise in tools, methods, and testing toward a science program that would study the impacts of supersonic flight. To understand changes in the atmosphere, scientists first need to measure it. At Langley, some of the earliest measurements started with the 1975 Apollo-Soyuz mission, when astronaut Deke Slayton operated the Stratospheric Aerosol Measurement, or SAM, sensor.
Aerosols are suspended particles or liquid droplets in the atmosphere. Things like soot, dust, black carbon, pollen, those are all examples of aerosols. And though they're really small, they have a big or large uncertainty in the Earth's climate system. NASA Langley has been instrumental in studying aerosols and the processes related to them and understanding their role in the climate system.
The SAM experiment marked the beginning of Langley's space-based studies of aerosols in Earth's atmosphere. Later, more Langley-developed instruments were sent into space. Many were on satellites, like the first Stratospheric Aerosol and Gas Experiment, or SAGE, launched in 1979, part of the family tree of instruments that grew out of the SAM experiment.
The vantage point of space allows us to look at the Earth's atmosphere, its weather, and its climate, to look at various processes ranging from diagnosing our climate, long-range transport, or even improving prediction from our climate models.
Beginning in the 1980s, the space shuttle served as another tool in the Langley Atmospheric Science Toolbox. NASA's first science payload on a shuttle launched on Columbia's second mission. The Langley-developed measurement of air pollution from space instrument helps scientists build a database of atmospheric carbon monoxide levels. These measurements gave scientists a better understanding of pollution and how far it can spread.
The atmosphere is composed of both natural and anthropogenic pollutants. We talk about aerosols and trace gas pollution. These are critical, and we're seeing increases in places like Asia. Meanwhile, we're seeing decreases in other places around the world. So transport and understanding that transport is important to understand the overall climate system and the composition of these pollutants and gases.
The shuttle also carried a Langley satellite-based experiment that measured the planet's overall warming and cooling. In 1984, Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, deployed the Earth Radiation Budget satellite from the Space Shuttle Challenger.
It's important to study the Earth's radiation budget because it has a critical impact on understanding climate change. The sun's energy comes into the atmosphere. It can be absorbed by greenhouse gases. Some of that energy can be reflected. If we end up with an imbalance in our energy budget, we can see warming in our climate system. And that's why the work that's being done at NASA Langley is critical, particularly some of the satellite-based observations.
The Earth Radiation Budget satellite was also carrying an instrument that would take a closer look at the ozone layer. SAGE-2, another in the family of instruments that grew out of the SAM experiment.
The ozone layer, which is a part of the stratosphere, is critical for life on our planet. The ozone layer protects us from harmful UV radiation. Now, in the past, we used ground-based observations and perhaps balloon measurements, but it really gave us point measurements. It's kind of like seeing a tree, but not necessarily seeing the forest. Satellites allowed us to see the true expansiveness of the ozone hole.
Information from Langley satellite instruments provided the most widely used ozone datasets in the 1990s, helping scientists better understand the hole and how to work across borders to repair it. And in February 2017, Langley extended that ozone monitoring legacy with the launch of SAGE-3 to the International Space Station. Another of Langley's tools for looking at the atmosphere is active remote sensing LiDAR technology. Much like radar uses sound waves to take measurements, LiDAR uses lasers. Launched in 2006, the Calypso satellite, a partnership with the French space agency CNES, uses LiDAR to provide new insight into the role clouds and atmospheric aerosols play in regulating Earth's weather, climate, and air quality.
Two of the biggest uncertainties in climate model projections are aerosols and clouds. Clouds can be a net warmer or a net cooler in our climate system, depending on where they're located in the atmosphere. Another key point with clouds is that clouds form on aerosols. Understanding clouds, their formation, and their distribution will take us a long way in closing the uncertainty in those model projections.
Langley scientists have also used LiDAR instruments on board airplanes. It's part of an airborne science legacy Langley pioneered in the 1980s, when scientists first used instrumented planes to better understand the troposphere, the air we breathe.
The troposphere is the lowest layer of our atmosphere. It's the layer that we live in and will never leave unless we are an astronaut or become an astronaut.
Aircraft and the instruments they carry continue to be important to Langley Earth science, whether it's to measure and track air pollution, help assess Arctic sea ice, or study the movement of greenhouse gases. Even as Langley's Earth monitoring instruments fly around the skies, new Langley satellite instruments are in the works, including a new version of Ceres, the clouds and Earth's radiant energy system. Dating back to the late 90s, Ceres and its follow-on instruments are devoted to understanding Earth's radiation budget. Langley is also managing the development of TEMPO, the first space-based instrument to monitor major air pollutants across North America hourly during daytime.
NASA Langley is critical for studying the Earth's atmosphere, given its observations and capabilities related to things like atmospheric chemistry, aerosols, clouds, and the Earth's radiation budget. It also hosts the Atmospheric Sciences Data Center. The data from these satellites, aircraft missions, and otherwise will be critical for closing the uncertainty in our climate model projections.
Learning as much as we can about where we are today will tell us where we're heading tomorrow. Of course, sometimes emergencies arise that no one could have predicted. And in many of those cases, the researchers at NASA Langley have risen to the challenge with timely solutions. Wartime is the ultimate national emergency. And in World War II, Langley earned its wings once again. By methodically examining individual warplanes, engineers learned how to squeeze maximum aeronautic efficiency out of each one. It was called drag cleanup. The magic happened in the full-scale tunnel, starting with the Navy's Brewster Buffalo prototype fighter plane.
This Brewster Buffalo is the classic example. They bring in a plane that's not working the way it's supposed to. It's not performing the way the engineers designed. It wasn't going to meet the basic contract requirements. The real achievement of the drag cleanup study was this invention of a new process for quickly evaluating the performance of a particular aircraft design.
By the war's end, more than 30 varieties of military aircraft flew faster because of drag cleanup.
And you cannot overstate how important that was to the performance of these vehicles throughout the Second World War, and really helped give the Allies an edge in their air power.
Langley's engineering also made a difference in civil aviation.
It benefited the nation and the industry by producing amazing aircraft right after the Second World War, airplanes that could fly faster and farther and higher than anything that had ever been designed in human history.
Those new advancements came at a cost. Vibrations that are inconsequential at lower speeds can be catastrophic as planes flew faster. The vibrations, called flutter, could literally shake a plane to pieces.
And then suddenly in 1959, an Electra fell out of the sky and another one fell out of the sky, and people lost their lives. And this was a profound crisis for the airline industry.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered tests to find solutions. Industry turned to NASA Langley and its new transonic dynamics tunnel, designed to study the effects of wind gusts and structural vibration on aircraft.
It was a blockbuster test for that tunnel. But what they did in this work was discover the root of the problems. What caused this vibrations? What caused the flutter to occur? And more importantly, how to fix it.
The Langley testing did more than prevent further accidents and save countless lives. It also set the pace for the aircraft industry.
I think one of the really important contributions that Langley made in this particular moment was that it taught industry how to work together productively, how to identify a research problem, how to solve it, and more importantly, it set up a research agenda for decades to come.
Langley's problem-solving expertise was called on again after the 1985 crash of a Delta airliner at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport that killed 136 people. It went down trying to land in a thunderstorm, doomed by a wind shear downdraft, the second such crash in 3 years. The FAA tapped NASA Langley to lead airborne wind shear and microburst detection research.
A microburst is kind of a mini tornado, but in reverse. And wind shear is when those wind currents suddenly shift unexpectedly. Because of these sudden changes, it makes it extremely hazardous for pilots if they're at the point of a flight when they're trying to land the plane. This is when a number of accidents occurred.
Langley developed a system to better understand and analyze these unusual weather conditions.
Langley researchers come up with a numerical scale they call the F factor to help pilots understand the severity of wind shear. That number, this F factor, if you will, is incorporated into FAA regulations today. But it's a great example how one piece of research can have national impact.
Because of NASA Langley research into sensors that warn pilots a microburst is ahead, wind shear accidents in the U.S. have been virtually eliminated. But it's not just outside agencies that rely on NASA Langley's expertise. After Challenger exploded in 1986, Langley engineers tested the solid rocket booster's failed O-rings. Other Langley researchers focused on the booster joints and came up with a whole new design. After Columbia was lost during re-entry in 2003, Langley wind tunnel and computer-based studies of shuttle aeroheating helped paint a picture of what happened. Langley then focused its technical strengths on shuttle's thermal protection system, what made it fail, how to inspect it, how to repair it in orbit, and determine when it was safe to fly, even with minor damage.
So after the shuttle accidents, one in the mid-1980s, the other in the early 2000s, NASA Langley engineers worked together to find solutions to incredibly complicated technological problems. They even developed a camera that could inspect the shuttle while it's in orbit. But the most important contribution they made was helping the United States return to space.
And during the shuttle's final missions, Langley researchers took images unlike those ever seen of the shuttle. Thermal snapshots at Mach 20 that may someday be used to create new spacecraft.
Over the past century, NASA Langley has gained an outstanding reputation for its responsiveness to national emergencies. I think the reason it's been so effective is its people. They're resourceful, they're imaginative, they're creative, and above all else, they have the remarkable capacity to reinvent themselves. It's those qualities that make Langley such a national treasure, and it's what augurs well for the future.
From the beginning, NASA Langley has been in the business of shaping the future. First, we conquered the air, then the sound barrier. After that, the moon. Next step, Mars and beyond. While we've celebrated successful Martian landings, starting with NASA Langley's Vikings in the 70s, and more recently, rovers like Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity, future missions will require larger craft, bigger payloads, and eventually human explorers. That will demand improved entry, descent, and landing, EDL technologies that must slow a Martian lander from 16,000 miles per hour for a safe and precise landing. Langley's EDL experts developed and built a heat shield sensor that flew to Mars and will help researchers design future spacecraft. Other game-changing Langley inventions for planetary exploration include lightweight inflatable spacecraft heat shields, inflatable habitats, and next-generation rovers that will allow humans to live and work on other worlds. Langley Research Center has already started building the future, using robots to help create new structures. Langley chemists are also developing the next generation of materials, incredibly strong and lightweight, that could have wide-ranging uses in spaceships and everyday life. But Langley has not forgotten its aeronautic roots or its commitment to X-planes. Almost 70 years after Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier, Langley is working with industry on a supersonic passenger jet that would transform the sonic boom into a neighborhood-friendly sonic thump. Today's and tomorrow's X-planes have progressed to numbers like 43, the fastest air-breathing aircraft. The X-48, a new aircraft concept designed to be greener and more fuel efficient. And the X-57, the first all-electric aircraft. All are being tested or developed at NASA Langley. On a smaller but perhaps even more ambitious scale, Langley engineers are looking at concepts like personal air vehicles and drones that require the development of intelligent autonomous systems that can allow machines to learn and act independently. Other Langley visionary research will explore new ways to better understand our home planet. Langley scientists are developing low-cost, small satellite technologies to observe the climate and air that we breathe. Sensors and instruments on spacecraft, aircraft, and on the ground, combined with computer modeling, will help us better predict and understand conditions here on Earth, and will continue to add to our long-term climate data records, so critical to understanding our planet.
100 years ago, NASA Langley rose from the farmlands of Hampton, Virginia, to become an aerospace research powerhouse. The trajectory of Langley's mission has carried it beyond the sound barrier, beyond our atmosphere, and even beyond the moon. All the while, NASA Langley's advances in materials and atmospheric science are improving life right here on Earth, expanding our knowledge and protecting the planet. Whether pushing the envelope of science and engineering or responding to national emergencies, the people at Langley are already hard at work shaping its next 100 years, transforming science fiction into reality.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go